Oh, that's because she just recently joined our pack, Allison answered. She was Liam's friend before. For some reason, Kayla's eyes sparkled when she heard that. Oh, is he your fated mate? I haven't found my fated mate yet, so I'm a bit jealous. She not. I'm not his mate. Isabella shot the idea down before I could get a chance to. Oh, Kayla sunk back in her seat. I'm sorry for making assumptions, she said, bowing her head as she apologized. I'm so sorry. It's fine, don't worry about it, Allison said, try to calm her. That was when her sister Lina spoke up. She always goes crazy when the topic of fated mates comes up. It's not just me. Everyone our age does. You're the only one not interested in finding the person you would spend your life with. When the conversation was brought up, I realized Allison had a bashful look on her face. I understood her feelings at least. She was 25 and still hadn't found her fated mate. Hearing someone younger than her talk about such things with such excitement must have caused her to feel a bit embarrassed. As for me, my whole existence was so strange that I didn't even know if I had a fated mate. And if I did, I hoped I never met them. How do you know when someone is your fated mate? Isabella asked. Her face was flushed red, but her gaze had a curiosity to it. Kayla looked at the embarrassed girl and smiled. You just know. The moment you lock eyes with that person, you'll know that they are the one you're meant to be with, she said, practically swooning. Personally, I found the concept a bit foolish. You lock eyes with a stranger, and for some universal law, you're supposed to spend the rest of your life with that person. It sounded like a hassle. Though for werewolves who have been turned, it's a bit different. They have the ability to choose who their fated mate is. Isabella's face got even more flushed when she heard that, and it seemed she even had more questions to ask. So what is the point of having a fated mate? Well, for one, your connection with the moon grows stronger. Your overall power as a werewolf will get a significant boost, and you'll also gain access to your wolf form. Without a full moon, the more your bond with your fated mate increases. And whatever children you and your fated mate have will be stronger than the previous generation, and they have a high probability of being born with powerful traits. Oh, I understand. So that's why it's so important for werewolves to find their fated mates, Isabella said. Yes, but it's not that easy. Only about 30 of werewolves manage to find their fated mate, since they could be any werewolf from any pack. Our family, though, has been successful in finding our fated mates. That was until Aunt Lisa decided to marry a human, Lina mumbled, causing Kayla to scramble to cover for her again. It's not just because of Annie. You see, our pack has been a traditional one. But things are changing since different monsters started to show up. The world is changing, so we must learn to adapt. I can't go into much detail, but let us just say that the next generation to get married might not be fated mates. I couldn't say that I got what Kayla was alluding to, but it made sense for things to change in accordance with the world itself. Sticking to traditions in times like these would only get you killed. Is that why your father was acting like that a few moments ago? The moment I asked that question, Kayla's expression seemed to soften a bit. It's part of it, yes. I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but I guess you'll find this out sooner or later. The reason for my father's irritable mood is that we are under threat from a different pack. I see. That explains why your brother was so on edge yesterday. Why he attacked us, I mean. Yes, that's why. My father left the village yesterday to negotiate a type of deal with them. He left my brother in charge. So when my brother heard that there was a group of unknown werewolves near our village, he thought that the other pack was planning to ambush us while our father was away. I guess that's why he acted so unkindly towards you guys. I take it the negotiations didn't go well? I asked. Kayla shook her head. No, they didn't. They never do. The pack we're up against, they're different. They're a pack of savages. That's what they are. Lina grumbled, clearly irritated, so much so that her eyes were glowing yellow. They call themselves the Nyx Pack. Originally, they made their home far north in the mountains, but a few weeks back, they started attacking the smaller packs in the area. Eventually, they managed to beat the other packs into submission and increase their numbers by forcing the other packs to join forces with them. We are the only pack that hasn't given in to them yet. The Nyx Pack, huh? Sounds like trouble. I originally thought that by joining up with a bigger pack, We would be getting ourselves out of trouble, but it seems we were wrong. Also, Lina said while staring at me intently, tomorrow is the day you'll be assigned roles in the pack, so be ready. Chapter 50. A hunter. The next morning, we were all gathered together as we would be given our roles in the pack. We all lined up together as a bearded old man looked us up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. The old man looked to be around 2 meters tall and had quite a muscular build. He had silver hair, but I couldn't tell if that was because he was a part of our family or if he was just old. He paced back and forth until he eventually stopped in front of Derek and mumbled something. Warrior. Huh? Derek looked at him with a confused expression. Speak up, old man. I can't hear a word you say. He said warrior. Allison hurriedly said, looking apologetic. The old man didn't pay Derek any mind. Instead, he moved on to Leora, who was standing to the right of Derek. He stared at Leora for a few seconds, but Leora didn't so much as waver under the power of his gaze. She stared back at the old man, as if she was trying to prove her worth. The two stared into each other's eyes, none of them relenting, until the old man finally nodded in approval and a small smile came to his face. Guardian. After that, the old man walked over to Allison, but he didn't stop or even glance at her. Instead, he walked past her and mumbled something, sounding a bit uninterested. Caregiver. The next person in line was Isabella, and he did the same without even sparing her a glance. Warrior. Finally, the old man stopped in front of me. He looked me up and down, then a frown appeared on his face. Hunter. After that bizarre display, he walked off without uttering a word, leaving us to contemplate what just happened. What the hell was that? Derek was the first to speak. Luckily, Kayla was nearby and quickly ran up to us to explain what happened. I'm sorry. He isn't much of a talker, Kayla said hastily while quickly bowing her head as if it was her fault. Who was that guy? Derek asked. He asked the war chief. He assigns everyone their roles in the pack based on their special trait. Your mother must have told him what special trait you have, so that was how he came to a decision on how to place you. If that's the case, why was he staring at us for so long? I asked. Kayla scratched her cheek and chuckled. I'm not entirely sure, but my guess is that he was assessing your worth as his grandkids. Grandkids? Leora was the first to react. You mean that guy is our grandfather, the one who threw our mother out of the pack? Kayla nodded with a dainty smile on her face. Grandpa isn't much of talker, so you must excuse him, but he seems to like Leora a lot. Huh? For real? Hearing that, Leora tried her best to hide her joy at being the favorite, but it was blatantly obvious. The others of you shouldn't feel too depressed by it, though. Grandpa doesn't really like me either. The only other person he has taken to is Lina. Her expression dropped, giving her the look of a sad puppy. Anyway, he gave you your roles. Your next job is heading to where you were assigned. I'll tell you where to go. With a gentle smile on her face, Kayla told each of us where we should be going. Apparently, the werewolves who were given the role of hunter had a small hunting lodge not far outside the village. This lodge was also close to a river. When I got to the lodge, I heard a bit of commotion going on. There was a group of boys my age, and they seemed to be arguing about something. I'm telling you guys, the woman I saw was real. Not only that, she was a goddess. A short boy with messy brown hair yelled at the top of his voice. Not only that, she had the voice of an angel. Get a rest with her. No one is buying that ludicrous story, another boy about the same age as me said, fanning him off. I'm telling you guys, it was real. It was on the night of the full moon. I saw the moon goddess. She was swimming in the river. The boy they referred to as Whiffer shouted again, this time even louder. Not that I cared about what they were talking about, but by listening to Whiffer's heartbeat, I could tell that he wasn't lying. He was telling the truth, but for whatever reason, the other boys didn't seem to believe him. Didn't you also say you saw her eating a heart? Another boy shot back. What kind of goddess eats a heart? All right, I might be mistaken about that part, but the rest of what I'm saying is true. You've got to him. Is this where the hunters are supposed to be? I said, interrupting Whiffer. Just then, all 7 boys who were in the room turned in my direction. Who are you? A young man with blonde hair, who looked the oldest of the group of boys, asked. Liam. I was just assigned the role of a hunter. Wait, Aren't you part of the group that joined our pack yesterday? Another boy in the group pointed out. Oh, in that case, welcome, the blonde boy said. My name is Garrick. Our master just stepped out for a bit, but while she is gone, she placed me in charge. Come have a seat with us. Garrick said this while waving me over to the spot where they were all seated together. I saw no reason to refuse, so I went over to them. Everyone stared at me silently, and an awkwardness ensued, so I decided to speak up to break the tension. What were you guys talking about? I asked. Oh, our friend was just telling us about his encounter with a goddess, Garrick said sarcastically, which caused a round of laughter to ensue. It was a goddess, Wiffer, the boy being accused protested. She was singing a beautiful song by the river. When I heard it, it felt as if I was being mesmerized. But when I saw her, it was as if there wasn't a single living creature alive that could match her in terms of beauty. The Moon Princess paled in comparison to her. After hearing that, the room erupted in an uproar, and everyone started turning against Wiffer. No one is as beautiful as the Moon Princess. There is no way that can be true. Stop lying. I watched the boys scream and yell, feeling a bit annoyed by the whole thing, especially since I didn't understand the importance of what they were discussing. Who was the Moon Princess? I decided to ask, and everyone suddenly went quiet and stared at me as if I was unreal. It was Garrick who answered the question. The one we call the Moon Princess is the princess of the Nyx pack, the pack we are currently defending against. She is a monster, another boy spoke up. She single-handedly wiped out most of the other packs in the area. They say she is the most powerful werewolf of our generation. They also say she is one of the most beautiful werewolves there is, and that any man who catches sight of her will instantly fall madly in love, all while she is ripping out your heart. Listening to their words, I couldn't help but feel as if they were exaggerating a bit. Could such a person truly exist? Just then, a massive surge of killing intent erupted behind us, and the door to the lodge slowly opened. Chapter 51. Learning to hunt, a massive surge of killing intent seeped into the room. Immediately, all the boys went quiet, and they all froze like deer in headlights. Feeling such a powerful killing intent, I glanced back at the entrance, where the power was coming from. At the entrance to the lodge stood a beautiful red-haired woman. She had a distorted smile on her face as she stared intensely at everyone in the room. You boys talking about the Moon Princess again, huh? Seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time. All 7 boys' expressions went stiff, and their faces turned as pale as stone. I somewhat understood their reactions. Whoever this woman was, she was powerful. I activated my ethereal sight and took a look at her life force. HP, 143,300. Her life force was that high, but from her killing intent, I would guess that she was at the very least stronger than a level 1 Demogorgon. And Master Naira, you're back. We've got a new member. The woman coldly glanced in my direction as Garrick spoke. She looked me up and down intensely before clicking her teeth. Another useless child. That old man must think this is a daycare, she grumbled before snapping her eyes back at me. What is your name, child? My name is Liam, Mayam. Liam. She stared at me inquisitively. What trait do you have? I have a strong sense of smell, Mayam, I told her. That was the story my mother used. Telling the others in the pack that I had multiple traits was bound to lead to problems. So that's the cover story we came up with. The woman stared at me, then shook her head. So another one, huh? She said, shaking her head. We already have Wiffer for that. Well, anyway, there is nothing we can do about that now. She seemed to tone it down a bit as she entered the lodge. She took a seat and crossed her legs, her eyes never leaving me. I suppose we should explain our role here. My name is Naira, but you should call me Master or Master Naira. We clear? Yes. Good. Our role here is simple. Our job is to hunt so the others in the village don't starve. I'll teach you everything, from tracking down prey to skinning and cleaning them. We have a weekly quota of what we should bring into the village, and you boys are responsible for filling it. What about the other roles? What are their jobs? I asked. I was curious as to what job Isabella and the others got. TSK. The old man should have been the one to explain that to you. There are 4 major roles in the pack: Guardians, caregivers, warriors, and hunters, she explained. The Guardians are the ones that secure our territory to make sure we aren't ambushed. The caregivers are the healers. They're the ones who know about medicinal herbs and such. The warriors are self-explanatory by the name itself. Their job is to fight to protect the pack whenever we have a dispute with another pack. And finally, the hunters, like you have been given the role to hunt for food. I nodded along. Their internal structure was much simpler than I first thought. Dividing the roles based on the traits of a werewolf had seemed like the smart thing to do. You'll be reporting to this lodge from morning till dusk. You'll do what I tell you when I tell you. Any questions? Yes, we want to be hunting skinwalkers, will we? I asked. I had to know what I was getting myself into. Naira frowned when she heard my question. No, she stated firmly. The last group of cannibal werewolves died off centuries ago. Another thing you should learn is that I'm not too picky on how you hunt your prey. As long as you bring back good game, that's all that matters to me. That being said, everyone is given a specific quota for the week. The quota is that you must bring back a total of 50 kilograms of meat every week. If you fail, then you'll be punished, and trust me, it's in your best interest not to fail. As I said before, you can do it however you please. Whether you wish to hunt in a pack and split the meat you caught between the group, or if you decide to do it by yourself, I really don't care. But since today is your first day, I'll accompany you on your hunt. Saying that, Naira slowly got up from her seat, but then her eyes turned coldly to Whiffer. The moment the two locked eyes, Whiffer's face went completely pale. Whiffer, since you seem to be falling behind on your quota, come with us. A sort of distorted smile grew on Naira's face as she spoke. Everyone, including me, could tell that Whiffer would be in for some trouble if he did not produce results. Naira didn't say anything else. Instead, she walked out of the lodge, intending for me and Whiffer to follow. As she walked out, I couldn't help but notice how the boys were gawking at her swaying hips. I understood them in some way. Naira was an attractive woman with a seductive presence, even if she never intended for that to be the case. Putting aside how attractive she was, Whiffer and I rushed to follow behind her. She stopped just a few feet away from the lodge and sharply turned to us. The first thing I'll teach you is how to move in the forest without being detected. Saying that, Naira leaped several feet in the air and landed on the branch of the closest tree to us. The most effective way to move is through the treetops. Werewolves have higher agility than regular humans, so it is easy for us. Use your claws to latch onto the tree and follow your natural instincts. If you move like a human, then you'll fall. Naira then leaped several feet away and landed on another tree. She then prompted us to do the same. With just a slight push off the ground, I propelled myself into the air and landed gracefully on a tree branch. Whiffer did the same, but at the last second, he almost lost his footing when he landed on the tree branch just below me. I acted quickly and pulled him up before he fell. Thanks, man, he muttered before letting out a long sigh. I got the feeling it was the fall he was worried about, but what Naira would do if he did fall. Okay, the two of you did fine, I guess. Next, it's up to you two to locate prey. Chapter 52. Controlling Your Killing Intent Extra Chapter for Power Stones. Thank you to those who gave Power Stones this week. I appreciate the support. Smiley face. Whiffer held his nose in the air and began sniffing. I had a feeling that was why he was nicknamed Whiffer. His special trait was his sense of smell. After a while, his expression perked up as if he caught something. Follow me, he said as he dashed off, leaping from tree to tree. Naira and I followed behind him. From the direction he was going, I could tell that he was heading toward a rabbit that was nearby. But there was an elk further out. It seemed his sense of smell wasn't as strong as mine, but it was still impressive. We traveled for just a few minutes, and before long, we got to where the rabbit was. Once the rabbit was in sight, Naira took the lead. For young pups like yourselves, hunting might seem difficult, she said, especially since you have the issue of your bloodlust seeping out. Rabbits and most animals, or even humans, are very sensitive to bloodlust. Their sensitivity to it is about 3 times higher than ours. That makes it that much more necessary for us to learn to control it. I could see how controlling your bloodlust could be especially hard for werewolves. Right now, looking at the rabbit, I felt nothing, but if I so much as thought about eating it, then my body would begin to change. It starts with a lump at the back of my throat, then saliva overflowing my mouth. After that, the fangs and the claws come out. Just the thought of consuming flesh is enough for a wildness to start enveloping our minds. It's harder for some werewolves to control than others. For me, it's easy to control in the beginning stages, but if I let it get to a point, it gets harder to control. That's what happened to me on the night of the full moon. The blood and the flesh of the Demogorgon drove me crazy. There are similar cases of werewolves who have permanently lost their mind to this. They're called berserkers. Most of them can't even speak. Their intelligence is that of a regular wolf. All they know is the urge to kill and consume everything in sight. When this happens, their eyes go from yellow to blood red. I'll teach you boys how to properly suppress your bloodlust, to the point where you can even hide your presence, Naira said with a mischievous grin on her face. Start by focusing on your breathing. Clear your mind and feel the air entering and exiting your lungs. I did as she instructed and focused on my breathing. I latched onto the sensation of air entering through my mouth and passing through my body. Strangely, my heartbeat began to slow, and so did my pulse. In this state, I felt a bone-chilling coldness enveloping my entire body, but it lasted for only a second as a mind-shattering headache dragged me out of the state. It felt as if someone was stabbing needles into my brain. I held my head and almost lost my footing off the branch, but just then, Naira grabbed me. "Calm down," she said in a low tone. It sounded like nothing but a whisper in the wind. The strange part was that she stood right beside me, but yet I could smell her presence. Even her heartbeat was so low I could hardly hear it. That was a side effect of suppressing your bloodlust too much. But over time, your body will get used to it. But that is only with practice, she said, but then her eyes turned coldly to Whiffer, who didn't even make an effort to try lowering his presence. When Naira's gaze landed upon him, it was as if a jolt of lightning had coursed through his body. "I'm sorry, the headache is too much to bear." "I can't do it again," Whiffer shouted, sounding panicked. Naira just sighed at him. "Well, I don't care how you do it, as long as you can hunt and catch prey," Naira said. "Now, I'll do the honor of hunting the rabbit." Naira turned in the direction of the rabbit and started to crouch down. The poor brown rabbit was feeding on grass, unaware of the predator preparing to take its life. When you leap, rely on the power of your back legs. The tendons in our feet are different from the ones in humans. They are more like springs, Naira said as she compressed the muscles in her legs. She stared intensely at the rabbit, and her eyes glowed a bright shade of yellow. Then, in what sounded like a crisp swish, she pounced after the rabbit, propelling herself like a high-speed bullet. But something happened the moment she leaped through the air. At that moment, all her bloodlust came pouring out all at once. It was crippling. Her bloodlust felt different. It felt as if a giant beast was watching you, but no matter how much you looked for it, you could not find it. But you knew it was there, watching. Everyone's bloodlust felt different. I guess this was hers. The rabbit couldn't resist her bloodlust either. It also froze. In the end, she managed to kill the animal without it being able to react. I was at a loss for words. Her technique was flawless. First, she hid her presence and prepared for the attack without her prey being any the wiser. Then at the last second, when she was ready to attack, she released her bloodlust, almost like a weapon. After suppressing her bloodlust and then releasing it at once, it exploded out of her, causing her prey to freeze in place. After suppressing her bloodlust, releasing it seemed to make it even stronger. Whiffer stood with his mouth hung open, but I doubted he truly understood the extent of what just happened. "So fast," he muttered as she stared at Naira. Naira, on the other hand, was still crouched down with the rabbit between her jaws. It seemed she was the type to hunt with her jaws rather than her claws. She then pulled the rabbit out of her mouth and licked its blood off her lips. "Okay, boys, it's your turn. I want to go over what I just did again, so you're on your own." She then frowned at us. "I doubt you boys have the skills to see what I did, much less replicate it." Sigh. It's been a while since I had any promising students. Well, anyway, there is an elk a couple of meters to the north. Catch it and bring it back. Chapter 53. Hunting an elk also. If you don't manage to catch and successfully kill the elk, then prepare yourself for the punishment I have in store for you. Naira said as she walked away, her hips swaying with every movement. Naira soon disappeared into the forest with the rabbit hanging from her neck, leaving just Whiffer and me. We should get going, I said to Whiffer as he watched Naira's disappearing figure. He was practically drooling, and his face flushed red. Master Naira is one beautiful lady, he muttered. But she is not half as beautiful as the goddess I saw. I started walking off, and he followed along beside me. Tell me about her, your goddess, I said. The moment I said this, Whiffer's face lit up with an erotic smile. Oh man, where do I start? She was mesmerizing. Her hair was the color of the ocean. I couldn't see her lower body since half of her was in the river, but the little that I did see was breathtaking. She had curves, I could tell you that much. And her boobs were the perfect size. Her eyes were like beautiful blue crystals. I don't care what anyone says. She was way hotter than the Moon Princess. You said you saw her eating a heart. Did the heart belong to a werewolf or another monster? I asked. That was the only thing about this story that caught my attention. Whiffer frowned at my question. How would I know? It probably belonged to one of those Mothmen. He grumbled. Mothmen? Like the blood moths? Huh. So you don't know? It's the evolved version of the blood moths. They are quite formidable, that is for sure. Naira told us something. She said that she thinks there is a ranking to the different monsters and that they all evolve at a certain level based on their rankings. She said that zombies and blood moths were of the lowest level, which was why they evolved at level 5. The level 10 Demogorgon I fought on the night of the full moon must be been an evolved one. But it couldn't possibly be that the Demogorgons were on the same ranking as the zombies. They would at least be one step higher. I needed to figure out more about this ranking system. Naira, you said, how does she know so much? Whiffer looked a bit hesitant at first, but then he finally spoke up. Well, you see, Naira wasn't originally from our pack. She was originally from a pack called Crimson Fawn, where most of its members had red hair, just like her. But that pack was wiped out. It was wiped out by the Moon Princess. So that's why she got so angry before when you and the others were discussing the Moon Princess. Yes, Naira has been training a lot. I think she plans to take revenge on the Moon Princess. It's a fool's errand. No one can even get close to her. She is too powerful. Anyway, back to the goddess I saw. She had the voice of an angel. I'm telling you, you have to listen to her sing to fully understand. Yes, about her. Do you really think she is powerful enough to defeat a Mothman? Well, my memory is a bit foggy, but I think I saw hundreds of corpses floating in the river with her. Their hearts were all ripped out. Interesting. I wonder who that woman really is. An idea was slowly forming in my mind. It was an idea I had been toying with for a while now. I had fully made up my mind to leave this pack. But with how the world is now, it might not be the smartest idea to survive on my own. My idea was that I needed a pack of my own. A pack of powerful creatures, not just werewolves, and I would be their alpha. Once they have power or value, then they would be welcomed. Right now, I was in need of powerful allies apart from Isabella. This woman Whiffer was talking about sounded interesting. The Moon Princess sounded interesting too, but she also sounded like too much of a lost cause. Whoever this woman is, finding her sounds like a good idea. But first, I needed information. Information that Naira might have. The more I learned about these monsters, the better. Soon Whiffer and I arrived at where the elk was currently nibbling on grass. How are we going to do this? Whiffer asked. Should we circle around him and jump at him at once? It seems like the reasonable choice. Or maybe we can lay a trap. Just let me handle this for now. What? Are you crazy? If you mess up, then it's both of our asses getting punished. I don't know you well enough to put my life in your hands, dude. Just keep quiet. I released a little of my bloodlust at Whiffer when I spoke. Not enough for the elk to notice, just enough for Whiffer to shut up. The moment he felt my bloodlust, he immediately bowed his head like an obedient dog. It was as if his throat clamped up and he was unable to speak. I'm getting better at this, I thought. I still remembered what happened last time when I used it against Isabella. With Whiffer now quieted, I turned my attention back to the elk. I then concentrated on my breathing, and I could immediately feel my heart rate slowing. Last time, it took about 10 seconds before that headache set in, so I decided to act quickly. I used my lack of presence to move closer to the creature. I didn't even produce a sound, even when I stepped on leaves or small sticks. The moment I was close enough to the elk, I prepared myself to attack. I launched off the ground like a rocket and released my bloodlust at the same time. When I released my bloodlust after suppressing it, it felt as if it exploded out of me, creating the same crippling technique Naira used. The elk's entire body went stiff. It stood still, its eyes turned milky white as I ripped out its throat with my claws. It all happened within the span of a second. The beast didn't even make a sound as it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 54. More hunting. Truth be told, I was a little amazed at how easy it was to kill the elk. It stood at 5 feet tall and most likely weighed over 1,000 pounds. It was a monster before I knew that monsters existed. But I was a little annoyed that I would have to lug this thing back to the hunting lodge. I would made Whiffer carry it, but I bet he wouldn't be able to lift it off the ground. If I had to guess, anything over 200 pounds would pose a problem for him, and that elk weighed over 1,000 pounds. It would be impossible for him. Normally, they would use a pickup truck to carry such a large animal. With a resigned sigh, I lifted the creature off the ground with one hand and threw it over my shoulder. Blood from the wound I created in its neck poured all over my clothes. "Let us go," I said to Whiffer, who was still bowing on the ground. He was shaking, and his pupils were dilated, but the moment he heard my words, he seemed to snap out of it. With the giant elk over my shoulder, we walked through the forest until we finally arrived back at the hunting lodge. When we got back, I saw Naira was teaching the others how to catch fish in the river, but the moment we got close, she turned in our direction. She looked surprised when she saw the giant elk I was carrying. "Wow, you boys actually did well. How'd the two of you manage to do it? It would be taking an entire group to take down an animal this big," she said. "It was all Liam. He used the technique you taught him." "Damn it, what?" Naira's eyes widened. "I should told him to keep his mouth shut before we came here." Naira moved closer to us to inspect the animal. There was hardly a scratch on him. It was killed with a precise blow to its artery in its neck. "How did you ever know where its weak spot was?" she asked. It wasn't a hard task to do. With my hearing prowess, I could listen to the pulsing of its blood and find its artery easily. "Lucky guess," I answered, hoping she would be dumb enough to believe me. She looked at me with newfound interest. Before, it seemed she dismissed me as just a child like the others, but now there was something more behind her gaze. "Well, however you managed to do it, I'm glad. Now I'll teach you how to skin it," she said. At her instruction, I brought the elk over to a shaded area underneath an oak tree. Like with many things, you'll use your claws to skin the beast. She then proceeded to show us the proper technique to skin the elk. After she was done, she brought out a large scale to weigh the beast. 450 kilograms, she said with a proud smile on her face. "This more than surpasses your weekly quota of 50 kilograms per week. Does that mean we won TB required to fill the quota for the following week?" Whiffer asked with a massive grin on his face. Naira sighed and chopped him across the head. "No, you more than anybody should know that any excess pounds you carry in 1 week do not pass over to the next week." Even though that was disappointing to hear, I kind of expected that would be the case. "The two of you did well today. For now, come by the river with the others. I'll teach you how to fish." Following Naira's instruction, we went over to the river where the others were. I stepped into the river, and the water immediately flowed up to my neck. It was deeper than I thought. The water was a bit murky with algae, so it was hard to see the bottom. I used my thermal vision skill to make out the fishes underneath. It will be easier if you target the ones swimming against the current. But if you really want to challenge yourself and master the art of hunting faster, you'll target the faster fish who are swimming with the current. Also, it's the same procedure as before as when I taught you how to hunt. Naira said. I heeded Naira's advice and suppressed my bloodlust to the point where I hid my presence. Then, the moment I went in for the capture, I released my bloodlust. It worked perfectly as before, and I managed to catch a large salmon. When I caught the first fish, I decided to look around at what everyone was doing, and to my surprise, none of them were using the technique Naira taught us. They all relied on brute strength and speed. She was right. They are hopeless. I could also use my raw strength and speed to catch the elk. But the technique Naira used seemed like the optimal way. It seemed practical, and I could see ways it could be used outside of hunting. None of the others seemed to get that. Naira was true to her words that she didn't take care how they hunted, only that they had results to show for their efforts. I can't say I agree with her methods. She struck me as an experienced woman I could probably learn a lot from. For the rest of the day, I practiced this technique nonstop while also catching fish. I caught the ones moving with the current, the ones harder to catch. Barefooted, I moved through the water, catching fish as they tried to swim by, but just then I felt a sharp pain as something pierced my foot. I was momentarily shocked when I saw small traces of my blood in the water. What could be sharp enough to pierce through my skin? With that question in mind, I bent down and pulled out the object that was still lodged in my foot. Was this glass or some sort of crystal? I stared at the object in my hand, trying to make out what it was. It was blue in color, and at first glance, it looked like a piece of glass, but the more I looked at it, the more I realized what it was. This looks like the fragment of a scale. But what creature could it have fallen from? I muttered. Just as I spoke, Naira called to us to get out of the water as night was beginning to fall. It was now time to go home. Following her instruction, I climbed out of the river and prepared to leave with the others, but just then I was stopped by Naira. Liam, she called out my name. Her expression was unreadable. Before you go, I want to talk to you about something. Chapter 55. The perfect person to use, huh? What do you want to talk to me about? I already knew what it was about. Come with me, she said, already walking off into the lodge. Before she walked off, she gave me a look that said I didn't have a choice. With a tired sigh, I followed behind her into the lodge. She took a seat on a couch made of animal pelts and crossed her legs. She studied me intensely as I took a seat on a wooden chair adjacent to her. I should be known you would have a bit of talent. You're related to the Alpha after all, she finally said. You did good killing that elk and also with fishing today. None of the others show any promise like you. That's why I'm offering you this deal. How would you feel about becoming my protege? I studied her face as she spoke. What was going on in that head of hers? If anything were to happen to me, you would take over as chief hunter for the pack. You'll also be the one responsible for training the future generation. You'll also be a part of the 4 pillars of our pack. It's a good role. Many would look up to you. I didn't say a word. I only stared at her quietly. She had a smirk on her face. For whatever reason, she was confident that I would accept her position. So what do you say? I heard your pack was wiped out, I said in a flat tone. Her once delighted face twisted into an angry scowl. Don't talk about such things, she said in a tone that made her words sound like a threat. I only wish to offer my condolences, I said, leaning back into my chair. I also heard that the Moon Princess was the one who slaughtered your pack. Do you plan on getting revenge? Is that why you need someone to succeed you in case you die? I hit the nail right on the head. Her bloodlust surged to its peak, enveloping the entire lodge. Her eyes glowed a deep shade of yellow. Her body trembled in rage. Hearing about her former pack must have been a trigger for her. The wildness in her eyes told me she had lost all logic, making it the perfect opportunity to speak to her. You're not strong enough to face the Moon Princess. She'll kill you, and that will achieve nothing. You don't know anything about me. I already told you to keep quiet. She got up from her seat, claws extended, clearly intending to harm me. I didn't react, nor did I change my facial expression when I spoke. What do you know about anything? She said bitterly. Well, have you lost what I've lost? I don't need the lectures of a child. You're too weak. If you couldn't save your pack, then what makes you think you can avenge them now? Her eyes flashed a dangerous glow, and in the next second, she swung her claws at my throat. She didn't even hesitate when trying to kill me. Her eyes held nothing but pure hatred. I stopped her claws before they could even make contact with my throat, but that seemed to rile her up further as she spun herself for a roundhouse kick aimed at my head. I lazily leaned back and watched her foot breeze past my face. The Moon Princess would never have lost to such a puny attack. She let out a loud primal growl before lunging at me, this time with her sharp teeth. In one swift motion, I dodged her bite and restrained her from behind before releasing her and shoving her away from me. She glared at me, and I could feel her bloodlust rising by the second. She was by no means weak, especially for a werewolf. Given the way she fought, I deduced she must be leveled up quite a bit. She kept herself in a low crouch as she eyed me, like a predator eyeing its prey. Then, in a burst of power, she leaped after me. Her claws swished through the air like a knife. Her technique was flawless, and her speed incredible, but still, she couldn't land a hit. This woman before me must be had years of experience fighting. If I had to guess, she was probably the same age as my mother. There was little to no opening in her attacks. I dodged through her attacks, but she was relentless, destroying everything in her path in the sole pursuit of killing me. Eventually, I had grown tired of our game and decided to end it. I grabbed her arm and kicked her feet, dropping her to the ground. She struggled to get up, but I held her down, barely exerting any effort. Then I released a fraction of my killing intent. The moment she felt it, her entire face turned pale and her heartbeat rose rapidly. Were you? At your power level, you can't defeat the Moon Princess, I told her as I stared deep in her eyes. I made sure she felt my power and how hopeless it was to struggle. She bit her lip when she heard my words, and tears accumulated in the corner of her eyes. I know that, but what am I supposed to do? She asked as the dam broke and tears began to flow down her cheeks. I know I'm too weak to win against her, but there is nothing else I could do. As she cried, I felt her body give out. She was no longer struggling, but I still held on to her. She began struggling again. Hey, stop. What are you doing? She tried to fight back, but she was helpless against my strength. I continued to slowly lift up her shirt. Her heartbeat rose with every passing second, but I soon found what I was looking for. There was a wound on her stomach, a large claw mark that looked as if it was infected. It smelled like it too. It was a deep wound that didn't even begin to heal. The skin around the wound had turned a deep shade of blue. I also smelled a trace of poison from her wound. Did the Moon Princess do this to you? I asked. She didn't answer my question. Instead, she averted her gaze. She didn't need to answer. I already knew that was the case. After a while, she sighed, her breathing coming in ragged gasps. I fought her the night she attacked my pack. That's when I got hurt, she finally said. What special trait do you have? I asked. I had a suspicion, but I wanted to confirm it. My special trait is healing. Usually, I could heal from anything, but this, for some reason it won heal. That bitch infected me with something. It's how she kills her prey. They normally die within seconds of getting scratched, and no matter how much we tried, we couldn't find a cure. My healing trait is the only reason why I'm alive right now. It made sense. The poison I smelled coming from her was the most potent poison I had ever smelled. For her to still be alive, she must have extraordinary healing. I stared at her face, and I saw nothing but pain and suffering. She lost her entire pack, her family, and now she was dying with no cure in sight. I found her pitiful. Still, it was perfect for me. She was the perfect person to use. I have a proposition for you. Chapter 56. A brewing conflict. When she heard my words, a hint of curiosity flashed across her tear-stricken face. Help me? There is nothing you can do to help, she said. I can't heal your wounds, so you'll most likely succumb to it, but I can help you get revenge on the one who caused them. You think you're strong enough to beat the Moon Princess? I think I'm strong enough to help you defeat the Moon Princess. I wasn't T1 for picking fights, so even if I could beat her, it was unlikely that I would ever face her, unless I was forced to do so. Maybe you can't beat her on your own, but with my help, your odds are better. You would do that? She asked. In exchange, I want you to tell me everything you know about the monsters that fell from the sky. That was what I was really after. Her knowledge. Huh? I don't know much. What do you want to know? She asked without any hesitation. Tell me everything. Everything you have learned while studying them, and I'll help you get your revenge. Deal? She stared in my eyes for a while without saying a word. Her face was flushed from all the crying. I knew exactly what she was thinking. She was wondering if she really was so pathetic as to put her life in the hands of a teen not even 18 years old. The woman in her felt her pride being threatened. But there was a side to her that wanted to be comforted. She was longing for it, and I could see her vulnerability in her eyes. For some reason, the more I looked at her, the more she began to squirm, and her face began to turn red. Her sweaty thighs rubbed against each other as her breathing grew ragged. Okay, Fina. I accept. Good. I slowly released my grip on her and got to my feet. I then extended my hand to help her to her feet. She hesitated at first, but then grabbed hold of my hand, and I pulled her up. I would call what happened here success. Without any hesitation, I turned on my heel and left. I'll see you tomorrow, Master, I said, shooting her a wave as I walked away. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur. I was slowly becoming accustomed to being a part of the pack. My days mostly involved training with Naira. I outsourced the hunting to my shadow hounds. They were the ones who filled my weekly quota, while Naira and I exchanged tricks we had picked up along the way. She even told me her theory on how the different monsters evolved. She believed that the weaker monsters like the zombies evolved at level 5 and the ones at the rank above zombies evolved at level 10. The information in itself was limited, so I would have to find a way to figure out things for myself. That would have to be done once I got my pack in order. Meanwhile, the situation in my current pack wasn't too good. The Nyx pack was getting a little too brazen. Just last night, there was a dispute on our territory where several of the werewolves in our pack were killed. Naturally, Alpha Rorin was in a sour mood about it. It felt as if a war was brewing, but I wasn't sure. I felt as if Rorin had something else up his sleeve. I was curious as to what it was, but I wasn't curious enough to try to find out. Currently, I was lazing around at the river. It had become a constant habit of mine as of recently. I enjoyed the warmness of the sun against my skin, but just then I heard the sound of footsteps rushing toward me. Moments later, Naira was standing over me. She looked panicked. "There is trouble," she said, practically fuming. I raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "It's Rorin. He is planning a truce with the Nyx pack." "A truce?" So that's what he had been planning. Still, I didn't get the reason for Naira's panic. "Isn't that good news?" I asked, but my questions seemed to anger her. It would stop all the bloodshed for once. But the problem is how he plans to create this truce. How? "Through marriage," Naira said, her eyes flashing with anger. "He is planning to marry his son off to the Moon Princess." So that's his game. I could see how this would be a problem for Naira, considering the Moon Princess murdered her entire pack. "It will never work," she said. "No one could tame a monster like her. The Haven team met her, so they don't understand. She is barely even human. She is more like a wolf in human form." "Is she really that bad?" I asked. I'd heard her name so much that I couldn't help but feel a bit curious about what she was really like. "She is the worst," Naira said with conviction. When I stared into her eyes, I didn't see an ounce of empathy. Nothing that tied her to us. She is more like an animal than anything. We have to be prepared in case something happens. "Do you have something in mind?" "Maybe. They are planning on going north to visit the Nyx pack in their settlement. Being one of the 4 pillars of the pack, I must go with them. I want you to accompany me. With you there, if something happens, then I can handle it." So her plan was to use me. Naira and I had a deal, so I couldn't exactly say no. Plus, the poison was taking its toll. She was much weaker than before. She spent most of her days in bed puking blood. She couldn't walk, much less hunt, most of the time, so my shadow hounds had to take care of most of the hunting, though my hounds didn't seem to mind the hunt. But it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to the poisoning. "Okay then, I'll accompany you and the others." Chapter 57. The Jorgumo Yakai. The next morning, we set off toward the Nyx pack settlement. The group consisted of me, Rorin, Kalen, my mother, the war chief, the chief of the guardians, the caregiving chief, and the hunter chief. There are also a few other unnamed werewolves that followed us for protection. All of us traveled north into the mountains where the Nyx pack lived. As we walked, I couldn't help but notice a bit of tension in the air, so I decided to question Naira, who was sweating a lot. Why does everyone seem so tense? I asked. Didn't I tell you? She said, placing her index finger on her lips and give an innocent smile. You see, one of the reasons why the Nyx pack hasn't been able to get to us was because of a monster that settled on a strip of land just outside our territory. A monster? It was the first I've heard of it. What kind? It's a yokai. The moment I heard yokai, I could feel a headache begin to settle. Those pests are the biggest squatters in the supernatural world. They usually settle in one area and rarely move. It's a pain to get them to leave after they decide to settle somewhere. Once they take over your house or land, you have little choice but to leave. The problem is that we have to pass through that strip of land to get to the Nyx pack territory, Naira explained. That explains everyone's tense mood. This could pose a problem. Which yokai is it? I decided to ask. It's the Jorgumo. Isn't that the one that goes after men? I asked, feeling a chill climb on my spine. An evil smile rose on Naira's face. Yes, the beautiful spider maiden who tangles men in her webs and drains the life from them until they eventually die. The children she gives birth to become grotesque spider monsters with the face of the man she sleeps with. Naira laughed evilly as she spoke. That yokai, the Jorgumo. That yokai. Suddenly, it felt as if I was going to have a migraine. I certainly wasn't in the mood to fight against a yokai. No wonder the others seemed tense. I would rejected Naira's offer immediately if I knew I would have to go up against that thing. I had a sneaky suspicion that's why she didn't tell me about the monster. After hearing about the possibility of encountering a yokai, I kept my senses sharp. I made sure to keep track of every living thing I sensed. We're entering her territory now, Naira said after some time. I gulped hard as I took the first step into her territory. The change was immediately evident as the entire area went from colorful to black and white. The world always takes on peculiar forms when you enter a yokai's territory. It was a side effect of their killing intent. This time, it was black and white, and all the trees in the area had withered away, and from their branches hung bodies wrapped in silky white webs. Typical Jorgumo. She keeps her prey as trophies, Naira said, shaking her head. Everyone was in a panic as they saw the bodies wrapped up in webs, and I could feel their panic rising. My mother reacted and started to come closer to me. I figured she was trying to protect me in case anything went wrong. I was happy, having her protect me. Then maybe I wouldn't have to lift a finger. We continued through the desolated area until suddenly, a deep fog began to envelop the area. Be ready when the yokai tries to attack us, Roran commanded. His bloodlust was pouring out of him in waves. I don't know if he thought it made him look cool or something. Maybe it did, because everyone in the pack, except me, began bowing their heads to him. They didn't dare look at him directly. The fog continued to cover us, but the strange thing was that it was not only obstructing our vision. All our senses were being affected too. I couldn't smell anything. Neither could I hear the heartbeat of the others. They all seemed to disappear. They could been calling for me, and I wouldn't hear because of this fog. Even Naira, who was just standing beside me, was gone, her presence completely erased. I continued to wander around aimlessly in the fog until suddenly I felt the hairs on my skin rise. I immediately knew I was in danger and reacted quickly. I barely got out of the way in time before a black pointed object swung at me in a deadly arc immediately. As the beast struck, the fog cleared, and I was left shocked at the monster that stood before me. It was a giant spider with the face of a human male. I felt a cold shiver climbing up my spine just looking at the abomination. Seeing that its surprise attack missed, the beast screeched loudly before lunging at me again. Its pointed black legs whistled through the air aimed at my skull. But just before the monster got to me, Cerberus dove from my shadow in a flash of black energy and caught the monster by surprise. The monster didn't even have time to react before Cerberus's sharp canines clamped down on its head and ripped it off. Cerberus dismantled the beast piece by piece, and when he was done, he brought me its heart. I smiled and patted my companion on the head. "Good job, Cerberus." He growled softly and licked my hand. I then devoured the neon green heart in my hand. You have consumed the heart of an arachne. Before we even had time to rest, more arachne surrounded us. I didn't want the hassle of dealing with them, so I summoned the rest of my shadow hounds to deal with them. The spiders tried their best to get to me, but they didn't even get close as they were instantly killed by my shadow hounds. A satisfied smile rose on my face as I continued on my way, but just then, I heard a blood-curdling scream. I immediately went in the direction of the scream. When I got there, I saw some of the werewolves who had accompanied us lying in a pool of their own blood. They were lying naked on the ground, and their bodies looked like nothing but dried-out husks. Their skin took on a greenish tint. I looked at the bodies with a mixture of emotions coursing through me, and just as I thought things couldn't get worse, I felt a hand grab my shoulder. Chapter 58. The beautiful spider made in the moment I felt the hand grab my shoulder, my entire body shuddered, and I reacted instantly. I was in disbelief. What kind of monster could sneak up on me without me even noticing? With my claws extended, I prepared to attack, but I froze when I saw who it was. Roran? It was the alpha of the pack who stood behind me. His presence was so low I couldn't even sense him. He ignored me completely and stared at the werewolves who were now dead. It's her. He muttered so loudly it sounded more like a growl. By her, I assumed he meant the yokai. He glared at me and muttered, "Who else?" Without saying another word, he stormed off. I followed behind him, figuring it would be the safest choice. He moved as if he was on a warpath, slaughtering every arachne we came across. "Where are you going?" I decided to ask after some time. "To find my son. This entire thing is pointless without him, and maybe I will finally kill that yokai that settled on my land. I should have done it long ago. A yokai cannot be killed, but I'm sure he knows that. If you somehow manage to kill one, then they just return a few seconds after." Facing off against that thing seemed like a bad idea. They were a freak of nature that I didn't want any part of. "Did you happen to see where your mother went?" Roran asked just as he finished bashing in the head of an arachne. "No, I lost sight of everyone when that fog hit." Roran hissed, clearly frustrated. "It wasn't a fog. It was web. She releases tiny fibers of her web that make it look like fog. Then she uses her arachne to ambush her prey. It's her signature move. Yokai are tricky bastards." Roran and I walked for what seemed like hours, but still, we couldn't locate anything. My senses were severely diminished just by being in her territory. After a while, Roran finally stopped and let out a deep sigh. "We aren't getting anywhere like this. We should split up. Doing that would only mean having more people to find," I answered. A hint of anger flashed across his face, and he stared at me intensely. I guess the way I answered was unusual for someone in his pack. "Forgive me, you're right. The best option is to split up," I said, agreeing. He said nothing, only growled and stormed off. After he was a few feet away, he finally shouted something. "If you see my son, make sure he is safe, even if you have to die in the process." I watched Roran's figure slowly disappear and sighed in exhaustion. Soon it was just me and my thoughts. "Something the matter, darling?" I was momentarily startled as I heard a woman chuckling behind me. I quickly turned around to see a beautiful pale-skinned woman with long black hair tied in a bun. She was dressed in a gray yukata that was adorned with intricate floral patterns. Her yukata could hardly contain her large breasts from spilling out. The split in the yukata revealed her thick thighs the color of ashes. Pixie giggled playfully and had a black fan covering half her face. "You've been a naughty boy," she giggled again. "How so?" I asked. "Well, for one, you and your friends have been killing my babies." By babies, I assumed she meant the arachne. "Your babies attacked us. We were just defending ourselves." "Foolish wolf. Don't you know this is my land you're on? Don't get me wrong, strong men are always welcomed, but you dare bring other women with you. You hurt me. That's why I killed those other wolves instead of taking them as mine. Are you planning to kill me too?" Her face lit up in a pink blush, and she began licking her cherry-colored lips. "I'm planning on doing all sorts of things to you. I know a man with stamina when I see one." With an erotic grin on her face, she allowed her yukata to fall halfway down her shoulder, giving me a view of her full breasts and her pointed pink nipples, which were standing upright. She licked her lips and draped her hands up her thighs in a seductive manner. How long can you last? Weeks, months, years? Her once pale face was now glowing red, and I could see a bit of steam coming out of her mouth as she dreamt up wild fantasies. With a man like you, I'll need no other man. Our babies would not need to suffer, because with your genes, they'll be nearly invincible. It's been years since I've felt this way about anyone. Her purple-colored eyes stared at me wildly, and just as I was about to answer her obscene request, a loud primal roar erupted. I glanced to the side to see Kaylin madly charging at the yokai. The moment she saw him, a frown appeared on her face. Then 2 more pairs of eyes grew on her forehead. Yokai, you monster, get off our land, Kaylin shouted as he charged. She lazily flicked her wrist, and immediately webs appeared and tied their way around Kaylin's feet, sending him crashing down to the ground mid-charge. Kaylin growled angrily and used his claws to escape from the web. Then he proceeded to jump several feet into the air toward the yokai. She nimbly dodged his attacks as he swung his claws at her with an untamed ferocity. Watching this, it became painfully clear to me that Kaylin was no match for her. She stopped his rampage with ease, then proceeded to sink her fangs into his neck. The veins on Kaylin's neck glowed bright green, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. Her venom seemed to have a paralysis effect. Maybe that was how she had her way with her prey. She went in for the kill, but I couldn't allow that to happen. It would be a nuisance for me if Kaylin were to die here. I prepared to attack and released a bit of my bloodlust. But just then, something strange happened. The yokai froze. Her black hair fell over her face, so I couldn't see her face. But suddenly, she lifted her head and stared at me. Still, her face was wild and grew bright shade of red. Darling, she squealed, and suddenly her legs went weak and she fell to the ground, still trembling. I was left confused, but it seemed whatever it was caused by my bloodlust. Maybe it's affecting her somehow. Darling, it hurts, MNH. I can't. Her body seized, and her fingers clawed at the dirt as she lay on the ground, her back rigid with strain. Oh, darling, 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 my darling, you're making me so excited. For some reason, she seemed satisfied by what was happening to her. I could tell that from the massive grin on her face and the wild look in her eyes. She threw her head back and laughed with pure exhilaration. She looked like a wild animal unleashed. I could even see a flicker of emotion stirring in her. Could my bloodlust really have such an effect on her? But why? Wasting no more time, I lifted up Kaylin and threw him over my shoulder. I didn't know for how long we were running, but eventually we managed to exit the forest. Surprisingly, everyone had made it out too. Maybe what was happening with the yokai made it easier for them to escape. While Liam was out of the forest, the yokai continued to moan wildly. Her moans reverberated through the entire forest, and suddenly her purple eyes began to take on the shape of a heart. Her breathing was reduced to nothing but ragged gasps as hot steam blew from her mouth. She dug her fingers into the dirt as she felt pleasure coursed through her entire body. Pleasure she had never felt before in her life. She had lived for over a millennium, but never had her body felt such satisfaction before. The ground beneath her was soaking wet as she continued to writhe in pure ecstasy. In that moment, she felt as if her entire being belonged to one man. My darling is bloodlust. It feels so good. He is no ordinary wolf. I can sense it. My darling, I have to make him mine, only mine no matter what. Chapter 59. Motherly love, Kaylin. Roran shouted and ran towards us as I exited the yokai's territory, carrying Kaylin over my shoulder. As soon as we exited, the world returned to its color. What happened to him? Roran demanded, glaring at me. But before I could reply, the chief caregiver spoke up. He has been paralyzed. That yokai has a venom that paralyzes her prey. Don't worry, it's not fatal, and I can cure him easily. The chief caregiver was an old woman with a head full of gray hair. Her skin was wrinkly, and given that she was a werewolf, that meant she must have been well over 100 years old. Looking at her, I got the feeling that she was very knowledgeable. She laid Kaylin down on his stomach and lifted up his shirt. Everyone watched quietly as she dug her claws into Kalen's back. Kalen howled in pain, but soon gritted his teeth. She stayed like this for several minutes, until black liquid began pouring out of the wound she created on Kalen's back. The black liquid poured out of Kalen's back like a fountain until it suddenly stopped. "Okay, I've removed all the impurities," she finally said. "His body will be weak for a while, but he'll be able to walk soon." Hearing that, a look of relief washed over Roran's face, but then his eyes turned to me. "What happened?" "Kalen fought the yokai. He managed to injure her, but not before he was bitten. It was a lie, but a believable one. Plus, even I truly didn't know what had happened. Hopefully, I wouldn't encounter that yokai in the future." She seemed like trouble. After I gave Roran a satisfactory answer, my mother rushed over to me and hugged me tightly. "I'm so happy you're okay, Liam," she said as she stroked the back of my head. "Did you get hurt?" "No, I'm fine." My mother smiled and continued to stroke my head. "You know, it's been a while since I held you like this." Her voice dropped into a soft whisper. "You and Derek have always been running off on your own. About the conversation we had a few weeks ago, you want to know the truth about what you really are. The truth is that you're my son, and you'll always be. I'll always love you." I returned her embrace and patted her on the head. "I love you too, Mom." She smiled warmly, and I could see tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. "It will be a while until Kalen is healed enough to walk. How about we spend a little time together?" I nodded, and that simple action was enough to lift her mood. "Oh, okay, what should we do?" My mother placed her finger on her chin as she thought of what we should do next. "There's a river nearby. Want to take a look?" "A river?" "Yes. It's the same river that is beside the hunting lodge. It originates up the mountain where the Nix pack lives. There's a waterfall close to their settlement, too." "Okay, sounds fun." In truth, it didn't sound fun. At that moment, what I really wanted to do was take a nap and rest. But seeing the cheerful smile on my mother's face, I couldn't refuse. Her happiness was more important. "Okay, let us go." My mother locked arms with me as we walked. She leaned against my shoulder, so it felt as if I was carrying an excess weight. After a while, a cheeky smile appeared on her face, and she said something that was quite normal for her. "So, how are things going with Isabella?" Lily has really taken a liking to her. Though her situation kind of baffles me. I've never heard of a part werewolf, part vampire creature before. "Yeah, it baffles me too," I responded. "I'm pretty sure Isabella is the first of her kind. Though, you must be careful. She belongs to the Valemont clan, and so does that boy you killed," she said, still smiling. "How does she know about that?" I made sure to give her the bare minimum information. "Did you interrogate Isabella?" I asked, looking at her suspiciously. My mother's smile rose. "She's a sweet girl, but a bit too emotional. No doubt that's because of her vampire half. Make her happy, and she'll be yours." "She is already mine," I said, feeling a bit confused by her argument, but in the next instant, she chopped me on the head. What was that for?" "Don't be an idiot. You can't win a girl's heart that easily. You need to work for it, or else she'll slip away." "She will?" "You need to work harder, Liam. You can't coast by in life anymore. In the future, you'll meet people who are stronger and better than you. The only way you'll surpass them is through effort. You need to be stronger for what's ahead." "You mean the Valemont clan?" I asked. "What do you know about them?" "Yes, they'll come knocking sooner or later. In truth, I don't know all that much about them. Only that they are very influential in Purgatory." "Purgatory?" "Purgatory is an underground city built by witches. It's where the majority of supernatural creatures live. I have never been there personally, but I've heard a lot of sickening tales about that place. They basically rule there," my mother continued. "They keep this supernatural world in check, and no one dares go against them. To be honest, having vampires set their sights on our family is a bit frightening." My mother's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I've never seen her this scared before. "I'll handle it," I said, try to ease her worry, but that seemed to have little effect. "It's not just you they'll go after. It's our entire family. More than a few werewolves' bloodlines have been wiped out by noble vampires. They even drove us to near extinction years ago. They would have caused our extinction if it wasn't for... Wasn't for what? We had a guardian back in those days. Our god. A god for werewolves? I asked. I've never heard of such a creature, but my mother quickly shook her head, quickly denying it. Not just for werewolves. He was the god for all supernatural creatures. He was a strange being that came from another world. He had powers like no other. He called himself a jinn. He had so much power that no other creature could rival him, not even vampires. He was described as a bit of a trickster. He could stir and change reality on nothing but a whim. This was the first time I was hearing of this creature called a jinn, and to be honest, I was a little intrigued. So, what happened to this jinn? He left, my mother answered. Centuries ago. He said he would return if we needed him. Well, an apocalypse seems like a good reason for his return, doesn't it? Yeah, well, maybe, but just as my mother was about to speak, a strong wind blew, and it brought with it the scent of death. It froze us in our tracks. We immediately knew that the scent was coming from the river, which was just ahead of us. We hurriedly rushed to the river, and when we got there, a horrifying sight unfolded before us. Chapter 60. The fated meeting before us lay bodies. Tens of bodies with skin covered in gray fur and giant gray wings on their backs. They reminded me of the Mothman Naira had told me about before. But the question was, what creature could have done this to them? I asked. Maybe it was the Moon Princess or another pack of werewolves, my mother suggested. At her words, I looked at the bodies more closely, but I didn't see any claw marks or scratches on them. It was unlikely that it could have been a werewolf. I also considered the fact that the bodies were close to the river, just like the woman Whiffer saw. Could it possibly be her? We should go back, my mother finally said. We've spent enough time out here already. I agreed with her, and the two of us went back to where the others were. Thankfully, Kalen was healed, and we could resume our journey. He was already walking by the time we got back, and the moment he saw me approaching with my mother, he approached us. He didn't utter a word, only clenched his fist and stared at me. But then he took a deep breath and began to speak. Thank you, he said as he swallowed his pride. Without you, I wouldn't have made it out alive. I owe you my life, so thank you. He then held out his hand, clearly intending a handshake. Seeing his extended hand, everyone watched us intently, especially the chief werewolves. If I didn't accept his handshake, things would be a nuisance, so I extended my hand and shook his. After that, we parted ways and began our journey up the mountain. Naira walked beside me as we ascended the mountain. She was sweating even more heavily than before. It was the poison taking hold. She didn't have long left. The path up the mountain was treacherous, and soon she lost her footing and almost fell, but I grabbed her before she could hit the ground. Thank you. At this rate, you won't make it up the mountain, I said as I stooped down and offered her my back. A pink blush appeared on her face. W, what are you doing? Let me carry you. She looked around at the people around us and quickly refused. I can't. I can go up by myself. I can't burden you like that. It won't be a burden. In fact, I think I'll enjoy it. You will. She looked at me skeptically, but a hint of curiosity shimmered in her eyes. Of course I will. Having to carry a beautiful woman like you is every young man's dream, I said, purposefully looking at her sizable breasts. She saw my gaze, and her heartbeat began to quicken. I can already imagine it pressing on my back. You can give me that much, can't you? She frowned at me and crossed her arms. HMF, I didn't think you were like that. She whispered so low that if I didn't have supernatural hearing, I wouldn't have heard. A small smile appeared on her face, but it was gone in an instant. Okay, Fina, since you're begging, I'll let you carry me. But if you even try anything, I'll... Yeah, hop on. She puffed out her cheeks, then proceeded to climb onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck and her legs around my waist. She was so pressed against me that I could basically feel her heartbeat against my back. Don't get any lewd ideas, okay? She mumbled, but from the way her heart was beating and the color of her face, it seemed she was the one getting lewd ideas. To tease her a bit, I placed my hand behind my back and rested it right underneath her soft butt. Hey, what are you doing? Just making sure you don't fall. She pouted and tried her best to look mad, but nothing could hide how flustered she was. In the past few weeks, I've come to know Naira a little bit. She was a prideful woman, and if she thought that I was taking pity on her, she would flat out refuse my help. That's why I made it seem as if carrying her would have some benefit for me. Maybe it did. I couldn't say that the feeling of her breasts dangling over my shoulder was unpleasant. It was rather enjoyable. I began walking, and then she leaned in close so that her lips were almost touching my ears. The feeling of her warm breath sent a chill over my entire body. There was a time I was about to be married. She whispered, "Is that so? What happened?" "The Moon Princess happened. I met the person who I would spend my life with. My fated mate," she said, her voice quivering as she spoke. "He was a boy I knew since childhood. He was like a brother to me. I never thought of him in any romantic light, but who knows? Maybe if we were to marry, I would fallen for him. But she took that from me, that woman. If I ever get the chance, I will make sure she suffers." "You're too weak to face her," I reminded her. "I know that. Now that I'm dying, the only thing that I wish for is a peaceful resolution of this conflict. I want to be the last person whose life is taken by that bitch." Her words were dripping with bitterness, but there was also a softness to them, a faint hope that something would change after she died. "Hey, can I make an adjustment to the deal we made before?" Naturally, my ears perked up when I heard this. "What kind of adjustment?" "I want you to make sure that no one else dies by her hands." It was an unreasonable deal. I already got what I wanted out of her. She was utterly useless to me now. I had nothing to gain. Having to deal with the Moon Princess would only spell trouble for me. But for some reason I said, yes. Why did I say yes? What is the point of this? "Thank you," Naira whispered with a heavy voice. The tears she was holding back finally rolled down her face. "Why is my heart racing? Why do I feel this way?" I mumbled. Deep down, I knew the truth. It was because of the girl that occupied my dreams. Sarah. When she died, something changed for me, but I don't know what. Watching Naira go through the same thing reminded me of her. It was a long journey, but finally, just before nightfall, we arrived at where the Nyx pack lived. The moment we stepped into their territory, we felt eyes on us, but none of them revealed themselves. The Nyx settlement was far different from ours. They lived inside a cave system that ran deep inside the mountain. The moment we arrived at the entrance to the cave, the people watching us finally revealed themselves. The members of the Nyx pack were dressed in animal pelts that only covered their private areas. The leader of the group was a muscular man with wavy dark hair and stood at over 6 feet tall. He stared at us intently before finally speaking. "Follow me to the Alpha." He guided us through the cave system. As we walked, we saw other members of the pack. They looked at us unfavorably, and some of them even growled. They didn't even make the effort of trying to hide their bloodlust as they tried to intimidate us. I found their settlement a bit overstimulating. There were growls and battle cries coming from sections of the cave, along with the sounds of pleasure. Bones were scattered on the ground, and blood was smeared on the walls. They ate, slept, and lived in the same place. They truly lived like animals. Soon we came upon a vast room deep inside the cave. At the end of the room sat a man just as tall as our Alpha, only he was more muscular. He was seated on a throne made of stone. From the killing intent he was releasing, I could instantly tell that he was the Alpha. Beside him, there was a slab of stone that looked almost like an altar, and on it was a girl curled up in a ball as she slept. She caught my attention more than the man. Without a shadow of a doubt, she was the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in my life. She had beautiful long black hair that covered most of her body as she slept. On her head sat 2 pairs of fluffy black ears, and between her legs was a fluffy black tail, which she hugged as she slept. "Pick that Esser," Naira whispered into my ears. "That's the Moon Princess." Just then, the girl began to stir from her sleep like a goddess waking from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, which were the color of beautiful blue crystals. It reminded me of the moon. The two of us instantly locked eyes, and in that moment I knew. That's her. That's my fated mate. Congratulations, fated mate found. Bond with fated mate. 0 Chapter 61. Fated mate. The moment I saw her, it felt as if a single unbreakable thread had connected us. It was different from the bond one shared with those in my pack. It felt stronger, and I knew that she felt it too. She stared at me with beautiful eyes and the fluffy ears on top of her head twitched slightly. I was also confused about the form she was in. Wasn't it only accessible on the full moon? Suddenly, it felt as if the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees, and a subtle chill enveloped us. It felt as if we had just stepped into a freezer. It was strange. Cold temperatures didn't really affect me. This was the first time in my life I had ever felt this cold. This was her bloodlust. I knew it instantly. It was as cold as ice, the opposite of mine. Sylvie. Suddenly the alpha of the Nyx pack spoke. There was a bit of warmth beneath his gaze when he looked at her. Calm yourself, darling. He reached out his hand and patted her on the head, which caused her to calm down a bit and the temperature to return to normal, but her eyes were still sharp when she looked at me. Papa, Silvia confused. Who are they? She asked, looking sweet and innocent, a far cry from how threatening she was before. Her speech pattern and mannerisms caught me off guard too, but I remembered Naira telling me that she was more of a wolf in human form. Looking at her, that certainly seemed true. These visitors are from the Lycan Pack, he answered. They came to pay us a visit. The moment she heard that we were from the Lycan Pack, her threatening aura returned slightly, and her tail began to dance behind her back as a sharp smile appeared on her face. Sylvie Hunt? Settle down, Sylvie. Let us hear what they have to say first. Roran watched them with a neutral expression before approaching them. Danzo, Roran said in a flat tone. I assume you know why I'm here? The moment Roran spoke, it looked as if Danzo had lost all interest. A truce. The same thing you keep babbling about. Have you come with a better offer this time? You must be, since you came here yourself, and even brought your family. Danzo had a neutral expression on his face, trying his best not to give away anything, but there was a faint glimmer of curiosity in his tone. So, what have you come to offer this time? My own flesh and blood. Danzo's eyes widened, and he leaned forward on his throne made of stone. What do you mean, Roran? Have you finally decided to fight me and go out in a blaze of glory rather than cowering? Danzo asked, a faint smile forming on his lips. Roran glanced back and gestured toward Kalen. You misunderstand. I offer my son. Danzo frowned and leaned back in his seat. His earlier excitement seemed to diminish. So, it is your son who will fight me? He asked. No, my stance hasn't changed. I do not want the conflict between us to end in bloodshed. For that purpose, my proposal is one of marriage between your daughter and my son. The moment Roran said those words, it was as if the air itself got thick. Sylvie's cold, killing intent returned, and she looked at Roran as if she wanted to kill him on the spot. In fact, if it wasn't for her father, I had the feeling she might tried. Danzo stared at Roran intensely. His hand tightened around the armrest of his stone throne until the material cracked under the pressure. The sound of the stone cracking reverberated inside the quiet room. You want me to marry off my only living child to your son? Danzo asked. Every word he muttered held unimaginable power. He was by far the most powerful werewolf I have ever met. I used my ethereal sight skill to look at his life force, and I was left completely in shock. HP 5,000. His life force was the same as the evolved Demogorgon I killed on the night of the full moon. Roran's life force wasn't even half as high. It stood at HP 2,000. Though life force was the same as the amount of power being possessed, it was still a good indicator. Roran stared at Danzo without any sign of fear. Yes, that is exactly what I expect of you. Your daughter is surely of age where she can marry. Will you have her marry any run-of-the-mill werewolf? Or maybe you're waiting for the slight chance of her finding her true mate. We all know how unlikely that is, and even if she does find him, who is to say he is worthy of her? I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the only man fit to marry the Moon Princess is my son. You're only saying that because he is your own son, Danzo shot back. For all his faults, he seemed like a man who loves his daughter very much. If the Nyx and the Lycan join bloodlines, who can stop us? There is more benefit to this marriage than you think. Danzo said nothing for a while. He only stared at Roran intensely as if he was truly considering this proposal. After a few minutes, he finally said something. If we were to join forces, then who would be the alpha of this new pack? I'm sure you're well aware that there can't be two alphas. Are you prepared to bow to me? Danzo asked. Roran calmly shook his head and spoke. Naturally, my son would be the new alpha of this pack. Hearing this answer, Danzo chuckled and shook his head. You were always a fool, he said, his voice dripping with bitterness. Leave here. Do it before I change my mind to let you go alive. Roran reacted instantly. You're making a mistake. This is the best possible solution for both our packs. Suddenly, the whole room felt as if it was enveloped in an endless pit of malice. The Alpha-S bloodlust was one shrouded in absolute darkness. Feeling this power, the whole room went silent until Danzo spoke up once more. Leave. Hearing Danzo's final warning, we had little choice but to leave. We were escorted out of the settlement by the same guards that brought us in. We'll only give you a few minutes to exit our territory. If you don't, then you'll be killed on the spot, the guard said in a flat tone that held no emotion. Damn it, that old fool. Roran hissed, then stormed off in the forest. The others followed after him, and I trailed behind. I followed them through the forest and down the mountain until we were finally far enough away from the Nyx territory. It was already dark, so we lit a fire and decided to make a camp for the night. Immediately, as the fire was lit, a discussion started about our next course of action. I quickly excused myself from the group. Where are you going? Naira asked. She was getting weaker by the second. I'm going to empty my bladder. With that simple explanation, she didn't question me any further, and I disappeared into the forest. I hurriedly moved as far away from the group as possible. Ever since we left the Nyx Pack territory, we had been followed. Specifically, I had been followed, and I knew exactly who it was that was following me. I stood in a clearing, waiting until they finally revealed themselves. Soon, the Moon Princess herself stepped out of the shadows with a bloodlust that felt as if the entire forest was going to freeze over. Chapter 62. The Moon Princess Sylvie stared at me with sparkling blue eyes, and in the next second, she crouched down on her hind legs like a wild animal preparing to pounce on prey. Why are you following me? I asked, but just then, swoosh, her claws ripped through the air at a terrifying speed, aimed directly at my throat. I sidestepped her attack and watched it whiz past my face. In that fraction of a second, we locked eyes. Her eyes were slitted and blue, just like a wolfess. When I stared into them, all I saw was a wild animal. She reacted quickly when she realized her attack had missed, and with a staggering display of agility, she kicked herself off the ground and swung her other claws, aimed at my face this time. I stepped back so the attack was just out of reach, but then again, she acted instantly, and in midair, she spun herself for a kick aimed at my midsection. It was impossible to dodge, so I was forced to block the kick with my arm. The attack felt as if someone had swung a giant hammer at me, and it caused me to slide several paces back away from her. Just from that brief display, I got an idea of just how powerful she was. It seemed she was analyzing me too, because she wasn't T-charging at me this time. Instead, she watched me keenly. I decided to take this time to ask my previous question once again. Why are you following me? And why did you attack me just now? Sylvie don't want to make babies with you. Huh? You're Sylvie's mate, correct? I am, I answered hesitantly. Sylvie has no use for a mate. Only Papa. Fine, then let us go our separate ways. No one is forcing us to become mates. Let us just leave and pretend we never saw each other. She shook her head vehemently. Sylvie must kill. You appear in Sylvie's mind so much. Sylvie can't think, and you make Sylvie's heart race so much she feels dizzy a lot. You make Sylvie sick. Sylvie must kill. Then so be it. I had originally planned to stay away from her, but things had changed. At least this way, if I killed her, I would be honoring the promise I made to Naira. Plus, there would be one less nuisance left for me to deal with. I thought it was unlikely that I even had a fated mate. And now that she was right here in front of me, I couldn't help but think that she was the exact opposite of me. The irony made me want to throw my head back and laugh. Sylvie crouched down on her hind legs again, but this time, eyes began to form on her hands, taking the shape of pointed claws. This girl seemed like a bit of an anomaly, just like me. She lunged at me at such a speed that it seemed as if she had teleported. Her claws found their way to my throat in a deadly arc, but at the last second, I evaded the attack by kicking her away from me. Just one scratch was all it would take for me to end up like Naira. Her claws were coated in deadly venom, and I wasn't sure if my healing ability was enough to handle it. And honestly, I didn't want to find out. She had far surpassed Leora in speed and agility and Derek in strength. She was truly in a league of her own. I nimbly evaded her attacks and created an opening for me to attack. Her urge to kill me was raw and unfiltered. I could feel it behind every attack. All I needed to do was purposefully create an opening which she thought she could exploit, and the moment she did, I countered her. When she slashed at my throat, I ducked low and severed her tendons. That single act caused her balance to falter, and before she could react, I planted my knee into her stomach. I felt her ribs give way as I broke through them with a sickening crunch. The ribs punctured her lungs, suffocating her as she slowly began to drown in her own blood. Bond with fated mate, -15. She is more sturdy than I thought. I mean to crush her chest with that single attack, but somehow she is still breathing. She collapsed to the ground, wheezing heavily as blood gushed out of her mouth. But she didn't utter a word. Through the inexplicable pain, she stared at me with sharp eyes. She tried desperately to get up, but the more she moved, the worse her injuries got. Her body trembled, threatening to give out. She looked as if she wanted to cry, but she was holding back quite a bit. She gritted her blood-stained teeth as she tried to will herself off the ground. Watching her squirm on the ground, I felt nothing, not an ounce of empathy. A single string tied us together when she became my fated mate, and now I was about to sever that string. I steeled myself and readied my claws to rip through her chest, but just then a maddening headache took me over. It felt as if my head was being split apart from the inside out, forcing me down on one knee. The agony was unbearable, but without any warning, it stopped. I opened my eyes, expecting to see Sylvie's face, but she was gone, and I was somewhere else. Somehow, I was now standing in a forest in the middle of the day. None of my skills were working, not even my werewolf transformation. It felt as if it was me, but it wasn't. Almost like I was a ghost or a phantom. I glanced around but saw nothing but trees, but suddenly, I heard the sound of loud laughter. It sounded like children. I followed the sound, and soon I came upon a group of kids surrounding a tree. No, they all surrounded a girl lying next to a tree. The girl couldn't have been more than 10, but there was something eerily familiar about her, particularly the fluffy black ears and tail she had. Sylvie? I knew this was her. I could sense it. But what caught me by surprise wasn't just her presence, but the state she was in. She was crying on the ground, covered in blood and bruises as the other kids threw rocks at her and kicked her. "You're freaky. We will never let you play with us. You're too much of a weirdo," a boy that looked the same age as her said. "Just look at her. She is so ugly and useless," another girl said with a mocking smile on her face. "Can you believe it? She thought that by giving us a dead mice, we would be friends with her. Is she a cat? Yeah, she is so weird. Why can't she be normal? She is the daughter of the Alpha." While the other kids beat and mocked her, Sylvie did nothing but cry and mutter incoherently. Sure. Sure. Ugh, she can't even talk properly. A girl shouted in frustration before lifting up her foot and stomping on Sylvie's tail. Sylvie howled in pain, but her cries seemed only to fuel their desire to hurt her more. Through all of this, I felt as if I knew her. I understood her feelings perfectly. I knew what she wanted from the kids. She wanted a connection, someone who understood her. Why was her emotions so clear to me now? I could feel her wants and desires. Even now, she didn't hate the kid who were beating her. A twisted part of her thought they were playing, that the kids were her friends. The only reason she was crying was because of the pain she was in. But the strongest emotion I felt emanating from the depths of her souls was hate. Not hate for the kids who were hurting her, but instead hate for herself. Why does she hate herself? And why am I so angry about it? My body trembled uncontrollably in rage. My fist clenched so tightly that it dug into my flesh. I felt myself wanting to save her, but I could do nothing but watch. By no fault of her own, she was different, and she was suffering for it. The more I thought about her situation, the more I felt an unexplainable anger begin to rise in my chest. But just then, something happened. Her father, Danzo, appeared. The moment they saw the alpha, all the kids ran off. I felt a bit relieved when I saw this. At least she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. I saw firsthand how much he loved his daughter earlier. Surely he would comfort her. The only person Sylvie seems to care about is her father. Maybe it was because he was there for her when she needed him most. He was the only person she had ever felt a connection with. I watched the scene unfold as Sylvie's father approached her. Sylvie glanced up, and when she saw him, a crooked smile rose on her bruised face as tears filled her eyes. Papa Danzo touched his daughter's face lovingly and smiled. Feeling her father's embrace, Sylvie's tears seemed to flow even more. In my heart, I felt a bit relieved, but all of that was shattered in the next instance as I saw Sylvie being strangled by her own father. Why are you so useless? Chapter 63. Bond, but why? He asked her father. You're too soft, Sylvie. Why do you so desperately want to be like them? You're special. His grip tightened around her neck to the point where it was difficult for her to breathe. No daughter of mine is going to be a weakling. Papa, Urt, you were blessed by the god of lycanthropy, so make use of your gifts. Don't bow to the rest of the filth around here. That's the only way I'll accept you. Otherwise, you're better off dead. Danzo suddenly threw her, sending her flying into the tree behind her. I tried to catch her, but she passed through me as if I didn't even exist. They couldn't even see me. The moment Sylvie hit the tree, she passed out, and Danzo walked away, leaving her covered in her own blood and tears. I thought it cruel. She was hurt by that was supposed to protect her. Even me, the person who was supposed to be her fated mate. While she was slumped against the tree, I examined her more closely, and she was in worse shape than I thought. For one, her arm was broken in 2 places. She didn't have a high healing factor, so she was left to suffer in pain. I watched her unconscious face and saw her chest rising and falling with every breath she took, and I felt a bit relieved. For whatever reason, I was experiencing her memories as my own. In some ways, we were similar. I now somewhat understood why she was my fated mate. I also now understood my role in this. Suddenly, the world around me began to warp, and I was back to the same place I was before with Sylvie. My hands were still elevated, ready to take her life. As she stared up at me through gritted teeth and a bloody mouth, but in the next instant, I lowered my hand. Her eyes were sharp as she glared at me. But then I reached out my hand and began patting her on the head. It's all right, Sylvie. I want to hurt you. She stared at me with wide eyes, and I felt a silent understanding pass between us. We were now connected. Her expression softened a bit. Bond with fated mate. -10 Sylvie must kill. Papa gonna be mad. He can't hurt you anymore, Sylvie. I'll protect you. No, Papa loves me. If I kill, Papa loves me. Don't touch my head. Only Papa. No one else, she said adamantly. But in the next second, I reached out and petted her head again. Her tail began to wiggle behind her, and her face took on a red blush. Bond with fated mate. -5, she seemed a bit confused by how her body was reacting to me. Maybe she reacts differently when others does it? I only like when Papa does it, she whispered and lowered her head a bit. Then why do you seem so happy now? No, Sylvie not happy. Okay, then I'll stop. The moment I stopped petting her head, her tail stopped wiggling and her ears drooped. She stared at my hand hesitantly before she reached out and placed it back on her head. Her tail danced wildly behind her, and her ears stood at an upright position. Bond with fated mate. 0 Sylvie, still not happy. She pouted. With that tail of hers, it was impossible for her to lie. All right, climb onto my back, I said, turning around. Your back? Yes, you're injured, so I'll carry you on my back. You're going to give Sylvie a piggyback ride? Sylvie never had a piggyback ride before. Well then, hop on. She didn't even hesitate as she leaped onto my back and wrapped her legs around my waist. It felt strange carrying her now. Just a few minutes ago, I wanted to kill her, Where are you taking Sylvie? She asked. Now that she asked, I realized I hadn't thought about it. I'm kidnapping you for the time being. Kidnapping? She asked, tilting her head to the side. I needed time to think and plan my next move. I want to go to Sylvie's hideout. No one will find us there. You have a hideout? Yep, it's just up the mountain. Okay, show me to where it is. Sylvie nodded and began showing me to where her hideout was. Thankfully, it was located just before you entered the Nyx Pack territory. Her hideout was actually a small cave that looked more like a wolf's den. The moment I stepped inside, I was greeted by the bones of animals she had hunted and killed. She had also used their fur to create a small sleeping area. Also, her face turned bright red the moment I entered. You like? She asked, looking a bit shy, an emotion I had never seen from her before. She was so used to others rejecting her because she was different that she was worried that when I saw her hideout, I would do the same. I do like it, I said, putting on a kind smile. Bond with fated mate. Sylvie smiled, and her tail began wagging uncontrollably. Sylvie happy. I then went over to the pile of furs and placed her down on it. I was actually amazed that she was still able to speak despite how injured she was. I suppose I should apologize for what happened. I slowly stroked her head as I spoke to her. Sylvie, I'm sorry for injuring you. It was wrong of me. Please forgive me. I'm terrible at apologies. Bond with fated mate. 12. She stared up at me with big round eyes. Then a smile came on her face. I found it miraculous that someone could be so cute. Maybe it was because we were fated, but every action she sent a ripple through my heart. I wonder if she felt the same way too. Sylvie's sorry for attacking you too, she said. I didn't want to be like those bastards who hurt her for their own enjoyment. Sigh. This was like me, caring about someone who isn't even a part of my pack. Our connection seemed stronger than those of normal fated mates. I could practically feel her emotions as if they were my own. I even accessed her memories. I petted her head again, then pulled her in for a hug. Her body stiffened at first, but then she slowly warmed into it. I wondered if she had ever been hugged before. From the way she reacted, I doubted it. Bond with fated mate. 15. Can Sylvie ask you your name? My name? I forgot to tell her. It's Liam. Hearing my name, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. She whispered softly. The two of us lay together on the pile of fur as I embraced her and slowly patted her head. A satisfied smile was on her face as she purred softly. Sylvie? How would you like to join my pack? Chapter 64. The Might Alpha Roarin the next morning. Alpha Roarin rose from his slumber in a foul mood. After last night's discussion, he finally made up his mind to do something. He got up to leave the camp they had made, but to his surprise, his sister was already awake. Her eyes were baggy as if she hadn't slept the whole night. She didn't even notice him. Instead, her eyes were locked deep inside the forest, as if searching for something longingly. What's wrong? He asked, his words startling her a bit, and she quickly turned in his direction. Oh, Roarin, you're awake. Seeing the sad look on his sister's face, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Is something the matter? He questioned once again. She looked at him with teary eyes, but then quickly wiped her tears away. It's my son. He didn't return from when he left last night. I went out to look for him, but I couldn't find him. I even asked Naira if she knew where he went, since the two of them have been getting close, but she doesn't know anything. I don't know what else to do. Her son, that young man, struck Roarin as a bit of a weakling. He remembered how Kalen described how Liam watched like a coward as his family was in danger and made his sisters fight on his behalf. Roarin wouldn't be surprised if one of the Nyx Pack members got to him. He was probably dead, he thought, but didn't utter a word of this to his sister, Lisa. He knew how much she loved her family, and just the thought of one of her sons being dead would be enough to break her. Instead, he decided to play the supportive younger brother. I'm sure he is fine. You know how kids are at his age, always running off. Just make sure to discipline him when he returns, he said, tapping her on the shoulder. Thank you for saying that. I will, Lisa nodded. But what are you doing up so early? Lisa asked, eyeing him inquisitively. I've decided on something last night during our discussion. I'm going back to speak to Danzo about the marriage proposal. You can't. He'll kill you. Lisa blurted out after hearing what her brother said. That man is always looking for a reason to shed blood. Going back will only give him more reason to shed yours. I know the kind of man Danzo is. He is ambitious. All he cares about is ruling over the largest pack in the territory. That's why he waged war on us. But if I can find a way to give him what he wants without any bloodshed, then it will be worth it. Lisa understood her brother's logic, but still, allowing him to put himself in danger like this felt wrong. She cared a lot for her younger brother, and didn't want anything to happen to him. I'll come with you then, she said, grabbing hold of his hand. I want to allow it, Roran said firmly. I'll go by myself. Your job now is to stay here and watch over my son. Seeing the stern look on her brother's face, Lisa knew she couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll watch over everyone while you're gone. Roran put on a faint smile and caressed his older sister's cheeks. I'll be back soon, don't worry. If anything happens, or if I'm not back by the end of the day, I want you to take everyone and leave. That was the last thing he said before he parted ways with her and left. The moment he stepped into the Nyx pack territory, he was surrounded by wolves, all of them staring at him with glowing yellow eyes. But none dared step close to him. He didn't even spare them a glance as he continued to walk past them, making his way deeper into their territory. The werewolves were very territorial, and Alpha was still an alpha, and none of them wanted to challenge him. Roran walked through the Nyx pack territory without a care in the world. He was surrounded by over 100 werewolves who were all keeping their distance from him. They all waited for the Moon Princess, thinking that she would be able to stop the Alpha's approach, but in their time of need, she was nowhere to be seen. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the cave where they had entered yesterday. That was when he met his first opposition. It was the same guard that had allowed him to enter yesterday. Only he stood up to the mighty Alpha Roran, the man who had slain over a dozen werewolves in battle. The man who for years kept all the werewolves' pack in this region in line. They all feared him, not his pack, but the mighty Alpha himself. They all knew that he could kill them all within a second without breaking a sweat. They also knew that the only person who could stand up to his might was their own Alpha Danzo. Even the Moon Princess would pale in comparison to him. I told you if you didn't leave our territory, you would be killed on the spot, the guard said, his eyes glowing yellow. I came here to speak with Danzo, Roran stated flatly. The guard glared at him before waving his hand. It seemed to be some sort of signal, as the werewolf behind him immediately ran off. A few minutes later, the werewolf returned and whispered something to the guard. The guard nodded, satisfied, before turning back to Roran. You're in luck. Our Alpha is in a generous mood today. He asked to see you. With that, the guard turned on his heel. Follow me. Just like the day before, he guided Roran through the vast cave system into the large section of the cave where Danzo was. Danzo was still seated on his throne. Only his daughter wasn't anywhere to be seen. For some reason, he seemed to be in a grumpy mood. Why did you come back? Danzo asked, his voice hoarse and thick. I told you what would happen if you did I not? I want to speak with you further. There is nothing more to discuss. Unless you came here to surrender your pack to me. Roran grunted. Danzo's arrogance was tempting him to act, but he steeled himself. I've rethought the terms of our deal, Roran said. You mean the marriage proposal? Yes. I've thought about it, and have finally come to a decision. Roran clenched his fist tightly. The next words out of his mouth were something he thought he would never say. A part of him felt disgusted by it, and another part felt proud that he was mature enough to make this decision. If you agree to the marriage between our children, then I'll surrender my pack over to you. You will be the Alpha. That is until the firstborn son from my son and your daughter is old enough to succeed you. Danzo's eyes sharpened. He too never thought that a deal like this would ever be made. He couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement stirring in him. Not only would he claim the famous and powerful Lycan pack, but his own daughter would be mated to the Alpha's son, the same son that inherited the powerful curse of their pack. His blood began to stir as he thought about what his future bloodline would look like. With a wide grin on his face, Danzo answered, I accept your proposal. Chapter 65. A hunt with my mate. Meanwhile, Liam and Sylvie were unaware of the events that would undoubtedly change their lives. The next morning, I woke up to Sylvie soundly sleeping on top of me. She had fallen asleep while I was stroking her head. The cute face she was making as she slept caused a warm smile to appear on my face. I did not know what the future held for me and Sylvie, but last night, I had made a promise to myself to always keep her safe. Slowly, Sylvie began to stir from her sleep, and soon I was greeted by a cute smile. "Lee," she muttered softly. I smiled and patted her head, which caused her to purr softly with a satisfied smile on her face as her tail danced softly behind her. I still hadn't figured out what I was going to do. The main issue at hand was Sylvie's father. He struck me as a bit of an ambitious man. If a war between the Lycan Pack and the Nyx Pack broke out, it would be highly unlikely that the Lycan Pack would win. The Nyx Pack outnumbered us in sheer numbers. I could make sure that Sylvie didn't take part, but it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. For now, I think I'll just spend my time with Sylvie. Everything else can wait. "Lee, wanna go hunt?" she suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You like hunting, don't you?" She bobbed her head up and down in excitement. "What about your injuries?" I asked. "Are you sure you're healed enough to go hunting?" "Yes. Sylvie is all healed." I was skeptical that she could have healed so quickly, so I decided to take a look. I lifted up her shirt, and her face took on a deep red blush as she began to squirm a little. "Hold still, Sylvie." I touched her stomach and realized that some of her ribs were still broken. Apart from her face that looked like a volcano about to erupt, she seemed to be doing a little better. She should have been in a lot of pain, but looking at her, it would have been impossible to tell. One thing for sure, her pain tolerance was freakishly high. She had extraordinary healing, much better than that of regular werewolves, but it wasn't as good as mine or Leora's. "Sylvie is fine, see," she said before jumping to her feet and doing some light stretches. "I suppose a little hunting wouldn't be all that bad," I said. "Okay, then what should we hunt?" Hearing that question, Sylvie lifted her nose up into the air and began sniffing. In the next second, she grabbed me by the arm and rushed out of the cave. She seemed to have caught the scent of something. I smelled it too. There was a boar a couple of miles out. That alone told me that her sense of smell was equivalent to, or even greater than mine. Her hearing seemed to be on the same level too. "Let us go." Sylvie didn't waste another second before jumping several feet into the air and landing on top of a tree. I did the same and followed behind her. The speed at which she moved was breathtaking. An idea began to form in my mind. "Sylvie, let us have a race to see who can get to the prey first," I suggested. A cheeky smile rose on her face. "If we can keep up," she giggled before taking off at full speed. She leaped through the trees with an agility that left me in awe. In terms of speed, she was on the same level as me, but when it came to agility, she was in a class of her own. I had never seen anyone move like her before. She truly embodied what it meant to be a werewolf. The way she moved was as if she was built for it, even taking into consideration the fact that she was injured. I tried my best to keep up with her, but it was blatantly obvious that I wasn't any match for her. She was nothing more than a blur as she maneuvered through the trees. She moved like a wild animal through the tree's top. It was a struggle just to keep up with her, and soon we arrived at where the boar was. It was a sizable beast with long tusks that looked like they could split you clean in half from head to toe. It blew up dust as it aggressively sniffed the ground, looking for food. A wide grin grew on Sylvie's face before she launched herself at the wild animal. Her bloodlust exploded out of her, creating a freezing chill in the air. The monster didn't even stand a chance before Sylvie's claws reached its neck. She ripped into the boar's hide as if it was nothing. "Huh!" Steaming red blood gushed out of the open wound as the boar screamed so loudly that the entire forest felt its pain. But Sylvie didn't relent. She released the killing blow, ending the animal's life in an instant. Her entire face was covered in blood, making her look a bit psychotic. But what caught my attention was the fact that she was blushing immensely. Not mention her breathing, which was all over the place. Why was she blushing? Could killing a wild animal be so exciting for her? Sylvie then began licking the blood from her hand. And then she cupped her hand and bent down in front of the dead boar. A few minutes later, she rushed over to me with a handful of blood. "Lee, try it. It's good." I hesitated. Drinking blood wasn't something I would normally do. But then again, I've been eating the hearts of the monsters I killed, so this wasn't any big deal. She got on her toes and raised her hand to my mouth, and I began drinking the blood. It tasted warm and metallic. I have heard of cases where people drank the blood of wild animals to quench their thirst while they were hunting or lost in the forest. I could see why that was. "Lee, like?" "Yes, I do like it." Sylvie smiled satisfyingly, but then she brought her lips close to mine. For a second, I wasn't too sure what to expect, but then she stuck out her tongue and started licking the blood off my lips. When she was done, a cute smile appeared on her face. She then went over to the dead animal and, without any hesitation, ripped out a chunk of its flesh and shoved it in her mouth as if she was eating a snack. My jaws dropped in surprise. "Wait, you have to properly cook it before you eat." Chapter 66. Her first laugh, Sylvie looked at me, confused, as she chowed down on the raw meat. "It will taste much better if you properly prepare the meat. Here, let me do it." I had learned a lot about skinning and preparing animal meat from Naira. She had taught me everything she knew. First, I used my claws to rid the boar of its fur and skin. Then I went ahead and removed all its internal organs and drained it of its blood. I then prepared a fire and skewered the dead animal on a stick. Sylvie watched on with a pouty expression on her face. She was clearly getting impatient with what I was doing, but after a while, her pouty expression was gone, and she looked as if she was drooling. The smell of the boar meat wafted through the air, and even to me, it smelled appetizing. It only took a few minutes after that for the meat to be properly cooked. Sylvie looked impatient as I sliced the meat into thin slices and handed it to her. The moment she took a bite, a deep pink blush appeared on her face, and she quickly wolfed down her share of the meal before I could finish mine. She looked at the slice of meat I was eating, and then I heard a loud rumble come from her stomach. "Are you still hungry?" I asked, but she quickly shook her head to deny it. "It's fine if you are. Have some of mine." I offered a share of the meal, but she only stared at it hesitantly. But suddenly, as if she couldn't hold back anymore, she lunged at me and grabbed the meat out of my hand. As soon as her jaws latched onto the meal, I spun her over and pinned her down to the ground. "If you want it, then you'll have to wrestle me for it." The moment I said that, a smile appeared on her face as she tried to grab the meat from me. The two of us wrestled on the ground for I don't know how long. Derek and I used to wrestle just like this when we were younger. I wondered if Sylvie had anyone to wrestle with. It was somewhat a tradition for wolves to help us get stronger. That's why I wanted her to experience it. I wanted her to experience everything. The two of us wrestled back and forth for the scrap of meat that was left. She took our match seriously and tried her best to grab it from my hand. She was fast, but she could easily be tricked with just a bit of misdirection. Through our tussle, I saw that she was holding back quite a bit, as if she was afraid to hurt me. Though her bites were painful, they didn't break through my skin, and she didn't even use her claws. She lunged at me at full force, using her superior agility against me. I nimbly evaded her attack and grabbed her by the arm. In one fluid motion, I flipped her over so she was lying on the ground. I then entangled her hands with mine so she couldn't move. After that, she was completely at my mercy. I then went after a seemingly obvious weakness she had and began tickling her sides. The moment I touched her side, she began squirming, and then the most beautiful laughter I had ever heard erupted from her. It was so mesmerizing that I started laughing too. I wonder if this was the first time she had ever laughed. In our tussle, I then grabbed a hold of her tail, and it caused her entire body to shudder. It was waving so much that I could hardly fight the urge not to. Immediate as I grabbed her tail, her face turned bright red, and her legs went weak. She then quickly crossed her legs, as if hiding something. Badly, she glared at me, and her breathing turned into ragged gasps for air. I didn't know what I had done wrong, but I didn't dwell on it as I immediately launched at her and began tickling her sides again. The two of us laughed and played together for hours until we ran out of energy. and both of us collapsed to the ground. When we were done, both of us were breathing heavily as we lay on the ground and stared up at the dazzling sun in the sky. I felt satisfied about how I had spent my day with Sylvie. The two of us lay quietly. The only sound was our ragged breathing until Sylvie finally spoke up. Lee? Last night, you asked Sylvie to join your pack. Oh, that's right, I had. When I asked her to join my pack, she hadn't given me an answer. I didn't want to force her, so I had just left it, thinking that I had been rejected, but now Sylvie does want to join Lee's pack. Sylvie wants to be with Lee forever. Her face held a slight blush. Does Lee want the same? Hearing her words, I felt happy, and a smile appeared on my face. I then patted her on the head. I do want to be with you too, Sylvie. She smiled at me, and I swear it was the most beautiful smile in the world. I held her hand, and the two of us continued to lie together. Bond with fated mate. 25, our bond was increasing, and every time it did, I felt myself grow stronger. After about half an hour of us just lying down, Sylvie began to grow restless. Soon, her restlessness grew even further, and it caused her to climb on top of me. She sat down on my waist and grabbed my shoulders. Lee, Sylvie is bored. Want to hunt monsters? There are no monsters for miles around us. She pouted. How about we go to the river instead? I suggested. The river? Yes. It's not far from here. We can go for a swim. In fact, I could hear the running of water from where we were lying down. Okay, let us go, Sylvie answered, and before I could react, she practically dragged me to my feet. I stretched my aching body, preparing myself for the next journey ahead, but just as I did that, Sylvie hopped onto my back. Giddy up, she shouted as she wrapped her legs around me. Why do you need to be carried? Your injuries are mostly healed. Because Lee lost to Sylvie in the race, remember? The loser has to give a piggyback ride. Is that how it is? I don't remember agreeing to that deal. Giddy up, she shouted again, eager for me to start moving. I sighed tiredly before willing my legs to go toward the river. When we finally got to the river, Sylvie climbed down from my back before proceeding to strip off her clothes without any hesitation. I was about to stop her, but then I realized she was wearing undergarments. Seeing her naked, I was once again reminded of just how beautiful she was. Her curves were that of a diamond crafted to perfection. It was otherworldly, to say the least. I consider myself a lucky man to be able to experience this wonderful scenery. Hurry up, Lee. At her words, I stopped staring at her and began taking off my clothes. I barely got my clothes off before she dragged me into the water with her. Chapter 67. Spilled blood. Sylvie pulled me into the river with her, and in the next instant, she dove deep under the water. After a while, she finally emerged with a fish between her jaws. She then proceeded to bite off the head of the fish and began eating it. After all that, you were still hungry? I asked. Sylvie heals faster the more she eats. It made sense. Most of her injuries from last night had been healed. Her body must be adapted to absorb the nutrients from whatever she eats at a faster rate. The more Sylvie eats, the stronger she gets, Sylvie said. Well, I guess that was why she was always on the hunt for prey. After she was done consuming the fish, she dove back down underwater. I followed behind her, seeing if I could help her catch anything. We spent the rest of our time swimming and catching fish together. By the time we were done, we had caught over 100 fishes, and I promptly created another fire to cook them. I used my heat manipulation skill to assist me, but just as we were finishing up eating, I sensed something. There was a group fast approaching. I readied myself immediately, preparing for battle, but Sylvie was the one who stopped me. Her face had a serious expression. Let me do it, Lee. She seemed confident, so I decided not to do anything and instead waited as the group approached. It was a small group of 5 werewolves. They looked as if they belonged to the Nyx pack. Their sharp eyes met mine for just a second, but they soon refocused their attention back to Sylvie. Moon Princess, your father wishes to see you. It's urgent, the one leading the group said. Papa, he said we're to escort you back home safely. Hearing that, Sylvie looked at me and took hold of my hand. She had a look of conviction I had never seen from her before. Seeing her holding my hand, the group of werewolves looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. Moon Princess, Who is he? This is Sylvie's mate. Again, the werewolves looked a bit puzzled, and I could sense that there was something they weren't telling us. Moon Princess, it's best you speak with your father before making any brash decisions, said the leader. The group of werewolves gestured for us to follow them, and that is what we did. Sylvie and I walked side by side, with her clinging to my arm. Don't worry, Lee. Papa will understand that Lee is Sylvie's mate, Sylvie said. Maybe she could sense that I was worried through our connection. I smiled at her and patted her head, which caused her to let out a soft purr as her tail did somersaults behind her. Her face turned bright red, and she hugged me even tighter, rubbing her face up and down my arm. I couldn't help but smile at how she acted whenever I petted her. Indeed, I was worried. I didn't know how her father would react to this arrangement. If it came down to it, I might need to fight him. I wondered if I was strong enough to. As we walked, I asked Sylvie a question that had been on my mind lately. Sylvie, the poison that is coated on your claws, does it have a cure? I asked. A cure? Sylvie can cure it. She smiled. You can? Yep. Whenever Sylvie accidentally poisons werewolves, Papa asks Sylvie to cure it, and Sylvie does. Well, that is good at least. I can have Sylvie cure Naira when I get back. I don't know how she will take Sylvie being my fated mate, though. Probably not well. Just then, I also decided to leave one of my shadow hounds in the forest, just in case. After a short while, we finally arrive at the entrance to the Nixpack settlement. The sun was just setting in the sky as night was about to fall. It created a beautiful orange hue in the horizon. The view from the mountaintop at this hour was astounding. The moment we got to the entrance, I smelled a familiar scent. Roran? Could he have returned here? Come on, Lee, Sylvie said as she began dragging me along through the cave system until we arrived back at the vast section of the cave where the Alpha's throne lies. When we got there, my eyes widened in surprise. What was he doing here? Inside, I saw Roran and Danzo sitting together. They seemed to be deep in conversation. Danzo was the first to see us and react. Oh, my daughter. He paused when he saw Sylvie clinging to my arm, and his eyes sharpened. Who is this? Liam? Roran said, causing Danzo to look back at him. He is my nephew, my sister's son. What's going on? I asked. Roran looked at me with a hint of confusion etched on his face, while Danzo glared at me as if he wanted to slit my throat just for being near to his daughter. Roran cleared his throat before speaking. The Lycan Pack and the Nyx Pack have come to an arrangement to marry the eldest son, Kalen, and the eldest daughter, Sylvie, of both packs. I stared at him in shock, but Sylvie was the first to react. Her eyes glowed a deep shade of orange. It looked just like mine. They visibly recoiled at this, wondering why her eyes had taken on such a strange color. I want to marry anyone else except for Lee, Sylvie said adamantly as the temperature in the room began to drop. What? Her father looked at her in disbelief. Never had his daughter ever refused him before. Lee is Sylvie's mate. Sylvie wants to make babies with him. Hundreds of babies. Sylvie hugged my arm tightly as she shouted at her father. Danzo glared at her, and it was as if the entire room was enveloped in darkness. You will marry whoever I tell you to, fated mate or not. The two continued to glare at each other, and through the chaos, I felt Roran's eyes on me. Liam, you are part of my pack. As your alpha, I order you not to get involved with the Moon Princess anymore. His eyes glowed a bright shade of yellow as he spoke. He was obviously trying to compel me, but I wasn't under the rule of anyone. I stared at him without saying a word, but just as I was about to say something, Danzo spoke up. This marriage is final. If need be, I will kill this boy to see it happen. Roran said nothing at first. He only stared at me as if weighing his options. After a while, he finally spoke. I can't allow you to do that. It would sadden my sister very much. I'll handle him. I'll make sure he never goes near your daughter ever again. Danzo looked at Roran and only grunted. He didn't seem to care, so long as I was apart from Sylvie. Looking at the situation clearly, I only saw one way out. Earlier today, while Sylvie and I were wrestling, I had taken something from her. Something she didn't even notice. I had taken one of her claws, the same poisonous claws she had used to kill many. Roran approached me, and soon his 7-foot-tall figure towered over me. His eyes glowed yellow as he stared into my soul. His killing intent was like an invisible pressure trying to force me to bow before him. "You will obey," Roran said as his voice took on a demonic tone. In that instant, I lowered my head and began to bow. Seeing this, he lowered his guard just for a second, leaving himself completely at my mercy. I reacted in that very instant and used the claw I had taken from Sylvie. I swung at him. His reflexes were incredible as he quickly reacted, but I didn't need a deep wound. Just a small cut would do. He jerked his head back, but he was too late as the poisonous claw scratched his neck. His eyes sharpened, and I knew he smelled the poison. I felt a hint of satisfaction knowing I had him, but just then I felt a sharp pain come over me, and I glanced down to see Roran's claws rip through my gut. Instantly, the metallic taste of my own blood filled my mouth. At that moment, my vision blurred, and the only sound I could hear was the sound of my own blood spilling onto the ground. Chapter 68. The Battle of Two Wounded Animals. Liam. Sylvie screamed my name, but everything was a haze. I stared up at Roran's face, and a single thought crossed my mind. I must kill him. I gritted my teeth through the burning pain and swung my claws at him, aiming for an artery, but he lazily leaned back and dodged my blow. In the next second, his knee reached my stomach. Air escaped my lungs, and I was sent flying halfway across the room, crashing into the walls of the cave. Sharp rocks embedded in my flesh, but I paid them no mind as Roran was already slowly walking toward me as I fell to the ground. "You try to kill me. You're an alpha," he roared, sending a chilling echo throughout the vast cave. I felt his bloodlust wrapping around my entire body as if to strangle me. Through the chaos, I heard Sylvie screaming, but she was being held back by her father, who watched the scene unfold with a blank expression on his face. "Stay down, boy," Roran said as I tried desperately to get to my feet. I ignored him and staggered to my feet, blood pouring out of the wound in my stomach like a broken pipe. For some reason, my wounds weren't healing. "He's done. The boy will bleed out," Danzo said flatly. He might have survived if he had a healing trait, but even then, it would be a slim chance. "You can't come back from a wound like that. You've killed your own nephew." Tears flowed down Sylvie's face as she released a primal roar that echoed through the entire cave system. She wanted to help. She was fighting with everything she had to save me, but her father was just too powerful. She couldn't get past him. "He's done, Sylvie. There is nothing you can do." I looked down at myself and realized I was in worse shape than I thought. There was a gaping hole in my stomach. I had survived far worse than this, but the problem was that I wasn't healing. Still, Roran continued to get closer to me, but just as he was about to grab me, I released all 50 of my shadow hounds. They came forth with a ferocity I had never seen from them. It was as if seeing me in this state lit a fire underneath them. All 50 of them circled around Roran and then lunged at him. He tried to fight them off, but their number was just too much. My hounds ripped through his flesh, causing him to howl in pain. All 50 of them set on him, with Cerberus leading the charge. He leaped through the shadows and launched surprise attacks at him. One by one, they continued to pick him apart piece by piece, and soon Roran looked like a wounded animal fighting for his life. But still, his ferocious was unmatched. No matter how the hounds surrounded him, he fought them off. With just a single swing of his claws, he took out 10 of them at once and moved on to the others. The more I watched him fight, the more I realized he was adapting to their attacks. My hounds couldn't hold him off for long. I knew that it was up to me to land the killing blow. I steadied myself and pushed my pain and injury to the back of my mind. I even drowned out the sound of Sylvie screaming my name. All that mattered to me in that moment was killing the man in front of me. I kept myself low to the ground and used my hounds as camouflage so he couldn't see me coming. I made my way closer to him and then launched myself with every bit of power I could summon from my legs. In a blink of an eye, I was in front of him. He gritted his teeth as he saw me appear in front of him, but he was too late to react as I sank my fangs into his neck and ripped out a chunk of flesh. Devouring Bite activated. Roran howled in pain as my skill activated, scorching his flesh and creating a wound that would never heal for as long as he lived. My bite corrupted his flesh, and it slowly began to spread. In retaliation, he swung his massive claws at me, but one of my shadow hounds dove in the way and took the brunt of the attack. I then retreated by leaping several paces back. With my entrails leaking out and me hardly able to stand, I imagined I must have looked like a zombie. You. Roran looked at me with utter contempt in his gaze. What are you? What am I? That question again? I am the one who is going to rip your head from your shoulders and mourn with your family when I bring it to them. I answered. He looked at me as if I was crazy, as if I had completely lost my mind, but I hadn't. I was thinking perfectly clearly. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was doing what needed to be done. For Sylvie, and also for my own selfishness. It's a pity, he said, shaking his head sadly. It will break your mother's heart when I bring your corpse back. But she'll just have to understand. I was severely weakened, but so was Roran. The wound on his neck was taking its toll, and so was the poison. We were like two wounded animals scrapping for survival. Before you die, I'll show you the power of a true alpha. Roran roared before charging at me like a mad beast. Just then I noticed his body had gotten bigger. He was usually tall, but frail-looking, but now his muscle mass seemed to triple in size. That was the special trait of the Lycan pack that had been passed down for generations. Those who inherited it could double their size and grow muscles in the blink of an eye. He looked like a giant monster barreling toward me. He closed the distance between us in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, his claws were poised to rip my head off. I narrowly dodged the attack as it whizzed past my face and then dug my claws into his abdomen. My claws ripped across his flesh, eliciting a primal scream from him. Blood sprayed across the room. His giant hands, which were the size of a tree trunk right now, reached out to grab me, but I nimbly evaded the attack. I disappeared through the assault and reappeared closer to him. He didn't even have time to react as I ripped out both of his eyes with one savage swing of my hand. He was blinded instantly. With him now blinded, my hounds lunged at him. They all surrounded him, tearing at his flesh. He couldn't fight them off. Not anymore now that he was blinded. I watched proudly as my hounds continued to devour him alive, and as he roared like a monster on its final legs. Blood and chunks of flesh spilled onto the floor, and when Roran was finally weak enough, I prepared myself to end it. I crouched and summoned all the power I could muster. My eyes narrowed to the sweet spot on his neck, and in a small explosion that sent the ground beneath my feet flying, I launched at him. For that second, it was as if the world glitched, and when it recovered, I was holding Roran's head. Chapter 69. I'll come back for you. Roran's body fell lifeless to the ground as I held his severed head like a trophy. My body felt weak, as if I would collapse at that very moment, but I didn't dare, for I knew that monster would kill me in an instant. The monster I was referring to was Sylvie's father, who was staring at me with the eyes of a predator. You have lost it, boy. That is your uncle you just killed, he said. His eyes were sharp, but behind them, there was a hint of curiosity. To think the mighty Alpha Roran would fall to a child, his own nephew at that. If I didn't see it for myself, then I wouldn't believe it. I was the one that killed him, I said as I barely kept from losing my balance. Danzo raised an eyebrow. What are you saying, boy? I slowly lifted up my hand and pointed at him. It was you. You were the one that killed him, and the Lycan pack will hear of this. Here are my words. A wide grin grew on Danzo's face. He understood my intentions perfectly. You plan to frame me, to start a war with my pack and yours. You will never win, Danzo scowled. We will see. I said simply. You have more balls than your uncle, that is for sure. But he had more brains for sure. His grin widened. How do you expect to get out of here alive? You can barely stand. You don't expect me to let you waltz out of here, do you? And even if I let you go, you will die from your injury anyway. This time, I didn't look at Danzo. Instead, I looked at Sylvie, who was still crying beside him. I wish I could take her with me, but I couldn't. I'll come back for you, Sylvie. Wait for me, I said with the last bit of strength I could summon. Leave from a scowl on Danzo's face. I could tell that he knew I was up to something. My time was short. I needed to act now, but immediately as I thought that, I heard what sounded like a small explosion as Danzo launched off the ground. In a second, he was in front of me. I watched his claws move in a deadly arc toward my heart, and in that moment, I acted instantly. Just as his claws were about to reach my heart, I switched places with the shadow hound I had left in the forest, and immediately I was transported. The moment I felt the soft, earthy soil beneath my feet, my legs went weak, and I collapsed to the ground. Roran's severed head fell beside me. I started to close my eyes, but then I heard the sound of footsteps spreading out throughout the forest. They must be searching for me. Hearing the footsteps gradually approaching, I had no choice but to climb back to my feet and continue moving despite my condition. If they had a werewolf with them that had a trait giving them a high sense of smell, then they would easily find me. With a heavy grunt, as I felt the wound in my stomach start to burn, I began rushing through the forest, trying to get away from them. I had all my feet to move, and at every bump in the road, I lost my footing and fell, but still I persisted. Soon, I was back at the river where Sylvie and I had been before. I figured this would be the only way to throw them off my scent, but I was too late. They had already caught up to me. Don't let them escape. Wasting no time, I dove into the river and started swimming with the current. The powerful current carried me downstream, and I had no energy to fight it, so I just let my body float. Soon, though, I heard the sound of water crashing, and I remembered that my mother had told me there was a waterfall located near the Nix Pack territory. The world around me turned into a haze, and I could feel myself slowly drifting away. When I finally awoke hours later, I was in a small, damp space. It looked as if it was a cave. In front of me was a small body of water that looked as if it was leading from the river. It seems as if I had fell into an underground cave beneath the waterfall. If I had to guess, I had fallen through some crack near the waterfall and somehow ended up in this cave. Just then, in the small body of water in front of me, I spotted something floating. I soon realized that it was a severed human head. Roran's head. I quickly dove into the water to retrieve it, then swam back to where I had been before. After I collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, my eyes slowly began to close as I thought about everything that had happened. What was on my mind mostly was Sylvie. Killing Roran was necessary, or else Sylvie would be forced to marry Kaelin. And as things stood, I was no match for Danzo. The only way I would stand a chance was if I had the entire Lycan pack at my back. The only solution I could see was to orchestrate a conflict between the two packs, and for that, Roran had to die. I felt no guilt over it. Sylvie was more important. He was my uncle, but I felt nothing for him, even though my family and I had lived with him for weeks now. He was a necessary sacrifice, and so would be the others who would die just so I could claim Sylvie as my own. Their lives meant nothing. But before I could proceed with everything, I needed to heal. As it stood, my wound wasn't T. That's what happens when you get injured by an alpha. My healing factor simply wasn't T high enough to stand up against an injury caused by an alpha. It would take a few days for me to fully heal. HM. Just then, I heard something. It sounded as if someone was humming a melody, and strangely, it seemed to be coming from the body of water in front of me. It sounded like the beautiful, singing voice of a woman. The voice was so beautiful that it seemed to draw me in. Slowly, the surface of the water began to ripple, as if someone or something was swimming beneath it. And soon, I was able to see a strange shimmer of a bioluminescent material just below the surface. I watched the water surface intently, waiting, and soon, my entire reality came crashing down when I saw the creature that emerged. Chapter 70. The one I've been looking for, what emerged from the surface of the water, was a woman so beautiful that I was almost certain she must have been a goddess. The first thing I saw was her bioluminescent blue hair that was glowing the same color as the ocean. Her hair was decorated with tiny, spiraling seashells and other sea ornaments that I couldn't quite name. On her head were beautiful golden thorns that were shaped almost like a crown. Her eyes, like bluish pearls, seemed to draw you in. She gracefully glided across the surface of the water, and I was left in awe when I saw the beautiful blue tail flowing behind her, a tail that looked almost like a fish's. Her skin shimmered as if it was coated in oil. Her entire body was adorned with bioluminescent materials that glowed beautifully in the dark space. The entire cave lit up in a tapestry of blue colors. A mermaid? The moment I saw her, I instantly knew that she was the one I was searching for before. She was the goddess Whiffer saw, and that scale I found in the river, the one that cut my foot, must have come from her tail. She stared at me shyly and glided across the water until she stopped right at the edge of the water. We stared at each other for a while, as if both of us couldn't believe the other was real. Suddenly, her face took on a pink blush and she spoke in a cute, shy voice. Mr. Human, are you okay?" I stared at her with wide eyes, as I couldn't believe she had just spoken. But the important question was, what was a mermaid doing all the way out here? And secondly, why was she speaking to me? "Your injuries look bad. You'll die at this rate," she said, looking at me with pity. Mi fine. My injuries are healing. They don't seem to be healing fast enough. You're bound to die at this rate. I can heal you, but I'm just not strong enough, mister. I too am weakened from being here for too long, she said. I took another look at my injury and realized she was right. I was healing too slowly. At this rate, it was unlikely that I would survive. Maybe I could tough it out for a few days at most, but that's it. Mermaids are known to be good at healing, among other things. Maybe she could heal me, but as if thinking the same thing, her face lit up in a dazzling smile. "Wait, maybe I can heal you. As I said, I'm still weak. So I'll need your help to regain my strength," she said. "What do you need?" The moment I asked that question, her face turned red, and she began to sink into the water until it was halfway, covering her face. It's a bit embarrassing. She averted her eyes, as if me looking at her was too much to bear. I was too surprised by this. Mermaids are known to be shy. They normally ran off at the fight sight of humans and lived deep within the ocean. That's why I was so surprised that she had approached me. It was completely unheard of for a mermaid to interact with a human or any supernatural creature. Even in the supernatural world, there's something of a myth. "Mister, could you come a little closer so I can tell you? It's just that, it's a bit embarrassing to say out loud. There's only two of us here, so you don't have to worry about anyone else overhearing." "Yeah, but still. Please, Mr. Human." She stared up at me with big round eyes that were as cute as a puppy's. I could also see tears accumulating in the corners of her eyes. Is she really this sensitive? With a heavy sigh, I slowly got up and walked over to the edge. "So what is it?" I asked again. Can you come a little closer?" I did as she requested and got down on my knees, bringing my ear closer to her. Her face flushed red as she brought her cherry pink lips closer to my ear. I could feel it brushing up against me. Her breathing was unsteady, and her voice held a slight quiver as she spoke. "I need a heart," she spoke, and her beautiful voice traveled like a melody. "A heart?" I asked. She nodded her head while her face looked like a volcano about to erupt. "It could be any heart, whether human or monster, but I prefer monsters. Please believe me, I've never eaten a human heart." She looked a bit apologetic and a bit panicked as she waved her arms frantically. "It's fine," I said, assuring her. A smile came to her face as she sighed in relief. She must have thought that I would be upset or angry about her eating human hearts, since she seemed to think I was human too. I made no effort to correct her assumption. But the real question was, where was I going to get the hearts to feed her from? If you're wondering where you're going to get the hearts, then you should check the cave behind you. That is actually the reason why I came here in the first place," she said, directing me towards the ominous-looking path behind me. My senses weren't as sharp as they normally were, but she was right. Further back in the cave, there were monsters. "They are coming after you right now as we speak," she said. "They seem to be monsters that are attracted to blood. And since you are bleeding, blood moths. If it was only blood moths, I thought I could handle them. But if it was the evolved Mothmen, then I wasn't so sure. Mister, one more thing." She looked at me shyly as she spoke. "What is it? Can I ask you your name?" "It's Liam." "Liam," she repeated my name, and a warm smile formed on her face. "It's nice to meet you, Liam. My name is Celthia. Celthia? I repeated. It sounded a little strange to pronounce. Yes, it means silent sea. It might sound a little strange to humans, and some might find it hard to pronounce. So if you want, you can call me something else you prefer. It's fine. It's a beautiful name, I said, then patted her on the head. She smiled at me with a slightly reddened face and nodded. Why did I pat her on the head? I guess it became a habit after doing it to Sylvie so much. That reminds me, I have to get her back. And for that, I needed to heal and grow stronger. That means leveling up. Whatever monster was coming my way, I'd face it head on. Soon, I heard a loud hiss, and the monsters that was lurking in the cave finally made its appearance. Chapter 71. Days with Celthia. I activated my thermal vision, and it only confirmed what I first thought, blood moths. An entire swarm descended upon us. It was as if the scent of my blood drove them wild. There were 5 of them flying at high speed towards me. The first one to get to me opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp, pointed fangs. I didn't use much effort. Just a solid swing of my hand was enough to put him down, and it was the same with the others. I made sure not to use my claws in front of Celthia. I killed them as they approached without giving them the chance to fight back. Soon, their bodies lay before me. Wow, you're very strong, Mr. Celthia commented, looking at me in awe. I then used the chance to rip out their hearts and handed them to Celthia. I thought she would eat it right then and there, but instead she grabbed it from my grasp and dove under the water without a second's hesitation. A few seconds later, she emerged with a cute smile on her face, as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry. It's just embarrassing to have anyone see me while I eat. What doesn't tea embarrass you? She puffed out her cheeks and began to pout. Lots of things don't, she grumbled, then grabbed another heart from my hand and dove back underneath the water. When she returned, it was as if nothing had happened. She repeated the same thing until all the hearts had been eaten, but then she had a gloomy look on her face. I'm sorry, mister, this is still not enough. I'll need way more if I am to get my strength back to heal you. It's just that these creatures are far too weak. I couldn't help but sigh, but there was nothing else I could do. I sat quietly as the mermaid floated in the water in beside of me. Celthia, tell me something. I finally spoke after some time. What is a mermaid doing this far out here? Well, that is. Celthia looked at me shyly before lowering her head. That is a bit complicated. I kind of ran away from home, she answered. She looked as if she didn't want to talk about it. Let me ask you a question. Why did you look a bit relieved when you saw the blood moths? It's just that it looked a bit strange. I was relieved because I knew that there are worse monsters to encounter than a blood moth, especially with the state I'm in right now. Like what? She asked, tilting her head. She looked a bit confused. The monster I was really afraid of was a monster with a stronger depth perception than even me. A wraith. That is what I was worried about finding us. Whenever a supernatural creature is on the edge of death, especially a powerful supernatural creature, a wraith will almost always make an appearance to finish them off. They were like the vultures of the supernatural world. One wraith held immense power. I remember it was said that there was once a creature so powerful that when it died, 100 wraiths showed up to take him to the underworld. I was so powerful that I would need 100 wraiths. Just one would do the job easily. I just hope my slow dying didn't catch one's attention. Oh, so that is why you were so worried. I would be too, Mr. Liam. These wraith creatures do sound like trouble. I can see why you would be worried, Celthia smiled. But I think it will be some time before we get out of here. I thought so too, I answered. There was no way I could go out in this condition with the Nyx pack looking for me. My only choice is to wait until Celthia is strong enough to heal me. As long as I keep bleeding, I will continue to attract blood moths. And all I have to do is kill them and feed their hearts to Celthia. With nothing else to do for the time being, I decided to get some rest, but as I began to fall asleep, I heard a beautiful singing voice. HM. It was Celthia. She had the voice of a goddess. She was perched atop a rock while combing her hair with one of her shells. Listening to her now, she indeed had a beautiful singing voice, and just hearing it made my entire body relaxed. I no longer felt anxious about the future. I was completely at peace just from hearing her sing. It was well known that mermaids had a beautiful singing voice that would make sailors at sea go crazy. It would make them fall in love in an instant. But that was far from the truth. Not every supernatural creature lived up to their legend. Mermaids didn't possess a beautiful singing voice like those you would normally hear in the stories. But there was one creature that did. The days passed with me and Celthea together. To be honest, I didn't know how many days had passed. But during that time, Celthea and I got closer to each other. We spent the days talking, though I couldn't get any information from her about her origin. In truth, I was the one who talked the most. Celthea had a strong curiosity about the human world, and so I told her stories. She looked at me in awe at some of the things I described, like school, or even something as simple as a phone. She was amazed by the concepts. I guess I would be amazed too if I was hearing about these concepts for the first time too. Sadly, the sun drains a lot of my energy. That is why I'm forced to stay in the water most of the time, she said with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Just then, an idea formed in my mind. Celthea was sitting at the edge of the water next to me, looking at me with sparkling eyes as I recount tales of what had happened in the past since the apocalypse and even before that. I suddenly grab her by the arm and wrap my hand around her waist. What are you?" Before she could protest, I lifted her up out of the water, carrying her like a newborn. She wrapped her hand around my neck and held onto me tightly. This was also the first time I had touched her tail. It felt similar to that of a fish. Thankfully, it didn't smell like one. Instead, it smelled a bit salty. She looked shyly at first, but when she realized she was out of the water, a smile bloomed on her face. "Thank you, Mr. Human," she whispered into my ears as I held her in my arms. From then on, whenever I told her stories, I did so while holding her in my arms or with her sitting in my lap. More days passed, and soon Celthea was finally strong enough to heal me. I could feel the power practically oozing off her, and I knew right then and there just how powerful she was. When the time came, she looked at me with a wide grin on her doll-like face. "I've really enjoyed my time with you, Mr. Human." Just then, her teeth began to change into sharp canines, and her radiant skin grew as pale as snow. Her beautiful ocean blue hair turned black in an instant, and her once soft skin began to turn into jagged scales. "Sorry, but I must kill you now." Chapter 72. The moment of truth. Celthea's lips curled up into a cunning smile. The shy, innocent girl I was used to seeing these past few days was gone, replaced by a cunning vixen who was now threatening my life. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liam, but I must kill you now. The past few days have been fun, but all good things must come to an end." Immediately, as she spoke, a swirling ball of water began to form from her extended hand. It was aimed directly at me as the orb of water continued to increase in size with every passing second, but I didn't react. My lack of reaction caused her to raise an eyebrow. "You don't seem surprised." "That is because I'm not," I answered. "I knew what you were from the beginning." The corner of her mouth twitched as if she thought I was bluffing. "Oh really, what am I then?" I paused for a second before answering. "You're a siren." Her smile instantly faded. "How did you? Your acting was perfect. What gave you away was your poorly disguised bloodlust. You should work on controlling it in the future." She snapped. "How can I control my bloodlust if you have me here starving? I fed you at least 30 hearts a day. It wasn't enough." She shouted. "Those weak creatures can do nothing for me." Typical sirens, their appetite was insatiable. From the moment I found the scale in the river, I had a list of supernatural creatures it could be. Sirens were on the bottom of the list, but still I knew it was a possibility. When my mother and I came across that river with all the Mothman corpses with their hearts ripped out, that made me even more suspicious that it was the work of a siren. Sirens and mermaids were similar in appearance, but their personalities were vastly different. For one, mermaids were peaceful creatures who didn't even consume meat. Sirens, on the other hand, were the opposite. They were carnivores with a bottomless stomach. They grow stronger the more powerful prey they eat, and they also have a beautiful singing voice which they use to hypnotize their prey. As far as I knew, mermaids didn't possess such an ability. When she sang to me, it was her trying to hypnotize me, but it was negated. The only thing I don't know is what a siren would be doing so far inland. Your kind normally hates humans and being so close to land. Her smile returned slightly. It shouldn't be so hard to figure out since you already know so much about my species. I thought about it, and there was only one thing that could drive a creature like that to land. More prey? She smiled at me and looked a little impressed. A predator will always migrate to where the prey is, she said. I know you felt it too. Whatever these monsters that showed up, their hearts are addictive. The moment I tasted it, I couldn't fight the urge to consume more. I followed them until I somehow ended up here and eventually ended up too weak to go back home. I bet she wasn't the only one. There will be other supernatural creatures that are drawn to these monsters. Suddenly, Celthia's eyes sharpened, and I could feel the immense energy coursing from the attack she had prepared to end my life. Enough talking, she said, licking her cherry-pink lips as a pink blush appeared on her face. I wonder what your heart tastes like. I can't stop thinking about it from the moment I met you. Even your blood smells appetizing. She had a wild look in her eyes as she stared at me like a hungry beast. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel happy. I was happy that I had found someone like her. She was exactly what I needed. I want you to join my pack, I said in a flat voice, not particularly caring about the fact that she was trying to kill me right now. She looked at me as if I was crazy. Huh? If all you want is to consume the hearts of monsters, then I can give that to you. Her eyes widened a little. You can? She asked, looking a little flabbergasted. No, you can't. You're just lying to save yourself. You've seen it for yourself, Celthia. Remember all the stories I told you about the monsters I fought to get here. Remember how I described in great detail how good it felt to eat their hearts. Join my pack, and I can give you that experience. I don't believe you, she said, sounding a little emotional. Someone like you wouldn't understand. Do you even know what it's like to be hungry to the point where it drives you mad? Where all you can think about is food? Do you know the feeling of your own body turning against you and withering just for not consuming flesh? I slowly began to approach her. I was afraid that she might hurt me because I knew that a part of her wanted this. Stay back. I will kill you, she shouted. But I didn't listen and continued to approach her. When I got close enough to her, I rested my hand on her head. My eyes glowed a deep shade of orange as I stared into her eyes. I made sure she could feel my killing intent. She looked up at me as if she was in a trance and muttered something. You're not human, she muttered. During my entire time here, I didn't once mention the fact that I was a werewolf. Neither did I once use my claws to kill the blood moths. I understand exactly how you feel, Celthia, but as your alpha, I'll never let you feel that way ever again. I'll make sure you never feel hunger again, even if I have to feed you my own heart. She stared up at me in disbelief. You would really do that? For me? Join me, and I'll do anything for you. From the moment we met, she must have thought that I was dancing in the palm of her hand, but actually that was far from the truth. The truth was that she was dancing in mine. Everything I've done for the past few days was all to lead up to this moment. All the stories I told her, all the time she sat in my lap as she combed her hair. All of it was to soften that cold heart of hers. That's the reason why I was so confident she wouldn't kill me. I told her exactly what she wanted to hear. I knew that her appetite was her weakness, and I exploited it. I knew exactly what to say to make her heart leap. Suddenly, the water attack she was preparing to launch fell to the ground, and a spiral of blue energy began spiraling around the water she was in. In the next second, my eyes widened in shock as I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Chapter 73. Primordial Sea-kin Celthia stepped out of the water with the legs of a human. She was wearing a blue, silky dress, which she created from the water itself. She had the face and body of a goddess, but the smile on her face was reminiscent of the devil himself. Okay, Liam, I'll join your pack. He smiled at her, then pulled her in closer by her waist. She didn't react, only smiled and submitted herself willingly to me. I wasted no time and sank my fangs into her neck. Immediately, the veins on her neck began to glow a deep shade of orange. Her blue eyes also took on an orange hue before reverting back. You have acquired a new pack member status name, Celthia Lycan age, 19 core level, LV, 9 race, siren classification, supernatural creature bloodline, primordial seekin interesting. Celthea, what was your bloodline before? I asked as I observed her status. All sirens and mermaids were given the seekin bloodline. Now, because of me, she is a primordial seekin. She will probably evolve differently from other sirens and those with the seekin bloodline. I stared at Celthea and realized she was looking at me in utter devotion as her alpha. She then began hovering her hand over my wound, and a golden-colored liquid immediately manifested and began to cover my wound. A warm sensation enveloped me. Healing your wound will zap my energy, and if I lose too much energy, then my legs will return to its true form, and also my skin dries out. It's a very painful process that I don't want to go through, but the worst thing about it is that I'll turn into a hideous monster. As long as I'm healed enough to fight, that should be fine. My natural healing will take care of the rest from there, I told her. The wound Roran left me started to close up. She healed the surface area of the wound, so at least I wouldn't be bleeding anymore. Still, the damage done to my internals still wasn't healed yet. We should leave now, I suddenly said now that I was healed. She looked at me slightly confused. Is something wrong? Yes. I've attracted the attention of something unpleasant. Celthea furrowed her brow. Is it that creature you were talking about before? The Wraith? Yes, it's been getting closer and closer these past few days. The scent of death on me was impossible for a creature like that to resist. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Celthea's face. Is it powerful? She giggled, and her entire face turned red. Yes, wraiths are formidable creatures. I would rather not face off against one, but since it's already set its sight on me, it would be impossible to shake. I'll have no choice but to face it. Celthea's grin widened, and she licked her lips. Seeing this, I placed my hand on her head and patted her softly. Tell you what, if you do a good job in the battle to come, I'll let you have its heart, I said. Really? I nodded and continued to stroke her ocean blue hair, which had reverted back. The girl before me was a monster like no other. I could feel it. I had a feeling I would enjoy seeing the carnage she would create. I then took her hand in mine. Let us go. Celthea smiled at me, then turned to the body of water behind us. Together, the two of us stepped into the water, and Celthea's legs began to transform into a beautiful blue tail. I continued to hold her hand as she dived beneath the water. It was the only way to get out of this cave. We swam through a small pocket in the earth, and when we finally emerged, we were back in the river where we started. We quickly exited the river, and Celthea's tail transformed back into human legs. So, where are we going next? She asked. I thought about it for a second. Preferably, we would take the shortest path back to the Lycan Pack, but I didn't want to encounter that yokai again. I'm not in any shape to take on that creature along with the wraith that is now pursuing us. With that, I decided to take the longer path around the yokai's territory instead. Still, my first priority is escaping the Nyx Pack territory. I could already sense several werewolves patrolling the forest. I took Celthea's hand in mine, ready to make our way through the forest, but just as we began to move, she fell flat on her face. Are you okay? It's just that I'm not used to walking yet. That complicates things. I'm sorry, I don't mean to slow you down, she apologized. It's fine. You're a part of my pack now, remember. We'll take it slow. I'll teach you how to walk if need be. Just hold on to me. She smiled and grabbed a hold of my hand as I helped her to her feet. Thank you. Celthea hugged my arm tightly as she slowly practiced how to walk. I didn't like the fact that we were progressing slowly, but I was happy to help her. But soon we ran into the first sign of trouble as a group of werewolves were approaching our direction. I acted instantly and quickly erased my presence. I then took hiding on top of a tree, leaving Celthea down below. We planned to ambush them. HM. Celthea then began singing a beautiful melody, and, as if in a trance, all the werewolves in the area began approaching her. When they saw her beauty, they completely dropped their guard, and lewd expressions crossed their faces. I could even see a few of them staring in awe. Whether werewolf or any other creature, men are all the same. Even I was temporarily entranced by her, but but I quickly regained my senses and prepared to attack. I leaped from a tree towards the werewolf that was closest to Celthia. My claws ripped through its back and grabbed a hold of its heart. Seeing this, Celthia's face lit up in a wild smile. "Cover your ears, hun," she squealed. Seeing the evil grin on her face, I didn't hesitate for a second and covered my ears tightly. In the next second, it was like a sonic blast erupted from her mouth. All the werewolves fell in an instant with blood leaking out their ears. I looked at Celthia, and her face was lit up in an erotic grin. Chapter 74. Feed me. I looked around at the corpses surrounding us and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. All of them looked as if they had suffered brain damage from Celthia's attack. Sirens are really something, and with my primordial bloodline, she would only grow stronger than the others of her kind. Celthia continued to stare at the corpses with a reddened face before turning to me with needy eyes. "Pumpkin, can you help me again like you did before?" "Pumpkin? You mean to rip out their hearts?" I asked. "Will you? You're much better at it than me." She placed her slender hands on my chest and stared up at me with round eyes. She stood so close that I could feel her nipples pressing against my chest and her warm breath against my face. I had a feeling she was doing it on purpose. "You're quite the temptress, aren't you?" "Huh? Whatever do you mean?" she asked, looking at me innocently as if she had no clue what I was talking about. I gave in to her request and ripped out the hearts of the deceased werewolves. I then tried to hand them to her, but she made no effort to take them. "Can you feed it to me?" Before she didn't even want to watch her eat, but now she wants me to feed her. Why are you looking at me like that? If you're going to be my alpha, then I'll need you to satisfy my other needs too. Your other needs? I caught the hidden meaning behind her words. Personally, I thought it went without saying. Bear in mind, I'm not a whore. Sirens mate for life. And considering how long my lifespan is, that means you'll be stuck with me for a while. Also, we don't like competition, you hear me? Her eyes suddenly turned sharp, and I could feel a strong bloodlust oozing out of her. If there are other women, then I'll make sure those other bitches know I'm the best one. I'll work hard to make sure I'm forever first in your heart. Saying that, she then shoved me to the ground against a tree. Her wide hips spread against me as she climbed into my lap. "Feed me," she commanded. At this moment, it felt as if I was being straddled by a goddess or a demon. I couldn't quite make out which one. I took one of the hearts and brought it close to her lips. She smiled, satisfied, and took her first bite. She chewed and, without any hesitation, swallowed. "I'll gladly eat everything you give me," she moaned with blood dripping down her chin. After she was done eating the first heart, she took up another from the stack sitting beside us. "Now it's my turn to feed you." She brought the heart up to my mouth, and I closed my eyes to take a bite out of it, but instead I felt something soft and tender brush up against my lips. I didn't need to open my eyes to know what it was. "Will you also teach me how to kiss? Will you teach me everything?" I wonder. I teased. I slowly opened my eyes to see a pouty expression on her beautiful face. At that moment, I couldn't fight the urge anymore and finally kissed her. Nearly an hour later, the two of us got up from our spot on the ground. Feeling a bit satisfied, the two of us continued our journey. Celthia clung to me as she slowly got accustomed to walking. Slowly, we made our way through the territory, killing any werewolves we came across and eating their hearts. Soon, we made it out of the Nyx Pack territory, but we still had a long way to go. What's more, the land we were planning to traverse was home to several different tribes of skinwalkers. Surely they wouldn't take kindly to us passing through their lands. But there was nothing more we could do than venture on. I had something planned in case things came to the worst. But that was only if things came to the worst. By the way, Celthia suddenly said, "You Haven T told me the reason you're carrying that severed head around." This thing. I still had Roran's severed head in hand, wrapped in a cloth. I need to bring it back to my pack as proof of the Alpha's death. I'm sure they're all aware by now. Since the moment he died, the pack was dismantled. The others must be been deciding on an alpha right now, or they were in disbelief. When a werewolf alpha dies, its members will only move on if they see their alpha's corpse. Kalen is most likely to be chosen as the alpha after his father, but he was ill-prepared for what is to come. Though it didn't matter, my days of following others are over. The area of the forest where the skinwalkers lived was similar to a marshland. The ground below our feet was caked in mud, and the trees had long green vines. As we walked, I spotted several heat signatures surrounding us. By their scent, I could tell they were skinwalkers. They kept their distance, but I could tell that they were watching us. Celthia was blissfully unaware of what was happening as she clung tightly to my arm. I had a feeling she had no experience of being hunted. It made sense. I shuddered to think of the creature that would hunt a siren. She smiled happily as we walked. "This feels nice," she suddenly said. "I've never been with anyone like this before. All I thought about was food. The moment I found prey, my mind would instantly go to the other prey I must hunt. Never had anyone offered to be the one to feed me before. It's like a burden has been lifted from me. I've never felt so free." I smiled and slowly combed my hand through her silky blue hair. "I'm happy you feel this way." A cute smile appeared on her face as she hugged me even tighter. Just then, the skinwalkers who were watching us decided to make their move. They appeared around us as if they had just stepped out of the shadows. Celthia reacted instantly, ready to fight, but I immediately stopped her. "Don't move, Celthia," I said. "Honey?" She looked at me with confusion evident on her face. Looking at the skinwalkers surrounding us with the obvious intention of killing us, I slowly raised both my hands into the air. We surrender. Chapter 75. The skinwalker chief Celthia looked a little confused about what I was trying to do, but in the end, she complied and held up her hand. It went to show the level of trust she had in me over such a short time. I felt a little satisfied seeing this. "Who are you?" the man leading the group of skinwalkers asked. Like most skinwalkers, he was a man with brown skin and a muscular build. "We're werewolves. We were just passing through. You see, a yokai has taken over the land leading to my pack. We were forced to find another route to get there." The skinwalker looked at us with disgust, then spat. "Wolves, I should be known. This is skinwalkers' territory. You're not welcome here. We're just trying to go home. If you let us go, we'll pass through immediately," I said. The skinwalker stared at me blankly before saying, "Tie them up. We're taking them to the chief." Celthia stared at me intently. I could tell she wanted to react, but was holding herself back. I said nothing and allowed myself to get captured. Seeing this, Celthia also allowed herself to be captured without a fuss. "The girl is quite pretty. Do you think the chief will let us have her?" one of the skinwalkers asked. He was short and had a small scar over his left eye. The leader of the group frowned at him. "No matter how beautiful she is still a wolf." There were 7 of them in total, and they all seemed infatuated by Celthia's beauty. They hardly made an effort to cover up their lustful gazes, while Celthia stared at them as if they were nothing but garbage. "Hey, do you think she could be the moon princess we've heard so much about?" "I wouldn't be surprised. God, she is even more beautiful than the rumors say." The men continued to whisper among themselves. They were practically drooling. Soon, we arrived at the skinwalkers' territory. It was a sizable village made up of small huts. The villagers looked at us with curious gazes as we were paraded through the streets. "Do you know what they are planning to do to us?" Celthia asked. "Kill us, what else? They're probably going to try to make a spectacle of our deaths." Celthia just looked at me and nodded. "Aren't you going to ask if I have a plan?" I asked. It struck me as odd that she was just going along with what I was doing without putting up much of a fuss. "You're my alpha. I'll trust you with my life for now. But I want to give myself over to you fully until you've proven yourself capable. I'll only follow you. And if you prove yourself to be a worthless fool, then I'll leave. But if you prove to me that you are capable of taking care of my needs, then I'll stick with you no matter what." That sounds reasonable. I made a promise to her that I would feed her. If I couldn't do that, then it made sense that she would leave. "And I'll take your heart with me for all trouble," she whispered while smiling daintily. The children in the village laughed and danced as we were marched over to a holding pit, which was then covered by metal bars once we entered. "It stinks in here," Celthia said. It really did stink. It stunk of death and decay. I wondered how many werewolves had died here. Celthia held onto my hand and leaned onto my shoulder as we waited in the holding pit. Nearly an hour later, we finally heard footsteps approaching, and soon there was someone standing over us. Here they are, Chief. This is their chief. The first thing that caught me off guard about the man standing above us was his appearance. His head was malformed, as it looked almost like a snake's head. He had a long, slitted tongue that flickered in and out of his mouth, licking the air. His eyes were like a reptile's, slitted and yellow. The man was scrawny in appearance, and he had a hunched back. He almost looked a bit sickly. A devilish smile appeared on his face as he stared at us. Cuckoo. More wolves to the slaughter. His slitted eyes turned predatorial. We'll have a huge celebration celebrating your death. It will be a huge spectacle. You're the tribal chief, I asked. Your appearance looks different from other skinwalkers. Curious about my appearance, Even though you're about to die. He grinned with two pointed fangs protruding from his mouth. Well, if you must know, then I suppose I'll tell you. My father turned into a snake and mated with a lamia. That's why I look like this. A lamia was a supernatural creature with the top half being a human woman and the bottom half, from the waist down, being a snake. They were like vampires in a way, as they had a strong craving for blood. Except they had one of the most potent venoms in the supernatural world. The bitch was a slave. I would usually be curled up in a corner, covering my ears as I was forced to watch. Interestingly, my mother and I shared a cell just like this. My father kept us locked up as he didn't want the village to know his naughty little secret. She was a kind woman, my mother. She always treated me kindly despite our situation. But I still killed her the moment I got the chance. I killed her along with my useless father. His grin widened. You want to know what I think? TMI. I think that woman enjoyed it. And I think a twisted part of her liked the idea of me watching. That's why I look like this. Enough. I couldn't take any more of his twisted story. I'd much rather he speed up the process of killing us. Even the skinwalkers who were standing guard had a frown on their faces. I actually wanted to speak with you, I quickly said before he continued his story. I'm sure you've had the same problem as us with the Nyx pack. The Nyx pack? He snickered, then spat inside the pit. When his spit hit the ground, it began melting through the concrete. You mean to tell me that you belong to that pack? No, that's not the case. What I'm here to offer you is an alliance. Chapter 76, Waiting for Death. The chief's smile faded instantly as he heard the word alliance. His eyes had a sharp glint to them, exactly like a predator's. What kind of alliance? Surely you don't expect skinwalkers and werewolves to work together. That is exactly what I'm suggesting. With the two of us working together, we can finally rid ourselves of the Nyx pack once and for all. The chief said nothing, only stared at us. He then rubbed his fingers against his beardless chin as if thinking of something. That woman beside you is extraordinarily beautiful, he finally said. Some of my men were asking about her. I can see why. Sadly, she has dog blood inside her, so she must die alongside you. It seemed as if he didn't even give it a thought. I expected it to be honest, but still, it was disappointing. Without wasting another second, the chief then turned to the guards. Open them up. Let us rid ourselves of them as soon as possible. The metal bars to the pit swung open, and we were let out by the guards. As we marched out of the pit, I felt Celthia's eyes on me. She was clearly wanting to know what we would do, but I ignored her for now. Chieftain Floki, how are we going to execute them? One of the guards asked the chief. Floki scratched his chin as he tried to figure out the best execution method. After a while, a cruel smile appeared on his face, which told me he had thought of something. Bring them to the snake pit. Lucille and Jorhaven eaten anything a while. The villagers watched as if they were about to witness a circus act as we were cruelly marched over to the snake pit. Celthia's eyes still remained sharp. She looked as if she was questioning every choice she made. Meanwhile, I still wasn't ready to deal with the situation at hand, which meant I would have to stall somehow. Would you reconsider the offer? You will never beat the Moon Princess on your own, I said. I want to reconsider. Though, I'm a little curious about something. Who are you to offer such a deal? I'm guessing you're from the Lycan pack, since most of the werewolf packs have been wiped out around here. Don't you have to speak with your alpha? What is his name? Roran. Yes, that's it. I imagine he would sever your head for coming up with such a bold idea. Roran is dead. He was killed by the alpha of the Nyx pack, Danzo. Immediately, as he heard my words, Floki's face went unreadable, and he froze for a second. Now I know you're lying. The mighty Roran wouldn't be killed so easily. That Danzo is just an ambitious fool who lets his daughter do all his fighting for him. You expect me to believe such a coward has managed to defeat the man who has kept this very territory in check for years. My very own father is said to be one of the most powerful skinwalkers to exist for centuries. And even he could stand up to Roran. Well, Danzo did, I said. He took Roran's head in a one-on-one battle. I was there. Suddenly, Floki's hand reached out and grabbed me by the throat. His hand moved as if it had the body of a snake, as if he didn't have any bones and his entire body was made of jelly. His bloodlust was dripping with malice as his skin began to take on a reptilian form. I don't appreciate being lied to. If such a thing were to happen, I would be the first to hear of it. I have proof. Floki looked at me suspiciously, and his hand tightened around my neck. What proof? Your men took something from me when they captured us. That is the proof. Floki immediately turned to the leader of the men who captured us. The man's face immediately turned pale as Floki's sharp eyes turned to him. It was a piece of cloth. It looked like it had something wrapped inside it. But we didn't check, the man hastily said. Well, go get it then, Floki said coldly. The man didn't waste a second before rushing off. While he was gone, Floki returned his attention back to me. If you're lying, then you're going to experience a far more painful death than what I had planned before, he said as his smile grew abnormally wide and his tongue flickered in and out of his mouth, tasting the air. The villagers watched what was happening with fear in their eyes. I glanced at them for just a second and realized that a lot of them seemed unusually malnourished. They were starved, battered, and beaten. I got the feeling Floki wasn't taking much care of them. Something caught your eye? Floki asked, noticing my gaze. Your people seem to be starving. They do. For some reason, Floki looked a little confused. He then turned to the group of guards and villagers and shouted, Katori. Immediately, a frail young girl came forth. She looked a little younger than me. If I had to guess, I would say 14 years old. She had beautiful brown skin and short black hair, but the feature that caught my attention most about her were her eyes. They were milky white. She's blind, Silthia whispered beside me. The girl moved shyly as everyone's gazes turned to her. She stopped directly in front of Floki. She was trembling ever so slightly. Do you need my help with something, big brother? She said meekly. Big brother? Were they related? Something told me there was something special about this girl. Explain to me. Katori, why do my people look as if they are starving? Didn't I give you food rations to hand out? Don't tell me you have taken it all to yourself. Immediately, as the girl heard the accusation, tears filled her eyes. No, master. I haven't I couldn't possibly, she cried. I wasn't a detective. But given how small this girl was, I would say it was unlikely that she had eaten the food rations for the entire village. Then why? Floki questioned again, causing the girl named Katori to let out a small squeal. She looked like a timid mouse facing off against a hungry snake. Her heart was beating through her chest. It looked as if she wanted to speak, but was hesitating for some reason. The villagers are refusing to eat, my lord, because they are scared. Floki didn't look pleased by her explanation, causing the girl to explain further. The reason they are scared is because my lord has taken up a rather strange habit recently. The girl's voice quivered as she spoke. She looked as if she might faint at any moment. Oh, and what strange habit have I taken up? See, cannibalism, she sputtered. They're afraid that if they eat, they might get fat and draw your attention. Hearing this explanation, Floki's face began to change into an angry scowl. You're saying it's my fault, he spat. He raised his hand, as if to strike the girl down, but just then he was interrupted. Here is the item we took off the prisoner. The skinwalker that went to fetch the item they had taken off of me had returned. Floki forgot about Katori right then and there and took the item from the skinwalker's hand. He stared at the cloth hesitantly before finally unwrapping it. The moment he saw what lay beneath, his pupils dilated. It can't be. It's really him. Suddenly, his grip tightened, and his look of confusion morphed into a massive grin. This is really him. The mighty Roran has fallen, he shouted. This is really why I asked for an alliance. This is the perfect time for us to join together. No, it's quite the opposite. Roran has fallen, but his pack hasn't. This is the perfect time to wipe out the Nyx pack once and for all. He covered his face and began laughing hysterically. The two of you will be the first people we kill. Execute them. Seeing Roran's severed head only seemed to lift Floki's mood as Celthia and I were marched over to our death. Celthia kept her eyes on me, hoping I would do something or at the very least order her to act, but instead I did nothing. I bided my time, waiting for death. And death came with a power that rocked everyone present to the core. Chapter 77. A battle of monsters, a spiral of dark energy appeared on the ground, just as Celthia and I were about to meet our end by the snake pit. It was right on time. It was as if a portal to a bottomless abyss had opened. And the first thing to reach out was pale, slender hands. It smelled as if 1,000 corpses had been dropped in front of us. A ghostly figure then crawled its way out of the abyss. It was dressed in a tattered black gown. Its skin was ashen, and it had long, curly black hair that cascaded down to the ground. Its teeth were as yellow as gold, and its long, twisted fingernails were a deep shade of purple. What is that abomination? Floki questioned, with his jaw hanging open. But the creature, the wraith, didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, its eyes were locked on the person he came for me. Once a wraith sets its sight on someone, it goes after that person until one of them is killed. They were like vultures constantly watching to see which supernatural creature is on the verge of death. It is said that they have an ability to see a person's life force, and once it falls below a certain threshold, they make their move. If I had to guess, the ability they have was similar to the ethereal sight skill that I have. Other than the person the wraith sets its sight on, they didn't particularly care for anyone else. Once they killed that person, they would leave, usually not harming anyone, unless they were attacked. For example, if one were to show up in the territory of a race of supernatural creatures that is known to be very territorial, like a tribe of skinwalkers, for example, then the wraith would have no choice but to defend itself. Its bloodlust washed over the entire village like a flood, drawing everyone to it. Celthia clenched her fist, ready to fight back, but I placed my hand on her head. Not yet, okay? A few things need to happen before you're allowed to kill that wraith. Celthia blushed and nodded her head. Oh, okay, I trust you. What should we do, Chief? One of the skinwalkers asked. They all surrounded the wraith, who still had its eyes on me, not paying them any mind. What do you expect? Whatever it is, kill it. Floki shouted. The first to attack was a skinwalker who transformed his arm to look like that of a tiger. He swung at the ghostly figure, but his claws passed through the wraith without inflicting any damage. The wraith looked down at the skinwalker who had just attacked it, and its mouth began to open in a crooked shape before its slender hands reached out and grabbed the skinwalker by his throat. The skinwalker struggled desperately, tried to escape the wraith's grasp, but he was too weak. And soon his life force was drained, turning him into nothing but a husk. That was another ability the wraith had. It could drain your life force with just a single touch. Plus, you can't lay a hand on it if you don't have the killing intent to match it. The other skinwalkers watched as the wraith killed their friend. They watched his body fall lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this caused a primal rage to boil within them as they all charged at the wraith. Every able-bodied skinwalker in the village went after the wraith, while the women and children ran off in panic. Floki watched with clenched fists as his people were slaughtered. What is this madness? He roared. Kill that thing. His skin began to take on a reptilian texture, and he also got much bigger than before. Did you plan this? Celthia suddenly asked. You purposefully drove the wraith here. That is why you allowed us to get captured. You're going to use the wraith to wipe out the skinwalker tribe. Not exactly. I had no plans of causing a genocide here, even though I purposefully lured a wraith here. My goal was to create despair. True despair, like what I did to Isabella. Only then could I conquer them. Scraw. Just then, Floki's entire figure began to change shape as he transformed. His body reconstructed itself and got larger and larger as he turned into a giant snake, the size of a football field. His scales were the color of beautiful jade crystal. His head was twice as large as the buildings in the village. His transformation reminded me of the world serpent from Norse mythology. Without any hesitation, he turned his cold gaze towards the wraith and struck within an instant. His attacks tore through buildings and created long scars on the earth itself. The two monsters clashed with one another. Their primal roar was enough to shake the entire village. Floki used his savage fangs to try and rip the wraith apart, but the ghostly specter flew through them with unimaginable speed and skill. Personally, I thought it was foolish that he transformed into his giant snake form. All the wraith had to do was touch him to lower his life force. Floki merely created a bigger surface area for the wraith to touch, though he slightly made up for this with his incredible speed and reflexes. Still, fighting at close range with a being that can drain your life force with just a single touch seemed like a bad idea. That is why Selthia was the perfect person to face off against it. Floki fought at full strength against the beast, but after a while, it became painfully obvious that he wasn't a match. His life force had dropped to HP 23,000, and he soon collapsed to the ground, creating a crash that sounded as if a skyscraper had tumbled down. His transformation was undone, and he was back to his usual form. He was nothing but a pile of mess lying on the ground. Their fight had destroyed most of the village. Most of the houses lay in ruin, and there were countless corpses scattered throughout. And moreover, I could see smoke rising from the rubble. The whole village would go up in flames in a matter of time, if someone didn't stop it. Keep the wraith distracted for a bit, I told Selthia, to which she nodded and smiled. Okay, hun, she squealed as she licked her lips and ran off. With the wraith distracted by Selthia, I made my way over to Floki, who was lying a mess on the ground. He was barely breathing and would most likely succumb to his wounds in a matter of minutes as his life force was slowly decreasing. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as I stood over him. Let us continue discussing our deal, I said. Cough God, you're persistent. You really want an alliance so badly, he sneered. His gaze was as sharp as ever, even though he was slowly dying. No, I'm talking about a new deal. The first one is off the table. TSK, what deal is that? I want you and everyone in this village to join my pack. Chapter 78, Birth of the Primordial Gorgon in exchange for you joining my pack. I'll kill the wraith and save as many people as possible. Floki stared at me with widened eyes, and I could see his hands clenching into fists. But he was too weak to throw a punch. He was just barely flickering on the verge of life or death. The only thing that could save him was the healing ability he would get from joining my pack. You're nothing but a pup. He roared, with spit flying out of his mouth. It seemed he still had energy to spare. If I was to make him and everyone else a part of my pack, then he would have to submit to me. There was no other way. I thought seeing his people dying around him would do the job, but he was too stubborn. For that, he needed to experience true fear, just like what I did to Isabella. But what does he fear? What would it take for a man like Floki to bow his head? Just then my eyes were drawn to Selthia fighting the wraith. She was fighting a life or death battle just because I told her to, but I didn't have to use fear to get her to submit. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not only fear that lets a person bow to you. For Isabella, it was fear, but for Sylvie, it was love. And for Selthia, she bowed because I promised to fulfill her greatest need. This man in front of me, what does he want that I can give? When I looked at him, I saw a creature that has never been loved. He was a monster in both appearance and personality. I imagine no one has ever truly accepted him for who he is. I stooped down so Floki and I were face to face. He glared at me. His eyes looked tentatively at my neck as he thought about the best way to kill me. Do you know why I want you to be a part of my pack? Floki? It's because I need you. You what? Just for a second, there was a sign of weakness behind his gaze. Right then and there, I knew I had hit the nail right on the head. I said I need you. I could easily kill you and take your tribe members as my own, but it's really you I want. Forget about Roran and Danzo. You're the one that is important. Floki. I am. What are you talking about? It's the truth. You are the most important piece. I bet no one has ever said that to you before. It's because they are all fools who couldn't see your potential. But I see it clearly. My father said I had no potential. He called me a worthless monster, not fit to even be seen. Floki said bitterly. That's because he was scared, I said. Scared? Scared of the vast amount of potential you have. He knew you would surpass him, and it made him terrified. But I am different. When I look at your potential, I feel happy. That's why I want you to join me, Floki, as my brother. With me by your side, I'll make sure no one ever calls you a monster again. I'll make sure your people love you. I'll make sure everyone loves you. That was what I had to offer him. I didn't see it at first. But a monster despised by the world only wishes for one thing. And that thing is acceptance. Floki was neither loved by his parents nor the people he ruled over. He killed his father because he wouldn't accept him, and then his mother turned against him because of that. These people here may serve him, but I bet none of them even liked him. He never knew what it felt like to be accepted, and now in his hour of need, I am giving it to him. I was accepting him for who he was. I was offering him brotherhood, whereas everyone else looked at him as if he was a monster. In my eyes, Floki was a valuable chess piece, one that I couldn't let die. Join me, Floki, I said as I extended him a hand. Floki's eyes did not hold the same hate for me as they did just a few minutes ago. Instead, he looked to me as a savior, and that alone brought tears to his eyes. He then took hold of my hand and held it firmly. I have never had a brother before, he said with a grin on his face. I accept, my lord. I smiled back at him and then helped him back to his feet. The moment he got to his feet, I bared my fangs and bit him in the neck. The veins in his neck glowed orange as my werewolf venom flowed to his heart. Status name: Floki Lycan age, 24 core level, LV13 race, Skinwalker classification, supernatural creature bloodline, primordial Gorgon. Interesting. Floki's race was that of a Skinwalker, but his bloodline was that of a Gorgon. I assumed that Gorgon was the bloodline given to all Lamia. This explains his unusual physical characteristics and abilities. It was an interesting combination to say the least, the race of a Skinwalker and the bloodline of a Lamina. And now that he was a part of my pack, he would be a primordial. It was the same for me too. I had the race of a werewolf, but the bloodline is something else. The question was what? Floki's deformity was caused by the gene of his parents. Could it be the same for me? And if that was the case, then why is it that my siblings weren't affected? Why don't they bear a primordial bloodline? Sigh. I could ponder these questions all day, but I still wouldn't get an answer. The only way I could figure this out was by leveling up, and maybe then I could unlock something that gives me a clue. With my added primordial bloodline, Floki will be even more of an abomination. I look forward to how he would evolve in the future. Rest up, Floki. We can talk more later. For now, I needed to help Celthia stop the rampaging wraith. Currently, she was handling herself perfectly. She had a mixture of long-range water attacks, which were gradually weakening the creature. Not to mention her voice. Every time she screamed, a sonic blast would erupt from her mouth. She was powerful, all right, even though she was weakened from being out of the water. Even though she had just learned to walk a couple of hours ago. Her fighting instincts were something to behold. Plus, I got the feeling she was enjoying herself, though I had a feeling that she couldn't keep this up much longer. Her skin was beginning to pale as small scales began to appear in its place. Her hair was no longer ocean blue. Instead, it was gradually getting darker in color. I readied my claws and took on a partial transformation as I stared at the wraith flying through the air as it dodged Celthia's sound and water attacks with relative ease. With just a simple kick of my feet, I launched myself through the air towards the wraith. Chapter 79. Battle with the wraith. I zipped through the air, aiming to kill the wraith with just a single swing of my claws. I made sure that Celthia noticed me, and as if reading my thoughts, she timed and positioned her attacks to lead the monster right into my path. By the time the wraith noticed what was happening, it was too late. I felt my claws tear through something solid, and for a second, I thought that was it until I realized what had happened. The wraith had sacrificed its own hand to save its life. It blocked the attack at the last second, and instead of ripping out its heart, I took its right arm instead. But the worst part was that it had siphoned some of my life force the moment I touched it. The wraith didn't waste the opportunity as I was left helpless in the air. Its slender arm reached out to grab my face, but just as it was about to make contact, one of my hounds reared its head, like a ghost spawning in the night, and latched onto the creature's hand. This granted me the few precious seconds I so desperately needed to land on the ground without harm. "Are you okay, Cynthia?" I asked her. She looked as if she wanted to collapse. "Iem fine. How are you?" "You're still injured. My wound has opened up slightly, but I will be fine. For now, let us just focus on killing the wraith." Cynthia smiled and returned her attention back to the creature hovering in the sky. My shadow hound that had latched onto it had disappeared in a puff of black smoke. "It feels good fighting beside you," she mumbled. Just then, several orbs of water began to form around her, as if she was siphoning the moisture from the air itself. They all grew to the size of a basketball before they all exploded, coursing directly towards the wraith like guided missiles. The wraith moved with incredible speed, as it danced through the incoming attacks with ease. Though she couldn't land a hit, Cynthia's attacks were strategic, aimed to draw the creature down from the sky. The two of us had such a connection where we didn't even have to speak to each other, but we instinctively knew what the other wanted and was thinking. It was similar to telepathy in a way, and what more, I could feel this ability getting stronger. It was the same with Isabella, and even though I hadn't officially made Sylvia part of my pack yet, we had the same connection too. Cynthia drove the creature from the sky, forcing it to the ground. At that moment, all 50 of my shadow hounds, led by Cerberus, leaped from my shadow towards the wraith. They moved with unmatched agility and speed as they pounced on the wraith. The wraith let out a desperate screech as my hounds sank their fangs into its flesh. It always satisfied me to watch them hunt. The wraith tried desperately to fight them off, but with only one hand, my hounds overwhelmed it, chewing off large pieces of its flesh. What made my hounds so effective was that they didn't have any life force to siphon, and the wraith didn't have much combat ability. Its only skill was its speed and the ability to kill by just touching. It made sense that a creature like that didn't fight properly. With my hounds overwhelming it, the wraith tried desperately to take back to the sky, but just as it was about to fly off, it was struck down by a sonic blast that erupted from Cynthia's mouth. The monster was sent ragdolling onto the ground for several meters, but before it could come to a stop, I appeared behind it. In truth, I was a bit hesitant to kill the wraith. There was something that I desperately wanted to try. I wanted to recruit it to be a part of my pack, but I couldn't at this moment. I had promised Cynthia its heart, and I didn't want to go back on my word. I would have to try some other time, maybe on another creature. Having come to a decision, I grabbed the wraith by its long black hair as it was sent flying. Its eyes widened for a second as it tried to grab me, but before it could, I plunged my claws into its chest. The life drained from its eyes instantly as I let it fall lifelessly to the ground. "Congratulations, you have slain a level 13 wraith. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 21. 20 increase in vitality, 15 increase in healing factor, 10 increase in claw sharpness." The heart that I pulled out was black in color. It almost looked rotten. "Darling, we did it." Just as I examined the heart, Cynthia jumped onto my back and wrapped her arms around me tightly. She was beaming with joy. She even looked as if she had temporarily forgotten about the heart. "For your hard work, I'll give you this," I said, extending the heart to her. Immediately, as I said this, her cherry-colored lips curled up into a seductive smile. "Feed it to me." Together we found a shaded spot underneath an oak tree. She sat on my lap as I fed her the heart. Immediately, as she took the first bite, the small scales on her skin disappeared, returning her beautiful color. Also, her hair returned to its ocean blue color. "My lord," just then Floki approached us and bowed down on his knees. "Thank you for saving my people. We will be happy to serve you." Gather everyone that is still alive, including the women and the children. Every living being, bring them to me. My lord, I'll need to turn them just like I did you, I explained, noticing Floki's slightly confused expression. He immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, my lord. I'll use my shadow hounds to rescue anyone trapped in the rubble, I said. Sylvie, can you use your water thingy to put out the flames so it doesn't spread? It's water magic, darling, and yes, I'll do whatever you command me, Celthea said before bringing herself close and giving me a kiss on the lips. The two of us were locked in a passionate kiss before her eyes suddenly widened and she quickly pulled herself away. What's wrong? I asked, noticing the sharp glint in her eyes. Who is Sylvie? Chapter 80. Birth of the Primordial Arcane's Crap. Their names are so similar that I must called her Sylvie by accident. Well, it doesn't matter. I was meaning to have a discussion with both her and Isabella when I got back. I would have to do it now, I guess. With her still seated on my lap, I began telling her about how I met Sylvie. The whole time as I spoke, she had a frown on her face, and I could feel a bit of her bloodlust seeping out. TSK, you should killed her when you got the chance, she mumbled. After I told her about Sylvie, I began telling her about Isabella too. How we met at school, and how I turned her. Celthea's eyes were glowing a bright shade of orange at this point. To calm her down, I began stroking her hair. She smiled and leaned into my chest. It's fine if you don't like them, though I would prefer if you get along with them, I told her as I continued to stroke her hair. She said nothing, only closed her eyes and leaned against me. Are you angry? Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. Of course not. I expected you to have many concubines. This is somewhat normal for sirens since there aren't a lot of mermen. Mermen? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, there are no male sirens, so we're forced to mate with mermen and sometimes humans if we're desperate enough. Our gene is strong, so the resulting child is always a siren. I've yet to meet another race that has a stronger gene than ours, she said somewhat proudly. I see, but I'm not mad at you. I'm just a bit disappointed because I thought I would have the chance to win your heart before anyone else comes along. I foolishly thought it would be just you and me for a while. But I want to give up. I want to let any of those bitches have you. I'll make sure you love me the most. Her eyes were burning with conviction, and I could see it was something really important to her. I smiled and kissed her on the forehead. The two of us embraced for a few more minutes before she finally got up to extinguish the fire that was starting to spread in the rubble. My shadow hounds pulled a few people from the wreckage and brought them to me. Most of them looked a bit confused as to why I brought them to me. They weren't all fighters, especially since there were a lot of women and children, but I was sure they would be useful in some way. It was strange. These people's lives would be in my hand from now on. I would need to take care of them and provide for them. Never have I ever thought I would be doing something like this. This was unlike me, to say the least. Soon, more people were rescued and brought to me. I scanned the group and saw mothers, fathers, children, babies, and even unborn children. My lord, Victor bowed before me once again, and everyone's eyes widened as chatter began to ensue. This was their chief bowing to a wolf. My lord Floki, one of the skinwalkers, stepped up. He had a rough voice. What was going on? Floki said nothing. He only kept his head bowed at my feet. I found his behavior a little too much. Then again, this was the first time I had turned someone of the same sex. Maybe his behavior was some side effect. Well, whatever it is, I guess it doesn't matter. From now on, all of you will be a part of my pack, I said as I gazed at their confused faces. What? That's impossible. A skinwalker can't be a part of a werewolf pack. Even if you try to infect us with your werewolf venom, it will never work. It only works on other werewolves and humans. I'm no normal werewolf. I can turn whatever or whoever I please. More loud chatter ensued as they heard my words. They were getting visibly agitated. Silence. It was Floki who shouted and silenced them. My lord, you can't let us be infected by this wolf. One of the skinwalkers pleaded. Floki's eyes flashed orange as he looked as if he was ready to strike the man down, but I immediately stopped him. I didn't wish to be a tyrant. When it comes to people, fear and respect should be balanced. If not, then it would soon lead to collapse. I understand your hesitation. You do not trust me. You fear what will happen if you let a werewolf take charge of your tribe. But trust me, you have nothing to worry about. If you follow me faithfully, then I'll make sure you're all safe and protected, I said. But how? How can we trust you? This time, it was the shy girl, Katori, who spoke up. She stared at me with milky white eyes, unable to see a thing. I wonder if my werewolf venom could return her sight? What choice do you have? I asked. This entire area has been taken over by werewolves, and the outside world is infested by monsters. Skinwalkers don't have any place anymore. Right now, you need protection and security more than anything else, and that's exactly what I'm offering you. My darling is gracious enough to offer you a place in his mighty pack. Don't be ungrateful. Take the help you so desperately need, Celthea said. Slowly, I could see their opinions begin to change. I had planted a seed in their minds, and all I had to do was watch it grow. They mumbled back and forth among themselves, none coming to a conclusive decision, until someone made the first move. I wish to be a part of your pack. It was Katori who first accepted. The shy, timid girl became the bravest of them all at that moment. A girl who couldn't even see. She was just 14 years old, but Floki kept her close. There must be been something special about her. Katori, excellent choice, Floki said with a massive grin on his lizard-like face. He then turned to me. Katori is a special girl. Don't worry about her blindness too much. She is still useful. She is actually my half-sister. My father had relations with some witch, and Katori is the product of those relations. You see, Katori is actually a seer, one of the few seers to ever be born in history. She is? Interesting. I smiled at the timid girl and patted her on the head to ease her fast-beating heart. Don't worry, it will be over in a second, I said as I swept away her hair to reveal her neck. She immediately squinted and held her hands together as if she was saying a prayer. Without hesitation, I sank my fangs into her neck. My venom took its course and spread throughout her entire body, rewriting cells and genetics, changing her entire being. Name, Katori Lycan age, 14 core level, LV2 race, seer classification, supernatural creature bloodline. Primordial arcane, she inherited my primordial bloodline, just like the others I had turned. Just then, Katori's milky white eyes began to glow orange, and soon tears began to flow from them. I can see, she cried. Her slender hands reached up and touched my face. I can see everything. Thank you. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around me and began hugging me tightly. Seeing this miracle unfold in front of them, the skinwalkers began whispering among themselves. And soon more people stepped up. I want to join your pack too. This time, it was a pregnant woman who stepped forward. I smiled at her, then sank my teeth in her neck, turning her. This time it felt as if two more persons had joined my pack. Her and her unborn child. Soon, more people stepped up, and eventually, I turned everyone in the village. They were all given the primordial arcane bloodline. And also, their golden markings they once had now shimmered orange. The arcane bloodline was the bloodline given to witches. And since skinwalkers were a type of witch, they inherited it too. I looked at the people I had just turned with a proud smile on my face. All of them bowed their heads in reverence to me. At that moment, I knew in my heart that this was just the beginning. Chapter 81. Our journey continues, Floki. There are some things I will need to take care of, so I'll leave you and the others to stay here for the time being. There are other skinwalker tribes in this area, are they not? Yes, my lord. I want you to conquer them, and next time when I return, I'll turn them all. It should be easy for you. You're no ordinary skinwalker anymore. You are stronger. There was no way I could show up back home with a pack of skinwalkers following behind me. I needed to assess the situation with the pack first. The next pack must be been gathering their forces to launch an all-out attack, which means I don't have much time left. I'll need your help fighting Danzo, so I'll also contact you in the near future. For now, I want you to gather up the most capable fighters you have on hand. Yes, my lord. Whenever you need me, I'll come to your aid. I then turn my attention to the skinwalkers in front of me. All of you are now a part of my pack. I know you can feel the changes happening inside of you. You're no regular skinwalkers. You are stronger, more capable. And as long as you remain a part of my pack, that will remain so. The people looked at me with varying expressions, but I knew they understood. I could feel their loyalty in the way they were looking at me. It was as if they were looking at their god. After that, Celthea and I spent a few more minutes in the village before we decided to leave. While we were there, the villagers offered us various gifts for the road. They gave us food and some clothes. Also, some of the young girls took a liking to Celthea. They were enchanted by her alluring beauty. They seemed interested in the color of her hair and the different sea ornaments she used to decorate it. Celthea seemed pleased by their attention, almost like a queen getting pampered by her subjects. She even allowed them to braid a section of her hair. By the time we were ready to go, she almost seemed saddened by it. "Don't worry, you'll see them again soon," I said, trying to console her. She smiled and locked arms with me as we left. Since I decided to take the longer way home, it would be quite a while before we got home. If we continue at this pace, we should get there by morning. Soon night fell, and it was time for Celthea and me to make camp. I used my heat manipulation ability to start a fire, and the two of us gathered around it. I then summoned a few of my shadow hounds. "What is the purpose of you summoning them?" Celthea asked with a confused expression on her face. "They're to keep watch, so we aren't attacked." Attacked? She really had no concept of danger. In the ocean, sirens were the apex predator, so the concept of being attacked seemed unfathomable to her. "If a powerful monster shows up, my hounds will alert us, so we aren't ambushed," I explained. She nodded along, seemingly understanding what I was saying. "Are you hungry?" I decided to ask. I'm always hungry, but it's less so now that I ate the Wraith's heart. Now that it's night, the sun won't zap most of my energy. She then glanced up at the sky, staring at the beautiful moon hovering in the sky. I always loved the moon. I remember my sisters and I would swim to shore every night just to have a look at it. You have sisters?" "Yes, quintuplets," she grinned. "Though we all look the same, you can distinguish us by our hair color. Plus, we all have different personalities. Not that it matters. I doubt you'll ever meet them since they are all back home in Atlantis." "I see. Do you regret running away from home?" "Now that I met you, I don't regret anything." She smiled and leaned into my shoulder and slowly began closing her eyes. "Liam, there is something I don't fully get." "What is it?" "This other pack that you say will attack. Why haven't they already?" "I just think if they were planning to attack and destroy your pack, they should be done so already. It seems foolish that they haven't. That's because they're waiting on something," I answered. "Waiting on something." Celthea opened her eyes and looked at me questioningly. "What would they be waiting on?" I leaned back onto the ground and allowed Celthea to fall onto my chest. Now the two of us were staring up at the beautiful night sky, the full moon. That's what they are waiting on. They want to attack when they are at their strongest. They are planning to use the full moon to wipe us out for good. For some reason, Celthea was smiling and her eyes seemed to be sparkling. "Wow, you are really smart, aren't you, Liam? It's like you can see into the future or something." Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke, and she looked at me in awe. "Like how you planned to use the Wraith against the Skinwalker village. It seemed you planned that out since we were back at the cave. I also have a sneaky suspicion that you knew that I would be here to help you stop. I also think that you timed it so it all happened perfectly. How are you doing that? I've never met anyone like you before. I don't think I'm particularly smart. If anything, I think I just have a good grasp of people, how they think and operate that kind of stuff. Then I just use what I know to plan ahead. It's easy considering I've been doing it my whole life. No matter how many skills I have, the best ones will always be the ones that enhance my five senses. It's what allowed me to discern things about people and also my environment. My whole life, I've been unknowingly using my senses to get a read on people. Within just a few seconds of meeting someone, I can figure out things about them that they don't even know about themselves. Well, I think you're pretty cool to be able to do that. Does that mean I passed your test? I asked. Am I worthy of the beautiful siren, Celthea? She giggled at my jest and planted a kiss on my lips. You are more than worthy, she whispered. The two of us spent the whole night cuddling as we slept. The next morning, it was back to business as we continued our journey. Within seconds of us entering the Lycan Pack territory, we were surrounded by wolves who quickly made their presence known as they circled around us. A bit of deja vu hit at that very moment as I saw Kalen make an appearance. Not only that, but my brother Derek was standing by his side. His jaw opened wide when he saw me. Liam, is that really you? Chapter 82. Our return. Derek stared at me in utter bewilderment the moment he saw me. Is that really you? Where have you been? We thought something must happen to you. It's good to see you too, Derek. Hearing my voice, Derek smiled and rushed toward me. Damn it, man. You've got us worried sick, he said as he pulled me in for a hug. I knew you were alive. You're a tough bastard to kill. Where have you been? It's best we talk with everyone else present, I said. Who is she? Kalen asked as he glared intensely at Celthia. The other werewolves surrounding us looked as if they could attack at any time. She's my companion. She isn't any threat to our pack. I want to take that chance. I want to let an outsider into our home just because you were the one to bring her here. If you can't leave her behind, then I suggest both of you should leave. Come on, he asked my brother. You can't possibly turn him away. Derek came to my defense, but it looked as if Kalen already had his mind made up. What if I told you I had information about your father? Would you turn me away then? I asked, and immediately both of their eyes widened. You know something about the Alpha? My father. Tell me what you know, Kalen immediately demanded. This time his eyes were glowing red. I'll only speak if I can get an audience with my mother and the others. Otherwise, I'm leaving. You. The moment I said that, Kalen burst towards me with his claws extended. He looked as if he was going to rip my head off, but Derek intervened and stopped him. Control yourself, Kalen. I know you're worried about your father, but that is no reason to act rash. Derek said, trying to calm him. What harm could letting them in possibly have? You know, Liam, he asked my brother. If you stop trusting family, then who else is there for you to trust? Kalen looked at me, and he was fuming with rage. But slowly it looked as if Derek's words were having an effect as he began to calm down a bit. Okay, Fina, I'll let you in, he grumbled before walking off. Come with us, Liam, Derek instructed, and Celthia, and I began following behind him. As we walked towards the village, I noticed there were a lot more werewolves standing at guard, patrolling the village. Since Roran's disappearance, we've assigned a lot more werewolves to patrol our territory in case we're attacked. We've also sent out scouts to look for Roran, but so far we've turned up nothing, Derek explained, noticing my curious gaze. It looks like you've stepped up and are doing a lot to help protect the village, I commented. Well, since Roran's disappearance, Kalen has been angrier than usual. This isn't the first time he has lost control. In fact, it's been happening a lot recently, and I'm the only one that has been able to keep him in check. Thought so. I also noticed how his eyes flashed red right before he attacked me. He has always had anger issues, especially since he has inherited the Lycan family's werewolf curse. Mama's also been a wreck, thinking you had died and maybe something similar happened to her brother. She is barely eating, and that girl, Isabella, spends all day and night scouring the forest for you. I've barely seen her since you've left. I think she's losing her mind, and if she carries on like this, she will die. Not that she seems to care either way. Isabella, it's been over a week since she has fed for me. I imagine it must be been affecting her mind. You should go find her when you're done. Leora has been trying to get to her, but it hasn't helped. All she cares about is finding you. TSK. It would be better off for me and my darling if she dies. Celthia suddenly clicked her tongue. Then she mumbled something so low that if I didn't have supernatural hearing, then I wouldn't have caught it. For a second, her face looked a little demonic, but when she realized I was looking at her, that all disappeared and a cute smile appeared on her face. She instantly began hugging my arm. Darling, I think I'm starting to feel a little hungry. After this, can the two of us go for a little snack? Maybe we can find a monster wandering in the forest. Maybe later, I still have something to do after this. You mean that girl? It will be better if you just leave her. She sounds pretty incompetent already. Hearing Celthia's harsh words, a frown appeared on Derek's face. He didn't say anything, but I could basically feel his anger rising. As for me, I didn't particularly care if the girls liked each other. As long as they didn't kill each other, I was fine leaving them to their game. Besides, which man doesn't like to be fought over? It may be a bit arrogant of me, but I think it will be fun watching them compete for my love. What about Allison? What has our cowardly older sis been up to while I was away? Hearing my question, Derek chuckled. Believe it or not, she's fighting her own battle. Really? Yes, the young men in this village have really taken a liking to her. They're trying their best to court her. She receives hundreds of gifts a day. And of course, our cowardly big sis is forced into hiding without her younger brother Liam to save her. Believe it or not, she actually tried to look for you once. She did? Yes, she left in the middle of the night. Of course, I watched her leave without saying anything. And just as I expected, the poor thing returned in tears a couple hours later. I saw her in her mom and dad's room after that. She must have spent the night crying in dad's arms. Of course she did. I'll make sure to tease her about it when I see her. Derek and I laughed as we talked about what had happened since I've been away. Soon, we arrived at the longhouse where everyone was gathered. The massive wooden door creaked loudly as it was shoved open. Inside, I was greeted by a mixture of familiar faces. Chapter 83. Your alpha is dead. All the chiefs, except for Naira, were present. My mother was also sitting with them, deep in conversation. The bags under her eyes told me she hadn't slept in days. Beside her was Roran's wife, Ira. She sat at the end of the table, watching over the conversation like an empress observing her subjects. As always, she had a glass of wine in her hand, swirling it as she crossed her legs elegantly. Just as I entered, I saw Kalen whispering something in her ear. No doubt he was talking about me. Immediately, as the door was pushed open, everyone's gaze turned to us, standing at the doorway. Of course, the first to react was my mother, who jumped from her seat the moment she caught sight of me. Liam, she practically leaped over the table to get to me. She immediately wrapped her arms around me and pulled me in for a hug. I thought you were, she tried to speak, but it was as if the words wouldn't come out as she began sobbing uncontrollably. It's okay, I'm fine. You don't have to worry anymore. I hugged my mother tightly as she continued to cry, but our moment was soon interrupted. Ahem, my son told me you have information about my husband, Iris said, her hazel eyes scanning my every reaction. It was just an instinct, but when I looked at her, I got the feeling that I was dealing with a woman who is very intelligent. Is this true, Liam? My mother suddenly lifted her head from my chest just as she heard of her brother. Do you know what happened to Roran? My mother stared at me questioningly, her eyes red from all the crying. Yes, I do know what happened. With everyone staring at me expectantly, I began telling them the tale of what happened to Roran. A false tale, of course. A tale I had specially made up to pull on their heartstrings. I told them how I was captured by the Nyx pack and how they had planned to torture and kill me, but just before they did, Roran showed up. I described how he wanted his son, Kalen, to marry the Moon Princess for the safety of both packs. I made sure to emphasize how much he tried to convince Danzo of this, and also how Danzo refused, and how much he wanted to slaughter our pack. I spoke of Roran bravely and how he fought Danzo. I also exaggerated a bit, describing how Roran managed to take out over 100 werewolves and how cowardly Danzo fought until he landed a fatal blow to Roran when he was distracted. All the exaggeration was necessary. They wouldn't think too deeply into my story if I described at great length how brave their alpha was. To them, doubting me would be like doubting their alpha's bravery. It was a simple manipulation tactic that would work perfectly. By the time I was done spinning my tale, everyone or almost everyone in the room was in tears. The banquet hall was filled with quiet sobs and the salty smell of their tears. I wasn't too much of an actor, but I tried my best to convey as much emotion as possible. Danzo, that coward, Kalen roared, and it felt as if the entire hall shook from the impact. I'll kill him. Calm down. His mother tried to calm him down, feeling his bloodlust spread throughout the entire room. After she tried to calm her son, her eyes then turned to me as if she was sizing me up. I also realized that even though she was his wife, she was the only person who didn't seem sad about hearing of Roran's death. I listened to her heart attentively, and she was perfectly calm. There wasn't so much as a drop of sweat on her beautiful forehead. Why should we believe a word you say? What proof do you have of my husband's death? This is the only thing I can offer you, I said as I began unwrapping the cloth that held Roran S. severed head. The moment the head was unwrapped, everyone gasped, clearly taken aback. The bloodlust of everyone in the room rose to its peak, but the person who made all of my hair stand on end was the war chief, my grandfather, and also Roran S. father. He stared at Roran S. severed head intensely, and suddenly the wooden hall began to creak loudly, as if it was being ripped apart from the inside out. He didn't utter a word, but his bloodlust quickly overpowered everybody else. Kalen, on the other hand, clenched his fists tight and let out a loud primal roar that caused my ears to begin ringing. He then stormed out of the banquet hall, looking as if he was going to murder somebody. Everyone seemed devastated. Even my own mother was reduced to tears on the floor. Well, everyone except his own wife. Her heart was beating slightly faster, and her face had gotten a little pale, but that was it. I studied her, wondering what was going on in her mind, but I didn't have to wonder for too long as she suddenly asked what was plaguing her mind. When will Danzo attack? She asked, but it seemed no one heard, only me. My guess is that he'll attack on the next full moon, 5 days from now, I responded. The two of us locked eyes, and for a second it felt as if it was only the two of us in the room, as everyone apart from Celthia and Derek, who were standing behind me, seemed too devastated to even think that far ahead. We must prepare, she said. I'll slaughter them, the war chief growled. We must prepare to run, Ira clarified. They wouldn't dare follow us south, so that's where we will go. Are you mad, woman? My grandfather wasn't having any of it. They killed my son, and they'll kill us too if we don't leave. We can't possibly fight back against them, Roran gone. The war chief looked at her as if he wanted to strangle her right then and there. And for a brief second, I thought he would, but instead he slammed his fist down on the table, breaking it in half with a single blow. The sound of the table splitting in half was loud enough to silence the entire room. The only sound was the sound of dishes and other utensils that once occupied the table clattering to the ground. The war chief glanced at everyone present in the room before making a solid declaration. I'm taking every werewolf that is under my command, and I am avenging my son. With that, he stormed out of the room, almost bumping shoulders with me. Chapter 84. A secret message. Ira watched the war chief storm off and only shook her head before taking a sip of her wine. You are correct. It is very likely that they'll attack on the full moon, that is, in 5 days. We'll have to be ready by then. If everyone is determined to fight, then there is nothing else I can do. She sighed and then turned her attention to me. Is there anything more you can tell us? She stared at me as if she wanted to coerce the truth out of me. No, sadly I don't have that much information to give. She sighed again and shook her head. Then you may go. Just like that. She dismissed us, and we left the lodge at the same time. My mother stayed behind, as she seemed to have something she wanted to discuss with Ira. So what now? Do you want to go home? Derek asked. No, I think I should go look for Isabella. Celthia, I think you should stay with Derek and the others. She frowned and folded her arms. Okay, but remember you still have to take me hunting. Don't worry, I will, I smiled and patted her head before I left to go search for Isabella. The truth is I had no clue as to where she might be. I couldn't pick up a scent. I wandered through the forest as I searched for her, but all I saw were dead. Every animal that I had come across was lying dead on the forest floor. Compared to the city, there weren't a lot of monsters or zombies here to worry about. But the few zombies I did see were all dead, their heads bashed in. They created an ominous trail, one which I decided to follow since I had no other clue. I followed the trail of dead until I came upon a scene. It was a group of boys about my age gathered together. What would they be doing all the way out here? What more is that I recognized these boys. These are the same boys I worked with at the hunting lodge. Whiffer was with them, and it looked like they were being led by Garrick. Were they the ones responsible for the trail of animal corpses? No, I doubt it. Just like me, they were all trained to hunt by Naira. They wouldn't dare be so sloppy. The dead animals I saw were all mutilated to the point where it would be been unsalvageable. What are you guys doing? I called out as I finally decided to let my presence be known. They all looked surprised when they saw me. Liam, you came back. I thought you were Liam. Man, you're finally back. Glad to see you. Garrett tried to speak, but he was instantly cut off by Whiffer, who ran towards me. Where have you been? There are some rumors going around that you have died. What are you guys doing out here? I asked again, rephrasing my earlier question. Oh, we're just hunting. Hunting? Were you the ones responsible for the mess of animal corpses I saw on my way here? I asked. That's actually what we're here to hunt, Garrett spoke up. The monster that's responsible for the dead animal corpses. A monster? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, it showed up just a few days ago, killing all the wild animals in the area. We've been hunting it for days now, but we haven't turned up anything. We don't even know what kind of monster it is, Garrick explained. I've been telling them it's a chupacabra, but they won't believe me. A chupacabra is a vampiric creature that looks almost like a hyena, except it has scaly skin, spikes on its back, and large red eyes. There are creatures that love drinking the blood of livestock, mainly goats. When it comes to power, they don't pose much of a threat, but I've heard it's sort of a norm for noble vampires to carry them as pets, especially for the women. It's said that the creatures acts as some sort of stress reliever, which is effective for overly emotional female vampires. When I think back to the savagery I saw before, I found it highly unlikely that it could been the work of a chupacabra. How do you know it's a chupacabra? I asked, and just as I did, a proud smile appeared on Whiffer's face. Because it left us a message. The chupacabra left you a message? I asked in a sarcastic tone, raising an eyebrow at his ridiculous answer. Yes, it left a message saying it wants lamb meat, Whiffer said confidently, causing Garrick and the others to slap themselves on the forehead in disappointment. The truth is we don't know what the message means, Garrick explained. I find it hard to believe that a monster would leave you a message. It's the truth. It makes these strange drawings using the blood of the animals it kills. I actually think it's trying to tell us something, but unlike Whiffer, I don't think it's telling us it wants lamb meat. Okay, show me where the marking is, I said. All right, but it's a bit hard to decipher. Garrick and the others brought me over to a spot in the dirt where the markings were. Indeed, there was a strange writing made in blood. I stared at the writing for just a few seconds, but then it hit me like a bolt of lightning as I figured out what the markings actually meant. You see, I told you it says lamb. The monster wants us to give it lamb blood. The only creature that is said to have a strange obsession with lamb blood is a chupacabra. Whiffer and the others had it all wrong. The markings on the ground didn't say lamb. What it actually said was Liam. Seeing a writing of my name in blood didn't take me long to figure out that it must been Isabella's doing. We found the same markings all over the forest, Whiffer explained. So what do you think? I'm right, aren't I? I think you guys should go back home. Let me handle this. What? You can't be serious? Whiffer was the first to respond. We can't go back home, Garrick said. A lot has happened since you've been gone. Naira has fallen ill, so it's now up to us. We can't possibly leave with everything resting on our shoulders. Garrick and the others looked adamant about not leaving. They have really matured and were determined to protect their pack, but for some reason, the more they spoke, the angrier I got. So much so that I could feel the rage boiling inside of me. It was because I told them to do something and they refused. It infuriated me. Leave, I commanded again, but this time my voice took on a slightly demonic tone. When I spoke, all of their faces turned pale as they bowed their heads and left without another word. It was as if they were possessed. What is happening? Ding! Just as I thought that, a loud alarm went off inside my head. User has met the requirement. User will now undergo a rank evolution. Estimated duration until completion. 127 hours, Chapter 85. Have your fill. I couldn't help but frown when I saw the notification. What is a rank evolution? A rank evolution, as the name suggests, is an evolution in rank. This is different from bloodline evolution. Different races have different ranks, while some have no ranks at all. For werewolves, there are 4 different ranks. Omega, Beta, Alpha, True Alpha. The Omega rank is the lowest rank, and it qualifies all werewolves who are not a part of pack. The rank one up from Omega is Beta. Beta qualifies all werewolves who are not an Alpha and are a part of a pack, while an Alpha is any werewolf who is the leader of a pack. And finally, a True Alpha is the rarest and most formidable rank of werewolves. Those who qualify for this inherit powerful basic skills. The chance of becoming a true alpha is only 0.8. I read through the holographic text that suddenly appeared in front of me, but I felt myself unable to concentrate. It felt as if there was a lump at the back of my throat, and my canines began to grow larger and sharper. It felt as if I could chew through steel. My claws had extended, and the hair on my arm had grown longer. My senses exploded similar to how it was on the night of the full moon. I clutched my throat as I felt the muscles in my arms and legs swelling. It also felt as if my temperature was running unusually high, so high that even the trees in the forest was beginning to scorch. It lasted only for a short while, and soon I felt my body returning to normal. I didn't know exactly what happened to me, but I figured it must be had something to do with my rank evolution. I think that was how I was able to compel Garrick and the others to leave too. They followed my orders without question, just like they would do in Alpha. It also said that my evolution would last for 127 hours. That was roughly 5 days, the same day as the full moon. After what happened, I took a few minutes to regain my composure. Then I refocused my attention back on finding Isabella. This marking with my name written in blood must be been her doing. The blood didn't smell like her. It must be belonged to one of the wild animals she killed. With that thought, I continued my search. I still couldn't pick up any clear scent of her, meaning she was quite a distance away from where I was. What more is that I don't think I can predict where she had gone since she was most likely not in the right mind. I decided to pick up the pace a little bit and hopped on top of one of the treetops. From here, I could get a clearer view of my surroundings, plus I'll be more able to pick up more of her scent. Within just a few minutes, I picked up something. It must be been carried with the wind. I was almost certain it must be been her. I followed the scent, leaping through the trees with incredible agility. I was nothing but a blur in the treetops as I continued on my way. Soon, I had arrived at where I picked up the scent, and it was there that I saw Isabella and the horrible condition she was in. She was as pale as a ghost with blood-red eyes. She was covered in blood that dried onto her skin. She looked completely lifeless like a doll. She looked weak and was barely dragging her broken body along. As she walked, I heard her continuously mutter my name as if she was casting a spell. Seeing her this way, I couldn't help but feel a bit saddened by it, especially since I knew the reason she was this way was because of me. I hopped down from the treetops and landed softly on the ground behind her, but still she heard and immediately turned around. Her eyes widened when she saw me. "Liam, is that really you?" she asked as tears filled her eyes. I opened my arms, and she didn't even waste a second before running into my arms. I hugged her tightly as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Why did you leave me? How could you?" She pounded her fist against my chest as she cried and let all of her pent-up emotions out all at once. "I'm sorry. It will be okay," I said. I stroked her head as she cried against my shoulders. I then offered her my neck, and she didn't even waste a second before sinking her fangs in. She gulped down my blood as if she was starving for it, all while I stroked her hair tenderly. The two of us stayed like this for about half an hour before she finally pulled herself away to take a break. She was breathing heavily as if she had just run a marathon. I could see that she had returned to her former self as her eyes were back to normal and her skin was a lot less pale. After that, the two of us decided to take a seat underneath a tree. I offered her my lap, but she quickly refused, leaving me with no choice but to pick her up and place her in my lap rather than giving her the choice. She frowned at me and tried her best to look angry, but she couldn't hide the red streaks dancing on her cheeks. She wanted to be angry at me for leaving her, but it looked as if she was losing that battle. I couldn't help but think how cute it was when she denied what she so desperately wanted. My mother was right. She is fun to tease. "Where have you been?" she asked, folding her arms and looking away as if she was trying to spite me. "I got into a bit of trouble." "Did you miss me while I was away?" "As if. I only missed your blood." "That's it. Is that so?" "Yes, that is so. If it wasn't for your blood, I wouldn't have cared if you." Before she could even finish speaking, I grabbed her chin and kissed her on the lips. Her lips were soft, and they tasted of blood. Her face was as bright as fireworks as blood rushed to her face. Her heart pounded inside her chest as if it was threatening to break out. The two of us stayed like this until I finally decided to pull away, but the moment I did, she grabbed a hold of me and latched on tight. Our tongues danced together, and she refused to let us part. It was only when the two of us were nearly suffocating against each other that she finally let go. I welcomed the sweet release of oxygen that was finally entering my lungs, but before I could get the chance to, she latched onto my neck once again, drinking my blood as if she was dying of thirst. It was a long while before she finally let go, but that was only to speak. I want tea stop. I want tea stop until I have my fill of you for all the days that I have missed, she panted heavily. Right now, you are mine. She licked the blood dripping from her lips before sinking her fangs back into my neck. Chapter 86. Set in motion, hours passed with Isabella and me together. When she finally stopped drinking my blood, I realized she had fallen asleep. There was a satisfied smile on her face as she slept in my arms. If it wasn't tea for my supernatural healing, I would have died 100 times over from blood loss. She looked peaceful as she slept. The two of us had a lot to discuss, but for now, I decided to enjoy the peaceful moment we had. I stared up at the sunset with Isabella in my arms, and before I knew it, I started to doze off too. I didn't know for how long I was out, but I was awakened by a massive surge of bloodlust. I quickly opened my eyes, and what I saw was the silhouette of a young woman standing over me. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but when they did, I recognized the person standing over us. Celthea? It was Celthea. Her eyes were murderous and glowing a deep shade of orange. Just then, Isabella, who was sleeping soundly, began to stir from her peaceful slumber as her eyes slowly opened. Immediately, her eyes met Celthea's. Huh? Who are you? Celthea's eyebrow twitched when she heard that question, and she instead refocused her attention on me. Darling, you said you would take me hunting. It's been hours since then. Celthea spoke, trying to tone down the anger in her voice, but it was to no avail. Darling? Isabella mumbled, trying to figure out why Celthea had called me that. From the look on her face, I could tell she was beginning to piece things together. Liam, who is she? This is Celthea, I answered. She will be a part of our pack from now on. Our pack? She is joining the Lycan pack? Isabella asked. Not exactly. I'm building my pack, and Celthea here is our fourth member. What? Isabella looked at me in disbelief. Wait, what do you mean fourth? Is there someone else? Yes, her name is Sylvie. You might know her as the Moon Princess. She is also my fated mate. Wait a second. You don't mean the same Moon Princess from an X-Pack? The same Moon Princess who had killed countless werewolves? Sylvie is different from how the stories make her out to be. You'll understand when you meet her, I explained. Even though I had just explained it, it seemed it was taking Isabella a while to wrap her head around the whole situation as she stared out of space with her jaw slightly hung open. I then turned to Celthea, who still seemed quite upset. I opened my arms and made space for her beside me. Come have a seat beside me, I said. She bit her lips in frustration and grumpily took a seat beside me. You promised, she grumbled as I slowly began stroking her head. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. But since I've rested up a little, I can still take you hunting if you want. Really? Hearing that, all her earlier anger seemed to disappear. Yes, I'll still take you hunting after this. Tell me everything that happened since you were gone, Isabella said. A lot has happened. Isabella listened attentively as I recounted everything that happened since I left. I told her about how I met Sylvie and how she agreed to be a part of my pack. I even told her about Roran, how I killed him. When she heard that part of the story, her eyes widened in shock. You really killed your uncle, the Alpha. If Kaelin or Lina finds out, they really loved their father a lot. I don't think they will take the news of him passing well. Your mother, too, must be devastated. You better not tell anyone, Celthea warned, which immediately caused a frown to appear on Isabella's face. Don't be stupid. Of course I won't tell anyone. Anyway, what do you plan to do now? The next pack plans to attack on the night of the full moon. I plan to face them head on. Yes, but what about our pack? Isabella asked. If you're planning to create your own pack, then there is bound to be some complications. And the chances of them choosing you over Kalen to be the alpha is slim to none. Don't worry, I'll handle it. That's actually the easiest part out of all this. Easy. Isabella's lips twitched. I don't see how any of it will be easy. Kalen is the one going to become alpha, and he is most likely going to have the backing of your mother and grandfather. And don't you dare say you plan to kill him, because that will only make things worse. Unless you're planning to rule as a tyrant or something, or you'll have to think of something else. Don't worry about it. I can handle it, I said. You might not know this, but Liam is very smart. I bet he has already come up with a plan of how he is going to take control of the pack. Celthia quickly came to my rescue. Everything Isabella said was true in a sense, but her problem was that she was looking at things too single-mindedly. She forgot that people were like pieces on chessboard. They can easily be manipulated to your will. No one was set in stone. I had spent a few weeks with the people of the Lycan pack, but I think I knew their personalities pretty well. I just needed to line up everything perfectly so it all falls into place. The next 5 days will be crucial for this. I didn't bother telling Celthia and Isabella the plan I had in mind since there were no details to share, just a rough outline of things that needed to happen. The issue was how I would get them to happen. It's getting late. We should go for that hunt and call a night, I suggested to Celthia, to which she promptly nodded, resting her head against my shoulders. It seemed she had forgotten about the hunt. Well, I'll join you guys, Isabella suddenly said, avoiding eye contact. I had the feeling she didn't want to be left out. The moment she said that, Celthia looked a little displeased. Oof. You'll just get in the way, but if you want to tag along and be a third wheel, then be my guest. A crooked smile rose on Isabella's face from hearing that. I ignored their bantering for the most part, and the three of us went hunting. After a fruitful hunt, we went back home. Chapter 87. Argument after our hunt, Celthia, Isabella, and I went back home. We had found a few malgeckos wandering around in the forest, so our hunt was successful. As we approached the lodge where we all stayed, I heard shouting coming from the inside. I immediately recognized who the voices belonged to. Don't be an idiot. Dad wouldn't want you to be so reckless. No, he wouldn't want us to sit around and die. The shouting was coming from Kalen and Lina. The two of them saw us enter the lodge, but they didn't even stop their argument to pay us any mind. The only person who bothered to glance in our direction was Allison. She and Kayla seemed to be trying to calm the two, while their mother sat with her legs crossed, enjoying another bottle of wine. Liam, she shouted. At first, she looked like she was in distress, but the moment she saw me, her face lit up into a beautiful smile. She ran towards me, and before she even got to me, tears were streaming down her face. She looked like a little girl running to her papa after a long day apart. I knew you were all right. I just knew it, she said while hugging me tightly with her face pressed up against my chest. You're going to get snot all over my clothes. I missed you so much. It was torture here without you. She continued crying without listening to a word I was saying. I heard you came looking for me. Hearing that, she immediately lifted up her face, which was covered in tears, seeing the wide grin on my face. Her cheeks grew puffy as she began to pout. Did Derek tell you that? He also told me you were getting married. Hearing that, she began blushing uncontrollably. Of course not. Someone like me could never get married. Besides, I hardly know anyone. I bet the real reason was because she was scared of her suitors. She was the same way when we were little too. If a boy tried to confess to her, she would come running to me to hide. Even when she was in high school and I was in middle school, she and me turned down the boys who were brave enough to confess to her. Oh, Isabella, you're back. Just then, she finally noticed Isabella and Celthia standing behind me. Before Isabella could respond, Allison jumped at her, almost causing the two of them to fall over. Little sis, ISA. She squealed as she hugged Isabella tightly. Isabella tried to play it off, but I could see that she was happy to be greeted by such a warm welcome. Next, her eyes turned to Celthia, who was watching the two interact with a slight frown on her face. Who is she? Allison asked, looking at Celthia with sparkling eyes. No doubt she was captivated by the beauty who stood in front of her. She is your new sister, I said. It's a pleasure to meet you. Celthea tried to appear polite, but before the words could even escape her mouth, Allison jumped at her, and this time, the two did collapse to the ground. Get off me. Oh my God, you're so pretty. How did you get your hair so silky smooth? Allison questioned, but her bosom was pressed against Celthea's face, reducing everything she was trying to say to mere muffles. And your skin is so soft. What's your routine? By the way, why are Kaylin and Lina arguing? I asked, interrupting the two. Oh. Allison released Celthea immediately and jumped to her feet. Celthea was left sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. It looked like she really was suffocating. Kaylin thinks we should attack the Nyx pack before the full moon, Allison explained. While Lina doesn't think that's a good idea. I see. Such an aggressive approach was just like Kaylin. I didn't expect any better from him. Kayla and I have been trying to calm them both down, but neither of them are listening. We try to get Aunt Ira to help, but she doesn't seem to care. Maybe you could try, Liam. That's enough. With Dad gone, I'm the one who is going to be the alpha of the pack. You have no say in the matter. Kaylin roared. It doesn't matter if you're going to be the alpha. Grandpa would never let you do something so reckless. You'll only get yourself killed, Linus said. Sitting around doing nothing is what will get us killed. Dad would want us to fight back. Liam told me how bravely he fought. How many werewolves he killed before that snake Danzo stabbed him in the back. He would want us to carry on fighting in his place. As his son, I have to avenge his death, and that means facing the one who killed him head on. All you'll be doing is getting yourself killed. Dad wouldn't want that. He would want us to follow Grandpa's orders. You don't know anything about what Dad would want. Kaylin roared, his eyes glowing red. I was the one he entrusted with the pack. He told me, so right before he died. From the way things were going, it looked as if Kaylin was going to lose control of himself again. If that happens, he could end up hurting his sisters. That was why I decided to put a stop to it. I think that's enough, I said. This conversation here won't change anything. Lina glared at me. Stay out of this. It has nothing to do with you. She snapped. Kaylin is going to be the alpha now. I only take orders from him, I replied. That's what Roran would want us to do, to follow his lead. Don't speak as if you know him. I was with him when he died. Remember? Lina clenched her fist tightly. It looked as if my words had struck a nerve. You don't know anything. She shouted and then stormed off upstairs. Kaylin didn't waste a second after that and left too, looking as if he was about to punch somebody. Thank you for your help, Liam, Kayla said in a soft, sweet voice that almost sounded melodic. She bowed her head gracefully before rushing off upstairs after Lina. The room fell quiet now that the two weren't here shouting at each other. So that's how you get them to shut up? Ira mumbled while swirling the bottle of wine in her hand. Her face was flushed red. She then drunkenly staggered to her feet and made her way toward the stairs too. You should be helped us, Aunt Ira, Allison said, trying to sound polite as always. I never wanted kids, she grumbled as she stomped up the stairs. Soon it was just Allison, Isabella, Celthea, and I. Where's Leora? I asked, noticing her lack of presence. She has been training with Grandpa Veyron a lot recently. I doubt she will come home tonight, Allison answered. Interesting. I was glad to know she was improving herself. As for Mom and Dad, they are out for the night with Lily. With nothing else to do, the four of us descended to go to bed in preparation for what was to come tomorrow. Chapter 88. Kayla likened the next morning when I woke up, the first thing I did was head out to find a certain someone. I stealthily climbed out of bed without either Isabella or Celthea noticing. My neck was sore, which told me Isabella must be woken up for a midnight snack. I hardly noticed anymore. As for Celthea, she proclaimed that she would not be beaten by Isabella. So she practically slept on top of me, cutting off most of the circulation in my body. Maybe that was why I didn't feel Isabella nibbling on me. I spotted the person I was looking for the moment I went downstairs. She was dutifully doing the chores while humming a nice tune. The moment she saw me, a kind smile appeared on her face. Liam, good morning. Good morning, Kayla. I hope you slept well after what happened last night. Yes. She responded a little awkwardly. I'm sorry again about how Kaylin and Lina acted. It's just that they're a bit broken up over what happened to our father. What about you? Aren't you broken up? Me? She looked a little taken aback by my question. No, I'm fine. I just have to make sure that Kaylin and Lina are all right. What about yourself? You have to make sure that you are all right too. Me fine, honestly. When was the last time you cried? I asked, and immediately her face went pale from my question. She looked as if she wanted to run away. Sorry, but I have to go, she said, trying to walk off, but I casually stepped into her path, blocking her. At this point, I had to be careful. I didn't want to intimidate her. I wanted her to see that my words and actions were coming from a place of concern. You're a kind girl, Kayla, and a hard worker too. I'm really not. Yes, you are. I've seen how hard you've been working to help your family, even pushing aside your own feelings. In my time here, I've gotten to know Kayla quite a bit. She's a kind and earnest girl. You wake up early every morning and complete all the chores in the house. After you're done, you go to the kitchen to help make breakfast for everyone in the village using the meat the hunters bring back. You also make sure that everyone receives an even share. After that, you spend the whole day running around the village helping anyone in need. Every time someone would skip out on their duty, you would pick up the slack for them. You help children, the elderly, and just about anyone in need. She does all these things, but at the end of the day, no one notices. She irons and washes everyone's clothes and makes sure the house is kept tidy, but no one even notices. In my time here, I've never seen her get a single thank you. But still, she never complains. Instead, she keeps all her feelings buried deep so she doesn't burden anyone with them. How do you know so much about me? She asked, and her voice cracked from the heavy emotions she was holding back. But the truth was that there was a hidden motive behind everything she did. She did all these things so she could earn a certain person's attention, so she could hear a certain word from them. I smiled at her and rested my hand at the top of her head. I'm proud of you, Kayla. Immediately as I said those words, tears began to accumulate in her eyes. She tried to fight it by wiping them away, but in the end, the dam broke, and in the next second, she wrapped her arms around me and hugged me tightly as she sobbed. I wanted to hear it from him. Her motives weren't complicated at all. All she wanted was her father's approval. I didn't say anything, only comforted her and stroked her head as she cried. At the rate things are going, I'll lose Kaylin too. I agree with Lina. We can't just charge at that monster, but Kaylin is angry. All he cares about is avenging our father. The only way I can see out of this is if we listen to our mother and leave. You should try to convince Kaylin of that. He won't listen. He is just too stubborn. Then make him listen. You have to make him understand that it is in his best interest to leave. That's what Roran would wanted. Up until his death. That was all he wished for. Remember, that was the whole reason he traveled to the Nix Pact territory in the first place. He sought peace, and maybe we can make his final dream come through. His final dream? Kayla looked up at me with questioning eyes. This girl, who so desperately wanted to please her father, couldn't help but be curious when she heard me mention his dream. Don't you remember? He wanted us to merge with the Nix Pact. He wanted Kaylin and the Moon Princess to be married. That was the peaceful resolution he sought. Kayla's eyes widened. But Danzo killed our father. Is it even still possible for them to be married? Your father thought it was possible, I said. And that's what he fought for up until the very end. Having this all end in bloodshed would make his death meaningless. But Kayla tried to refute, but her mind was slowly giving way to the idea. She was thinking that if her father thought it possible, then she, as his daughter, could make it come true. Besides, it was the perfect fairy tale ending she was hoping for deep down inside. Think it over, and if you agree with the idea, try speaking to Kaylin about it, I said. She nodded and forced a smile. Thank you. She bowed her head slightly. Your help means a lot. Just this small moment with you. And I feel like I can continue fighting a little longer, she said. I watched her cheerfully leave, feeling a bit satisfied. Now that's over with, I wonder what I should do now, I pondered, but just then I heard someone call my name from behind. Liam. I turned around to see Kaylin standing behind me. He was in a sour mood as ever. Come with me. We need to talk. Chapter 89. Sacred treasure, what could he want? Follow me, he said, already walking off. I followed behind him as he walked through the lodge. He said nothing, and soon we were back in his room. "Have a seat," he said, as he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. "I prefer to stand." "Suit yourself," he shrugged. "I wanted to talk to you about my father." "Did he say anything to you before he died?" "He didn't really get the chance to." "Right, of course he didn't. What was I thinking?" Kalen looked a little dejected when he heard my answer. He was too busy facing off against Danzo and the Moon Princess and all the werewolves who surrounded him. Did he really face off against so many threats all by himself? Yes, he did, and he was winning. When I said that, a proud smile appeared on his face. It was faint, but it was still there. Even though he was overwhelmed, he still fought valiantly against them. None could stand up to him. He only lost because Danzo struck from behind and used his own daughter as bait. The Moon Princess? Yes, it was the two of them who carried out the attack, I said. I still remember the grin on the Moon Princess's face when Roran carried out the final blow. It was like she didn't possess any sense of empathy at all. Kalen clenched his fist, and I could feel his bloodlust rising. That wasn't all she did either. I watched her rip out his heart like he was nothing. She smiled and laughed as she devoured it. Proposing a marriage with that monster was a mistake. I think Roran realized that in the end. Those bastards. I'm going to kill them all. Kalen's eyes glowed red as he clenched his fist and stared down at the ground. His bloodlust washed over the entire room. "I think you were right about going to face Danzo," I said. "We're sitting ducks here. I don't know why the others don't see that. Because they're all cowards. Our grandfather may act tough, but the truth is that he is afraid of Danzo, just like the others." He snarled, then reached into his shirt and pulled out an amulet. The amulet had a red crystal glowing inside of it. Immediately as I saw the amulet, I felt drawn to it. I didn't know why, but it was as if my spirit was being pulled in by it. "This is the only thing Dad left me." He said it was our pack's treasure that has been passed down for generations. He entrusted it to me, not Grandpa, me. I was the one he chose. He trusted me with the safety of this pack. It is up to me to protect it. Whatever the amulet was, I could feel the power emanating from it. It was the same power that was given out by the full moon. A power that makes us stronger. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock came on the door. Kalen looked agitated by it. But then he took a deep breath and approached the door. Outside were 3 young men about our age. I didn't know their names, but I knew that they were good friends with Kalen. They were almost always by his side. "Why are you here?" Kalen asked, unable to hide the irritation in his voice. We're just here to pay our respects," one of the boys answered, and the others followed suit. "Yeah, we just want you to know that we have your back. Roran was a great alpha, and we all respected him, but we're ready to follow you. And it's not just us either. There are many eagerly awaiting for you to finally claim us as part of your pack." They all looked at him loyally. It was also at this moment that I decided to excuse myself. "I'll give you guys some space," I said as I stepped out of the room. The moment I walked past one of the boys, I slipped one of my shadow hounds into the shadow without anyone being the wiser. I closed the door behind me and sighed in relief. All in all, things were progressing smoothly. Excuse me." Just then, I heard a sweet voice calling out to me. A group of 5 girls approached me. The lodge seemed to be crowded today. Behind them were groups of older women. I assumed they were the girls' mothers. I immediately knew right then and there what was happening. "Is Kalen all right?" one of the girls asked. She had auburn hair and spoke with a bit of sass, as if she was speaking to a servant. "He is processing his father's death," I responded. "That is good," another blonde girl chimed in. "No, I mean not good. What happened to the alpha was horrible, but I know Kalen will get through it." "Has he told you anything?" the girl with auburn hair asked. "Like what?" "Don't be dumb," she snapped. "Like when he's going to take over as the alpha and maybe who he's going to take as his mate." I knew it. This was the real reason they were here. Now that Kalen was in line to be the next alpha, they wanted the privilege of being his mate, or at the very least, one of his concubines. This was common for female werewolves. They had a primal drive to find the most powerful mate so that their children would also be powerful. It didn't matter if they were already married or had a fated mate. They all shared a strong sexual attraction to the alpha. There were cases where their bodies would even start ovulating just from touching or being in close proximity to the alpha. Their brains would release a rush of dopamine just from hearing his voice. It is also said that once they have been with a powerful enough alpha, their hearts and body will forever belong to that alpha. They lose all sexual attraction to anyone else. No, he hasn't mentioned anything to me. TSK. Then you're useless, she mumbled, fanning me off instantly and walking away. The other girls immediately followed behind her, forgetting that I was even there. They seemed to think that I must have been a servant of the house. The girl with the auburn hair was quite a beauty thought. Not quite on the level of Sylvie and Celthea, but she was still gorgeous. After that, I went back to my room where Celthea and Isabella were still sleeping soundly. I sat on the bed waiting for something, and after a few minutes, it finally arrived. It was the shadow hound I left behind. It ran towards me, wagging its tail happily. It was also carrying something in its mouth. Good boy, I said, petting its head until it finally released what it was carrying in its mouth. After that, the shadow hound retreated back into my shadow while I stared at the red amulet that I was now holding in my hand. It does look rather interesting. The Lycan S Pack's Sacred Treasure. Chapter 90. I'll protect my darling deep inside the forest. A formidable pack of werewolves were making their way through. They moved through the treetops with unmatched speed and agility. The army of werewolves was being led by one man, their alpha, Danzo. Beside him was his beautiful daughter, a maiden known as the Moon Princess. Unlike the rest of the werewolves, her mood didn't seem to be particularly lively. Her mind was preoccupied by someone very dear to her. Lee, she muttered softly. He was the reason she didn't eat, didn't sleep, and barely even ate. She felt as if her life was meaningless if she couldn't be with the one she loved. And because of that, she was nothing but a shadow of her former self. She was easily overpowered by regular werewolves. Wolves who should been much weaker than her. Enough of this nonsense, Sylvie. That boy is dead. You saw the wound Roran left on him. He couldn't have survived that. Danzo said. He was feeling irritated over his daughter's foul moon, especially now that he needed her in top form. Lee is not dead, she quickly refuted. Lee promised. Just then, a single tear rolled down her beautiful face. She wanted to believe that the man she yearned for was still alive. But there was still a part of her who couldn't shake what she saw. She saw the wound that was inflicted upon him. A wound that would killed any ordinary man. That boy was weak, Danzo mumbled. Sylvie doesn't care. Sylvie just wants Lee. She didn't care if what her father said was true. If the one she loved was indeed weak, then she would protect him. She would cared for him no matter what. She would hunt for his meals, and he would cook. And the two would live happily forever. That was the dream Sylvie had. The moments she had with Lee were some of the happiest moments of her life. And she didn't want to let it go. Lee promised, she repeated to herself once again. And that promise was the only thing keeping her going. Alpha Danzo, a young werewolf, shouted and approached the alpha. This is it. We're entering the yokai's territory now. Hopefully that vixen is smart enough to let us pass and not get in our way, he grumbled. She has strong proclivities towards the opposite sex. Beware and don't let her seduce you. With the Alpha's orders, the army of werewolves carefully made their way through the yokai's territory. The world around them had turned into black and white, and the trees and leaves had all withered away. In their stead were bodies wrapped in silky white webs. Disgusting, Danzo mumbled to himself. That woman is truly insane. Seeing the corpses, the army of werewolves felt every hair on their bodies stand on end. What monster could done something like this? With their hearts beating out of their chests, they progressed through the territory, keeping their senses sharp as they moved. And just for a moment, it looked as if they would made it out alive until... Spiders. Help! A massive horde of arachnids came down on them, bigger than they had ever seen before. The same creatures spat webs at them and used their pointed legs to rip them apart. It turned into a bloodbath as the monsters came forth with ferocity. Seeing his warriors being slaughtered, Danzo felt as if his blood was boiling. Kill them all. He roared, and just like that, a battle with the Nyx pack and a horde of arachnids ensued. Roran slaughtered the giant spiders as if they were nothing. His massive claws pummeled through their thick armor like it was nothing. Witnessing this power, his men also felt a surge of power coursing through them. With such a mighty alpha, they thought they could do anything. It was this confidence that allowed them to lay waste to the many wolf packs that once occupied these lands. In just a few short minutes, the horde of arachnids was reduced to nothing. Their bodies lay broken on the forest floor, causing the Nyx pack to roar in triumph. But their joy was short-lived as they heard an ominous laughter echoing through the forest. Soon, the yokai appeared as if stepping out of midair. Her beautiful face was covered by the black fan in her hand. Her white floral yukata hugged her womanly curves perfectly. Even though she was the enemy, some of the young boys couldn't keep their eyes off her gorgeous figure. Seeing this, her smile instantly disappeared and was replaced by an angry scowl. Keep your eyes up here before you lose them. Roran raised an eyebrow. Since when does the Joragumo yokai dislike being admired by men? A sly smile appeared on the yokai's pink lips. I'm a changed gal. I no longer seek the satisfaction of lesser men. My soul and body belong to someone new. This man must be something special to tame the whole spider herself. My darling is special, which is why I want to let you pass. Trust me, we have no interest in your darling, whoever it is. Our goal is merely to pass through this strip of land. You want to pass through so you can hurt my darling. That is why I've been waiting for you. I want to let anyone hurt him. This is your last chance, yokai. We don't have any quarrel with you. Are you really prepared to die for your darling? Hearing that question, a red blush lit up on the yokai's face as she stared at the alpha wildly. Gladly. I would gladly die for him. My entire being is for him. TSK. Fool. Danzo clicked his tongue, and black claws began to morph from his fingertips. All the werewolves surrounded the yokai, aiming to attack, but Danzo quickly stopped them. Stay back. You're no match for her. We can't afford to lose any more men. At the Alpha's order, they were all forced to step back. Seeing their reaction, the yokai did nothing but chuckle, and as she did, black spider-like legs grew from her back, suspending her high in the air. She licked her lips seductively as thoughts of how happy her darling would be when she killed this man flooded her mind. The thoughts drove her wild. Her entire body shuddered in ecstasy just from the thought of making her darling happy. Maybe you'll give me a head pat, she thought. The thoughts were too much to bear. She couldn't hold back anymore and lunged at the alpha like a predator pouncing on prey. Chapter 91. Over the edge, a day passed since I spoke with Kalen and Kayla. Both of them seemed to be taking my words seriously, and it looked as if things were falling into place. Kalen had summoned the entire village for an emergency meeting, but just a few minutes before we were all to gather, he was scouring the lodge as if searching for something. He also seemed to be in a foul mood, lashing out at anyone who even came close to him. Kayla was the one who was trying to calm him down. She also seemed as if she wanted to speak to him about something, but she couldn't even get close with him lashing out. Soon it was time for the meeting that Kalen had summoned everyone in the village for, so we were forced to leave the lodge. Everyone in the village was gathered together to hear why Kalen wanted to meet with them. The consensus was that most of them thought he wanted to announce that he would become the alpha. Big bro Liam. So high up. What's that? Lily had seated herself on my neck and was smiling happily. I think she's saying you've gotten taller, Isabella said, explaining Lily's words. Not only that, but you've gotten more muscular too. It was a product of my evolution, which was due in 4 days on the night of the full moon. Not only had I gotten taller, but my senses seemed to be getting sharper too. Maybe it's because of how much we've been hunting lately, Celthea suggested. Just then, Kalen took center stage in front of the crowd of people who were all watching him tentatively. I know you're all wondering why I summoned you all here. It's about the pack that is threatening us. The Nyx pack. I'm sure you've all been hearing that name for a long time now. And I, for one, am tired of it. That's why I'm going to do something about it. When they heard his words, a chatter began to ensue. Though they were all worried, Seeing the courage their future alpha was showing, their burdens lessened slightly. I am suggesting that we take the fight to them. I am gathering up every able-bodied person in this village, and we are going to war. We're going to avenge our alpha. Enough of this. Suddenly, a loud roar cut through Kalen's speech like a knife. Immediately, everyone went quiet and turned to the source of the sound. Of course, it was none other than the war chief, Veyron. Only he had such power to interrupt the future Alpha's speech. Whether you're with me or not, I will see this happen, Veyron, Kalen said, glaring at the old man. Watch your tone, boy. I will not let you lead the people here to their deaths. Death is already coming. I'm saving them. And you can't stop me. You don't have any say in this pack anymore. Veyron clenched his fist while glaring at Kalen. He looked as if he wanted to strangle him right then and there. Through their argument, my mind was mostly focused on one person, but that person seemed to be hesitating. Maybe I should give her a push, I thought, but just as that thought crossed my mind, she leaped into action. I think we should take another approach in dealing with this conflict, Kayla said, interrupting both Kalen and Veyron. Stay out of this, Kalen said, but she didn't tee back down. She seemed to have found her courage. No, I'm part of this pack too. Every decision you make will also affect me. So at least listen to what I have to say, she said adamantly. She looked as if she wouldn't take no for an answer. Fine. Kalen finally relented. What do you have to say that is so important that you have to interrupt? Kayla cleared her throat and took a deep breath. I think we should do what the Alpha wanted in the first place. My father's dying wish was for Kalen to get married to the Moon Princess. The moment she said that, Kalen's entire expression froze stiff. You can't be serious. He glared at Kayla, his eyes turning red, and even claws began to grow from his fingers. Just the suggestion that he should marry the Moon Princess was enough to bring him over the edge after what I told him yesterday. How the Moon Princess ripped out the heart of his father and ate it. He forcefully stomped over to Kayla and dragged her by the arm. Stop, Kalen, Lioness shouted, but he didn't even look in her direction. Instead, he stared into Kayla's eyes with his hand tightening around her wrist. Stop, you're hurting me. How could you even suggest something like that? Is this a joke to you? Hearing her brother's harsh words, Kayla's face paled, and tears began accumulating in her eyes. No, I just wanted to help. It's what Dad would have wanted. That was the whole reason he went there in the first place. And they killed him for it. Do you want the same thing to happen to me? Is that it? No, I just wanted to. Kalen, stop. Lioness shouted and grabbed him by the shoulder. But in a brute display of strength, Kalen flipped her over, sending her crashing to the ground in a sickening thud. A look of surprise crossed his face when he saw what he had done, but by then it was too late. The wheel had already started spinning, and as if by cue, Kalen's friends ran to his side to restrain him before he caused any more harm. But this act only made things worse. Kalen grabbed his friend up by the throat, threatening to strangle the life out of him. But in that one moment, something happened that changed everything. A red amulet fell out of the boy's shirt pocket. It was the same red amulet that Kalen had been searching for. The one I took. He said his father had given it to him, told him that it was sacred and that he was trusting him with it. It was sufficient to say that this amulet meant a lot to Kalen, since it was the only thing his father left behind. That same amulet went missing yesterday, around the same time Kalen's friends came to visit. Kalen looked at his friend in disbelief when he saw the amulet. You stole from me? Kalen mumbled, looking a bit heartbroken. Huh, I don't know where that came from. The boy wasn't lying. He really didn't know, since I made sure the amulet leaped through the shadows and planted itself on him with the help of my shadow hounds. This betrayal was just the icing on the cake. It was exactly what was needed to throw Kalen over the edge. Kalen's hands clenched tighter around the boy's throat. How could he believe him when the evidence that he stole, it was there for him to see? At that moment, all rational thought left Kalen's mind. He was too blinded by rage to even think of another possibility. That boy who must have been his friend from childhood betrayed him. At that moment, the air was filled with dread and the screams of the villagers. Blinded by rage, Kalen plunged his claws into the boy's chest ending his friend's life instantly. Chapter 92. The one I choose. The sickening sound and sight made some throw up on the spot. Kalen held the boy's lifeless body in the air until he allowed it to fall to the ground in a sickening thud. Luckily, I acted quickly and managed to shield Lily from the gruesome sight. Kalen's red, glowing eyes scanned the crowd wildly, and in that moment, no one dare make a sound. If we're to survive against the Nyx pack, then we must fight. I'm leaving tomorrow at dawn. Any man who wishes to fight to protect his family rather than wait around for death, join me. With that bold declaration, he marched off. Immediately as he left, the crowd dispersed, with some people going to check on the boy he killed and others rushing home. I decided to leave. As we left, I noticed Celthea smiling happily beside me. "Why are you in such a chipper mood?" I asked. "That's because I figured it out." She grinned happily. "You planned all of this, and I know why." Why?" I asked, curious to see what answer she came up with. "You want Danzo to kill Kalen. That's why you planned everything that happened a while ago." "Wait, that doesn't make any sense," Isabella quickly refuted. "Kalen was already planning to attack the Nyx pack when we arrived home the other night. If he wanted Kalen to be killed by Danzo, then he wouldn't have needed to intervene. So what was the point of all of this?" Indeed, Isabella was correct. If Kalen was going to attack Danzo anyway, then I didn't need to intervene. But as it stands, things were much, much more complicated than that. Everything that happened here was absolutely necessary for what was going to take place in the future. Of course, this is only if things happen the way I predicted them to. "I'm still working on it," I answered. "If it works out, then you'll get your answers." On our way back home, I lifted Lily from around my neck and handed her to Isabella. "The two of you take Lily back home for me. I still have something I need to take care of." The two of them looked at me, curiously wondering what I was up to. I guess it was quite obvious that I was trying to get rid of them. Still, they didn't make a fuss and took Lily from my arms and left. I waited until they were far enough away before I turned to where I wanted to go. Just a few short minutes later, I arrived at my destination, the hunting lodge. I hadn't seen Naira since I had been back. I thought it was about time I spoke with her, especially since I heard her condition has been getting better. Immediately as I arrived, I spotted the other boys outside the lodge fishing. "Liam, you're here," Garrick said. "I was actually planning to send for you. The truth is that we need the extra help around here. I came to see Naira." "Where is she?" I asked. She's inside, but I don't think she is strong enough to accept visitors. Besides, as I was saying, since I got my answer, I walked off without bothering to listen to what Garrick was trying to say. I went into the lodge and found Naira sleeping in her room. She was thin and frail from the poison. Her heartbeat was low, as if she could die at any moment. I took a chair and sat beside her, watching her chest slowly rise and fall. Her lips were dried and cracked. I swept away her hair, which was partially covering her face, and that's when she opened her eyes. "Liam," she said my name weakly. "I thought something must be happened to you. But your condition seems to be getting worse. Do you remember the promise you made?" You mean the one about not letting the Moon Princess harm anyone else?" I answered. She weakly nodded her head. "I don't want anyone else to die from this conflict. I want it to end." I nodded along, understanding her point. "But what if the only way for it to end is for more people to die?" "More people to die?" she asked, looking confused. She then stretched out her slender hand and grabbed mine. "Then make sure their deaths mean something. I am trusting you with this pack. The world has changed. Neither Danzo, Roran, nor Kalen is fit to lead. And you think I am?" She smiled and traced her trembling hand across my face. "I do think that there is no one better. Something about you makes me believe that. I don't know what exactly." I then took a hold of her hand, which was resting on my cheek. I held it firmly as I spoke. "Just hold on a little longer, Naira. I believe I can cure you." She smiled. "I don't know how long I can. I've pushed my healing trait to its limit. My body is on the verge of giving out any day now. It's a miracle I've managed to hold on for so long." I took a look at her life force with my ethereal sight, and she was right. She was dangerously close to death. Her body just couldn't fight against Sylvie's poison, but if I could save Sylvie in time, then I could save Naira too. Just then, Her once lifeless face gained a little color. Could you come closer? I looked at the awkward expression on her face, and I couldn't help smiling. Even while dying, she was a proud woman. She still wouldn't ask for what she really wanted. Just then, I got up from the chair and climbed into bed beside Naira. I hugged her tightly and allowed her to lean against my chest as I gently stroked her hair. "Thank you," she whispered softly as she began to close her eyes. "You feel so warm. It's nice. My body temperature has been running high lately ever since my evolution started." I spent the rest of the day lying in bed with Naira until night, then I finally went home. The next day, Kalen did as he said and gathered men who were willing to follow him. And together, they headed out to war. Chapter 93. Bring the war. Kalen and the pack of werewolves who set out to follow him headed out at the first sign of morning light. He was determined to avenge his father. There were a total of 15 werewolves who decided to follow him in total. All of them had a deep trust in him since they knew him since he was just a child. They had watched him grow, and they followed his father too. Plus, they all agreed with him. They all believed it was best to take the fight to the Nyx pack rather than sit around and wait until they were attacked. Alpha Kalen, one of the men, bowed. It was a middle-aged man with a muscular build and a bearded face. "What are we going to do about the yokai?" "The yokai," Kalen growled. He hadn't thought about it. He was too consumed by the thoughts of getting revenge. "It's about time we get that monster off our land. We will kill her," he declared loudly. And seeing the strong conviction burning in his eyes, they all nodded. They, too, didn't give it a thought as to whether they could defeat the yokai or not. Since their alpha declared it, they were like sheep. They followed their alpha without any questions once he showed himself to have power. But the moment he showed weakness, others would rise to want to take his place. In any pack, the alpha must be the strongest. Naturally, Kalen was taught this by his father. Wolves would not follow a man they perceive weaker than them. Even the men now bowing before him could easily turn against him at the first sign of weakness. Besides, at this moment, he was getting stronger by the second. His curse was one that was fueled by rage, so the angrier he gets, the more powerful he becomes. This was the strongest he had ever felt in his life. At this moment, he felt as if he could easily pick up a building and throw at the yokai. He felt as if no one or nothing could stand his way. So with that strong conviction, he marched towards the yokai's territory. Within just a few hours, he was just a stone's throw away. But just as they were about to get there, they were stopped in their tracks. Werewolves, a man in their group that was known for his uncanny sense of smell, said. The group watched as a group of werewolves made their way through the forest. They moved with incredible agility, leaping from tree to tree. Kalen's eyes widened when he saw the man leading them, and the anger inside of him exploded. Danzo! Danzo immediately turned to the direction he heard his name being shouted, and when he saw Kalen, a wide grin appeared on his face. He felt Kalen's bloodlust, and he welcomed it. Without wasting a second, Kalen lunged forward towards Danzo, and his men followed with him. The day Kalen left, Veyron sprang into action. He wanted to prepare the village for the battle that was to come. So he assigned everyone their roles. He made sure that every wall was manned, and he also assigned scouts to keep track of the Nyx pack's approach. The women, children, and elderly were all led to the banquet hall. There were 3 werewolves assigned to take care of them. While the rest of us were assigned battle strategies, the men built tall wooden platforms that towered over most of the buildings in the village. It looked almost like a giant monkey bar made out of wood. Apparently, this was how werewolves battled. They would use their agility to maneuver through the wooden platforms. The ones with the superior agility and skill would be the ones to win. We also set traps throughout the village. As he was going over our battle strategy, Veyron held up a small vial containing a yellow liquid. This is wolfbane. On humans and most other supernatural creatures, this substance wouldn't have any effect. But when used against werewolves, it is almost like acid. His voice rang throughout the room. He then lifted up a cloth that was covering a table before him. It revealed several bottles of the same yellow liquid. These will be our weapons for this upcoming war. After that, we went back to making traps. I was making traps right outside the village, in an area of the forest where it was highly likely that the Nyx pack would pass through. Isabella had been assigned important work in another section of the village. Celthea was running an important errand for me. On my way, I was approached by someone. Leora, do you need something? I asked. What are you planning? You've been awfully quiet these last few days, she commented, looking at me suspiciously. What else is there to do than follow orders? I noticed you and Veyron are awfully close. I heard he has been training you. She nodded. He has taught me a lot of things. He said I have potential, she said, trying to hide how proud she was. Well, he is correct, I said, patting her on the head, and immediately a frown appeared on her face. Have you gotten taller? Maybe a bit, I responded. She folded her arms and leaned in closer. You've grown at least 2 inches. You were 5'10" before, correct? How do you know my height? You may have forgotten, but we're twins. I'm supposed to know everything about you. And you mean it. But you don't even put out the effort to learn anything about me. You mean your hair? I asked. Did you cut it? Her face turned red immediately, and she averted her gaze. Grandpa Veyron said it's best I cut it since in battle it will be easier to grab. Do you like it? Yes, it suits you. She smiled. Well, anyway, I should get back to him. See you later, I guess. I waved to Leora as she walked away, then I continued on to where I was going. The battle between Danzo and Kalen was over within just a few short minutes. Kalen lay a bloody mess on the ground with Danzo standing over him. You have potential, Danzo said as Kalen coughed up a mouthful of his own blood. You can easily surpass your father. With your strength, I can proudly say that you are worthy of marrying my daughter. I would never, Kalen spat. After what you did, I would never. You've been deceived by that boy, but I'll open your eyes. Saying that, Danzo dug his claws into the back of Kalen's neck. It was a technique used by wolves to transfer memories. Kalen's eyes widened as the memory of what really happened to his father played in his mind. In the memory, he saw Liam, his own cousin, killing his father. It was that moment he realized that he was betrayed yet again, and the monster within him began to stir. Liam. He roared the name that was responsible for all of his anguish. His roar shook the entire forest, sending birds flying off in the distance. Yes, show me the true power of your curse, Danzo grinned. And soon, Kalen's entire body began to transform into a monster. An apex predator. His entire body was covered in gray fur, making him look like a giant wolf man. He had the head of a wolf and claws that spanned 6 inches. His bloodlust was strong enough to kill any small animal that dared be in his presence. He didn't even spare Danzo another glance before he took off through the forest. Its agility was so great that Danzo could hardly believe his eyes. As the beast charged through the forest, there was only one person that plagued his mind. Chapter 94. The Beast of Gavaudan. I arrived at the spot in the forest where I would be making the trap a few minutes later. Setting traps on the ground wouldn't be effective, since they most likely will be traveling through the trees. So instead, we laid our traps in the trees. It was a simple trap. Once triggered, it would launch a net at the target. As I was going about setting the trap, I instantly felt something that drew my attention. I immediately activated my thermal vision to see what it was. A giant wolf-like monster was heading towards me. By its smell, I immediately knew who it was. Kalen. He must be been tracking me by my scent. There was a massive surge of bloodlust directed at me. Roar. Just then, a massive roar tore through the forest. I immediately went on guard. At the pace it was moving, it would get to me any second now. That's why I acted fast and immediately went back to the village, with the beast hot on my tail. When I got back to the village, I casually strolled inside as if nothing was wrong. The guards covering the gate said nothing. They didn't even notice the bloodlust of the monster approaching. Once inside the village, all that was left to do was wait. I waited until I heard the first panic screams. Help! Monster! It was the guard who shouted. But his screams were soon met with the sound of flesh being ripped apart. The entire village erupted in chaos at that very moment as they saw the giant wolf monster that appeared on top of the gate. The creature let out a massive howl as its bloodlust washed over the entire village. Some's first instinct was to run, others to fight, but none could stand up to the monster. The monster ripped them apart with a savage thrust of its claws. It turned into a one-sided massacre. Blood painted the ground red as limbs were ripped off with ferocity. Their screams merged into distorted howls of pain. Out of all who attacked, none could lay a hand on the beast, and soon their bodies lay at its feet. The beast of Gavaudan, Veyron mumbled as he suddenly appeared beside me, with Leora by his side. His face went pale as he stared at the monster. Kalen? Could it be? The old man wondered if the beast in front of him could really be his grandson. "Grandpa, what should we do?" Leora asked, cutting into the old man's thoughts. "No, stay back. It's too dangerous. I'll handle it," he said as his eyes began to turn yellow and claws began to grow from his fingers. His muscles expanded, making his body look bigger. It seemed he inherited the same trait as Roran. He didn't spare a second before charging at the monster. Seeing his approach, the beast let out a loud roar before pouncing on all fours towards Veyron. The two of them met, and the result of their attack created a small sonic blast that ripped through the air like a knife. It seemed Veyron could hold his own even for his age, but from the small display, I could already tell that the monster outpowered him. In the resulting collision, Veyron was sent sliding back several feet. He struggled to not fall, but just before he could regain his footing, the beast struck again. Its massive claws moved towards Veyron's throat in a deadly arc. With the attack threatening to take his life, Veyron barely raised his hands in time to block it. But even then, he had to sacrifice his right arm. The beast ripped Veyron's arm from his shoulder as if it was nothing. Veyron howled from the sheer agony of the situation, but his screams were stopped short when a monster latched onto his other arm and, in a frightening display of strength, lifted Veyron into the air and swung him just like you would do a piece of cloth. The ground below him was smashed from impact when he collided onto it. Blood gushed out of Veyron's mouth, but the monster wasn't done yet. The beast dragged Veyron's body along the ground by his arms, creating a sickening blood trail. Then, using its overpowering strength, it began smashing him against the buildings. At this point, everyone in the village was forced to watch as their last remaining hope was being beaten to death. Some cried, others begged, but there was no one to help in their time of need. I watched their hopeless faces and couldn't help but feel a bit satisfied. The stage was now set. Just then, I saw Leora, Derek, and my mother were going to act, but I moved quickly and stepped into the monster-esque line of sight before them. The monster froze when it saw me, then tossed Veyron aside like a broken toy he no longer had any use for. Veyron's face was a bloody mess with limbs twisted into horrible shapes and bones sticking out of his flesh. The moment he fell, my mother and Leora rushed to him while I kept the beast's attention. Its nostrils flared, and saliva began pooling from its mouth, creating a small puddle on the ground. "It was you." Suddenly the beast spoke. "You were the one that killed my father. Look what you've done. You've killed your own people. It's the curse. It's messing with your head, but you need to snap out of it, Kalen." Hearing me mention Kalen's name, chatter and confusion erupted from everyone present. Was this really the work of our future alpha? No, it can't be. I knew exactly what was going through their minds. Just then, I saw Isabella rushing onto the scene, but I stopped her with just a single glance. Whatever needed to happen now needed to be done by my hand alone. I had already set the stage for it. Right now, everyone had lost their trust in Kalen. I made sure everyone saw his breakdown yesterday, how he attacked his own sister and killed his own friend after accusing him of stealing. No matter how much he shouted that I killed his father, no one would ever believe him. Steam flared from Kalen's nose as he got down on all fours. Then in the next instant, he lunged at me. Chapter 95. Kalen's attack. Kalen's glowing red eyes loomed over me as his claws traced a deadly arc towards my heart. I knew from Veyron what would happen if I tried to block such a powerful attack, so I merely stepped back and watched it whiz past my face. His knife-like claws cut a few strands of my hair, but that was all it did. But he didn't relent. He followed up the attack nearly instantly. This time his claws were aimed for my midsection, but I ducked below the attack at the last second and clashed upwards towards the beast's chin. My claws danced across his skin as he howled in pain. Slicing through his skin was as easy as cutting through butter with a hot knife. That one attack with my Hellfire skill siphoned a good chunk of his life force. Its attacks were smooth, almost coordinated. It was he fighting like a wild beast, which told me Kalen must be had some level of control in the way he fought. Kalen was formidable, yes, but there was a world of difference in our strength. I felt it in just this short exchange of blows. For his age, he was formidable, yes, but he wasn't even close to as powerful as Roran, much less Danzo. When I looked at him, all I saw was a rabid beast that needed to be put down. On the side, his sisters were screaming his name, while his mother watched with a neutral expression on her face. Maybe he could V grown to be a powerful alpha in a world where monsters didn't rain from the sky. But sadly, fate was cruel. All the people watching us saw was a blur as Kalen suddenly clicked his throat and began staggering backwards. I bet he himself didn't even see what happened. It was only a matter of time before his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. Gurgling sounds escaped his lips as he tried desperately to speak. But with a slashed throat, that was nigh impossible. The moment he fell, his sisters are the first to rush to him. Lannon was in tears. I expected that reaction from Kayla, but maybe I was wrong as to who was the softer of the two. They held their dying brother in their arms as he slowly returned to his true form. They tried their best to coax him and tell him that everything would be fine, but this was the end. Even if he had a healing factor, it would be impossible for someone of his level to heal from a fatal wound inflicted by me. His mother watched the scene unfold from the sidelines and then turned to leave. But just as she turned, I saw a single tear roll down her face. In the end, Kayla and Lyanna were left to see their brother off on their own as they watched the life slowly drain from his eyes and his body fall limp. Suddenly, Lyanna's gaze turned to me. "This is your doing," she screamed as she charged at me with claws extended. I easily restrained her, and instead of taking my life like she planned, we ended up entangled together. "You killed him," she cried. "I had to. You saw what happened. He lost himself. If I didn't do it, he would hurt people. I know that. But still, he was my brother." I held her firmly as she began sobbing uncontrollably. I could saved him. No one could saved him. Ever since his father's death, the curse has been taking over his mind. There was nothing you could do. I tried to console her, but she was too devastated to even listen to a word I said. Instead, she merely cried in my arms. They didn't even have time to grieve properly as soon as Ira had returned. She had a bag slung over her shoulders. Her eyes were a little red, but apart from that, she had the same elegant, noble woman demeanor she always wore. "We have to leave," she urged. "My son is dead, and Veyron is injured. There is no one left to protect us from the Nyx pack." Lyanna looked at her with blood-red eyes, but my mother was the first to respond. "We can't leave. And why not? Did you hear me? There is another pack coming here to slaughter us. Nothing we have here is more important than our lives. We can't leave because the Nyx pack is already here." I said, "What?" "There are roughly 200 of them, and they have the entire village surrounded." Ira's eyes widened as she staggered backwards and nearly tripped over her own feet. "You said they would get here on the night of the full moon. That still gives us 2 more days. I said they would attack on the full moon, not when they would get here. They've only surrounded us, so we don't escape. They still plan on attacking on the full moon." Just as I said this, the bag Ira was holding fell from her shoulders, and she dropped to her knee. "This is it," she said dejectedly as claws grew from her fingertips. She looked as if she was about to take her life. I somewhat understood her reaction. She was the wife of an alpha. For lesser werewolves, she'll be seen as a prize. She would be kept alive for weeks. The logical thing for her and her daughters to do was take their lives. But I can offer her and the other another alternative. Before you do anything rash, let me suggest another option. Ira and the others, including my own mother and father, looked at me with hopeless eyes. "What option is that?" I want you and everyone here to join my pack. If you do, I'll personally hand you Danzo's head. Huh? You? A child. You're no older than my son, and look how he ended up. What do you have to lose? I asked. You saw me take down your son when not even the great Veron could. I am promising you with absolute certainty that I can lead you to victory in this battle. This was it. This was how I planned to make them submit to me, by putting them in a situation where they would have no choice but to. I was a little disappointed that Celthio wasn't here to see how everything I had planned fell into place, but that was a minor issue. Yes, right. We just saw it. He defeated Kalen without even breaking a sweat. One man shouted, and others started to speak up. What do we have to lose? All of our main fighters are dead. Yeah, but he's just a child. Maybe he's what we really needed all along. Suddenly Ira jumped to her feet and walked over to me. My special trait allows me to detect when someone is lying, so don't bother trying, she said, staring me in the eyes, and her eyes glowed a bright shade of yellow. How positive are you that you can win this? A defining silence ensued as everyone awaited my answer. I'm 50 sure I can win. Ira said nothing, only stared at me intensely. The two of us were locked in each other's eyes until her lips finally parted and she said her answer. Chapter 96. The choice. How can you be so confident? You do know who we're up against? She sighed and shook her head. It was a hard choice to make. Either she could die now or put her life in the hands of a stranger, which had a strong possibility of things getting worse in the future. She bit her lips and clenched her fist tightly as she struggled to come to a decision. TSK. Fine. She swept her auburn hair behind her ear, revealing her neck. I'm trusting you. Good choice. Without hesitation, I pulled her in closer and sank my teeth in her neck. Immediately, the veins on her neck glowed orange as my venom flowed through her. My venom had changed her into a primordial werewolf, meaning that unlike regular werewolves, who only possessed one special trait, she now had multiple, just like me. What is happening to me? She mumbled as her eyes glowed orange. Just then I bent down and picked up a sharp rock, and before she could even react, I used it to slash her throat. Mom! Lioness showed as everyone erupted in an uproar. Ira clutched her throat and staggered backwards. But in the next second her eyes widened. The blood that covered her neck began retreating back into the wound, and the wound closed back up. She removed her hand, and her neck was perfectly healed. Everyone gasped loudly when they saw it. This is what I'm offering all of you. For centuries we have been limited because we only possess one special trait. That's the reason we form packs in the first place. Alone we are weak, but when we join our traits together, we're slightly stronger. But what if that all changed? What if we could be as strong as vampires or as fast as a Wendigo? What if all our senses were 10 times stronger than those of a human? All of their expressions changed. They knew that when compared to most supernatural creatures, we were on the weaker side. Our true power was only accessible to us once a month. But what if that all were to change? Join my pack, and you will gain all of these things. You won't have to worry about getting attacked anymore. Join me, and one of you will equal the strength of 10 werewolves. I'll join you. Surprisingly, it was Kayla who spoke up first. You don't have to ask, little bro. I'll join you, Derek said as he grinned and gave me a thumbs up. One by one, everyone agreed to join my pack. So with everyone's approval, I was left to turn the remaining 50 members of the Lycan pack, which includes men, women, children, and even some elderly. I even turned my own family. Lily cried when I bit her on the neck, but my mother calmed her down. My father smiled at me proudly. He didn't seem to care that his own son would become the alpha, and neither did my mother. Leora and Allison didn't seem to mind either. Oh, my lord. Ira spoke up. Will we be attacking the Nyx pack now that we're now struggling? I just think that it will be better than waiting for the full moon, when they will be stronger. Plus, they outnumber us. No, we will wait until the full moon. I was still prepared to face them. There were still a few things I needed to do before then to up our chances. As you wish, my lord. Ira's opinion still hadn't changed. She still thought it would be best if we attacked the Nyx pack now. But as her alpha, she couldn't dare go against me. They all seemed overjoyed by their new changes. Some of the more excited boys leaped from building to building. "This is incredible. I feel invincible," they laughed. While some of the girls were in awe at how clear their skin had gotten. Now that they had a strong healing factor, their entire body had been cleared of all imperfections. All their underlying illnesses had been cleared away. "So this was your plan?" Isabella asked as the two of us stood alone, watching everyone marvel at their miraculous changes. "The reason you orchestrated for Kalen to kill that boy was so everyone would lose trust in him. You also used his own sister, Kayla, to drive him to the edge." "Yes, I needed to make Kalen's death justifiable. Under normal circumstances, killing him would be caused a lot of problems, but I could manipulate things in such a way that it became a necessity, like if he were to lose control and attack the village, for example. Then I would be free to get rid of him." Isabella nodded along. "What I don't understand is that you sent Celthia on. Do you have something else planned?" she asked. "You'll see soon enough. For now, I need to spend the remaining 2 days we have preparing for battle. Most of our fighters are dead, so I'll need you and Derek to train the younglings." What about Leora?" "I'll need her help preparing battle strategies. I've never led a group to eat before. When it comes to experience, Danzo outmatched me by leaps and bounds." "I think you're being too humble," she said. "I'm being practical. Leora has spent weeks being trained by Veyron in the art of war, and since Veyron is the only person who refused to join my pack, it means he will die soon. I tried turning Veyron, but the venom didn't work, which means he is refusing to submit to me. Plus, in the condition he was in, without a high healing ability, he was unlikely to survive. I've also ordered the chef caregiver to let him die, though to others it looked like she was trying her best to heal him. Veyron was just too powerful of a man to let do whatever he wants. He was a loose end, so to speak. And even though it pains me to watch her father die, it was necessary. Even Leora was brought to tears since the two were close. "Is everything all right?" I asked after seeing the pity expression that Isabella now had on her face. "This, Sylvie, must mean a lot to you if you're putting out this much effort. I guess. Would you do the same if it meant when she asked this question? Somehow that warning message that you usually get in games popped up in my mind. Choose carefully. This action will have dire consequences in the future. If it was you, then I would go to war against the whole world." "Really?" Her eyes sparkled, and a red blush crept up on her face. I mean, since you care so much about me, I'll have to make sure that never happens," she said proudly, trying to mask her embarrassment. I smiled and patted her on the head. "Let us prepare for war." Chapter 97. Plan of War. Veyron succumbed to his injuries just a few hours later. My mother and Leora were heartbroken by his death, but they had no choice but to move on. Over the next few days, we worked to prepare for the war. Derek and Isabella worked together to train everyone for battle. Since the werewolves in our pack now had a high healing ability, they didn't have to hold back while training them. In fact, I made sure to tell Derek to give them the same treatment he gave me. The women and children who couldn't fight were given other tasks to complete, like fortifying the defenses. Even the elderly were given work. No one was spared, while I, on the other hand, worked with Leora. We went over the battle plan Veyron came up with. His plan was simple. He wanted to force the Nyx pack to attack at a single point. I agreed with this assessment. If the Nyx pack were to surround us and enter from the north, south, east, and west, then our forces would be spread too thin. His plan was simple. He would only put a few men on the north, east, and west walls. These walls would be spiked, and the men on them would be carrying wolfsbane to deter them from climbing the wall. This would force them to attack from the south gate, where our main forces would be waiting for them. It was a good plan, so to speak, but if things were to go as Veyron planned, then he would most definitely lose. The fighters of the Nyx pack were just too powerful and too many. But now that they had gained my primordial bloodline, which made them stronger, they now had a higher chance of winning. "What about Danzo?" Leora asked. "I've heard stories from Veyron. Danzo's power is unmatched. That's the reason why Roran was pushing for this marriage so much. I'll have to be the one to face him head on." "Did Veyron mention any specifics about Danzo's power?" He did say that the members of Danzo's lineage inherited a body-hardening trait. He also said that before the apocalypse Danzo wasn't as powerful. Really? That is strange. Yes. He said that before the apocalypse Danzo and Roran were on par when it came strength. But after the apocalypse, he tripled in strength. What could have happened to make him change so much? Well, it makes no use dwelling on it. The only way I would figure it out was by asking him directly. By the way, Leora suddenly took on a serious expression. What do you plan to do when all of this is over? What do I plan to do? I plan on turning this place into a thriving settlement. Really? Leora's mouth opened wide as if she couldn't believe that I had said that. Who are you? And what have you done with my brother? Is it really so strange? For you? Yes. When I saw you stepped up to become the Alpha, I was happy. Before I thought you would be like, I don't want to get involved. This has nothing to do with you. Leora, you solve this. She tried to do her best impression of me, but she was too good at it since it sounded nothing like me. I'll need your help if I am to make this pack a success, I said, cutting off her laughter. I think you'll do fine, she said, taking on a more serious tone. You're already handling yourself well already. We can already feel the difference in how you do things from how Roran does things. Oh, just then another loud howl went off, and soon 100 more followed. It was the Nyx pack. They were howling right outside our walls. They howled nonstop for a few minutes, then ceased. They've been doing that from the first day they showed up. It was psychological warfare. They reminded us of the presence. Their goal was to make us anxious, so we would do something stupid and play into their hands. They also wanted to disrupt our sleep cycle. The howl of enemy wolves can affect the mind adversely. But thankfully it had no effect on my pack since the bloodlust of a strong enough alpha could negate this effect easily. Anyway, the next thing we have to discuss is the Nyx pack setup, Isabella said. I learned that their hierarchy was different from ours. Whereas we have chiefs like the war chief, the guardian chief, the caregiver chief, and the hunting chief. The Nyx pack has generals. They have 3 generals in total. I don't have much information on them other than the fact that they also got a significant power boost after the apocalypse started. 3 generals. Huh. Isabella and Celthia can each face off against a general while you and Derek take the other. That seems fine, she responded. But are you sure those 2 can handle it? Especially since one is missing. It will be fine, don't worry. Fine, but we will still need someone to face off against the Moon Princess. The chief of the Guardian is pretty powerful, and with the help of our mother, they could stand a chance. Don't worry about the Moon Princess. She won't be a problem, I said. Are you planning to handle her by yourself? I suppose there is no harm in telling the truth. The Moon Princess is actually my fated mate. What? Leora's expression froze still. It can be. You're serious? I nodded my head. I can assure you that Sylvie is being held against her will by Danzo. Danzo must be feeling pretty impatient right about now, especially since nothing happened when he revealed to Kaelin what really happened to his father. At first he most likely thought I was dead, but seeing Kaelin not return to him and the village still intact, he must guess that I was still alive, and that I was the one he was really going up against. Okay, I trust you, Leora finally said. Just like that the days passed, and the night of the full moon was finally upon us. Chapter 98. The Flame of Death on the Night of the Full Moon. The Nyx pack's howls grew even louder. Their demonic bloodlust covered our village like a dark cloud. I ordered everyone to get in position. I made sure that their fear of the Nyx pack wasn't stronger than the fear of what would happen if they disobeyed me. Alpha, the chief of the Guardians, approached me. Everyone is ready at the north, south, east, and west walls. The chief of the Guardians was a tall man with a mop of red hair on the top of his head. He had a scrubby ginger beard and looked as if he was in his late 40s. His name was Olaf. When he looked at me, he was clearly distracted by something and was trying hard to keep his composure. That is good. Is the Wolfsbane ready? I asked. Yes, we await your orders. Right now I was standing atop the wall of the south gate, where the battle would take place. I gazed out into the forest, where a sea of yellow eyes was staring back at me. What about the fire arrow? Is it also ready? I asked, to which he quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. But what is it for? Just fire when I tell you to. The full moon wasn't out yet, but I could still feel a bit of its energy washing over me. My lord, it seemed he was ready to ask about what was really bothering him. About your skin. What about my skin? Never mind, it's nothing. Chief Olaf dismissed what he was about to ask, and instead bowed his head, then took his leave. Sigh, since he won't ask, then I will. Isabella, who was standing quietly beside me, suddenly spoke up. Why is there steam coming out of your skin as if you're about to explode? I smiled at her question, then answered. It's a product of me becoming an alpha. She raised an eyebrow. Ever since my rank evolution started, my body temperature has been rising. Now it was so high that steam started coming from the pores of my skin, and anything I got close to would get scorched. A similar thing happened to me on the night of the last full moon, Isabella said. I found it strange how Isabella and I shared the exact same bloodline after I turned her. If we followed the example of the others I turned, then Isabella should be a primordial hybrid, but instead it is listed as just primordial, the exact same as mine. Maybe it's because she is the first person I turned. What even is this primordial bloodline I inherited? And what is its connection to the Wild Hunt? These questions have been plaguing my mind ever since I met Death. My guess was that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are responsible for the monster invasion. But of the 4, I've only met one. I remember Death mentioned something about a contract. Could that have something to do with it? After this is all over, my first order of business will be to make sure this pack is strong enough to resist the Wild Hunt or any other threats that come along. They seem to be on the move now, Isabella commented, dragging me from my thoughts. So they are, I responded simply. The Nyx pack slowly circled around our walls, just as I had predicted. They're spreading their forces thin. Wouldn't it be easier to assassinate them like this? Isabella questioned. I see her reasoning, but her way of thinking was false. There is nothing easy about assassinating a group that has over 200 members. A massacre is the better option, and that can only be done when they are clumped together. So we'll wait until they are all attacking the south wall, just as we planned. Isabella nodded her head in understanding. I trust you, she whispered softly. Just like clockwork. The Nyx pack surrounded us and started attacking the north, south, east, and west walls. The werewolves I had positioned on the north, west, and east sides began bottles of wolfsbane on the werewolves who dared to try and climb. The wolfsbane worked like acid, burning their skin and blinding them. They soon realized that climbing these walls would prove to be impossible. The plan worked perfectly as more of them began piling toward the south wall, since this was the only wall that didn't have werewolves dumping wolfsbane on those climbing. My plan to get them all together worked perfectly. They climbed the south wall, making wild sounds as they ascended. They acted as if victory was already theirs. In the middle of the sea of werewolves, I spotted Danzo. His bloodlust overpowered everyone else's. That was the moment I finally decided to give the order. Fire the flame arrow. Olaf didn't waste a second before the arrow took flight. Its beautiful flames danced through the night sky almost like a shooting star. Neither the Nyx pack nor Danzo paid it any mind. None of them knew the weight this single arrow carried. He thought that I was dancing in the palm of his hands. But the truth was that he was dancing in mine. Sentient beings are all predictable creatures. All I needed to do was get inside their heads, and I could figure out what they will do next with pinpoint accuracy. Rorin, Danzo, and even Kalen made it all so easy for me. They presented themselves as puppets, so I used them as such. None of them could see further than their own claws, which is why I am partially covering sidereal humans to be the better species. They use their heads rather than relying on brute force. They used their minds and built intricate cities and technological marvels, while we werewolves sat in the backlands living in shabby huts and filth. In this apocalyptic age, I aim to build a kingdom, one that can survive against the forces that are coming, whoever or whatever they are. As I stared at the beautiful flames in the sky, I couldn't help but feel hopeful for the future. Though to the Nyx pack and Danzo, this flame meant nothing. None of them knew that this single arrow would be the reason for their deaths. Chapter 99. Flame the moment the arrow took flight. Shadowy figures began emerging from the forest. The Nyx pack was blissfully unaware of the omen of death lurking behind them as they climbed our walls. I bet Cynthia was salivating right about now at the feast I left for her to devour. The first omen of death came in the form of a giant jade-colored snake. Floki tore through the pack of wolves before any of them could even react. He swallowed a mouthful of them. The Nyx pack turned in horror, and their faces paled when they saw the giant behemoth slithering behind them. But before they could even react, a sonic blast tore through the air, shattering their air drums, and to finish it off, they were sliced in half by blades made of water. Those of us with sensitive hearing were forced to cover our ears, but the attack was mainly targeted at the Nyx pack. Danzo growled in frustration before turning his attention to Floki and the others. Kill them all. The Nyx pack was forced to turn their attention away from the wall and instead directed it at the hundreds of skinwalkers that had come to take their lives. I immediately ordered the Lycan pack to attack, trapping the Nyx pack on both sides. Danzo could do nothing but fight off the incoming wave of assault. But amidst the chaos, I spotted someone. She was standing on field of battle with her shoulders slumped and her eyes looking lifeless. She didn't seem to notice me. All around her people were dying, but it didn't seem to shake her one bit. What more, Floki's ferocious jaws were heading straight for her. She didn't even react. It was as if she didn't even care what happened to her. Take care of things while I'm gone, I shouted to Isabella before leaping off the wall. I used the werewolves and skinwalkers fighting on the ground as stepping stone as I made my way across the battlefield towards Sylvie. I moved with speed, leaping from one target to the next. It was only when Floki's fangs were inches away from her that she finally looked up to see it, but even then she still didn't react. Floki's fangs snapped at her, but it was at the last second that I finally managed to save her. I shoved her out of the way, causing the two of us collapsed onto the ground. Be more careful of you surroundings, Sylvie, you'll get yourself hurt, I said as I hugged her tightly to shield her from the fall. Sylvie's eyes widened as she stared up at the person who just saved her life. Lee. She immediately wrapped her arms around me and hugged me tightly. Lee. Sylvie thought you were. Sylvie thought. She tried to speak, but it was as if the words were caught in her throat. You don't have to worry anymore, I'm fine. I promised I would come back for you, didn't I? I tried to comfort her by stroking her hair, but I couldn't get her to stop crying. Lee, will you take Sylvie hunting and wrestle with Sylvie and pet Sylvie's hair? I will, don't worry. But for now, I'll need your help fighting the werewolves of your pack. Can you do that for me, Sylvie? Hearing my request, she nodded her head eagerly. Sylvie will do, but Papa? I'll handle it, don't worry, I said, stroking her head. Her tail and her ears seemed to react to my every touch. Don't die, Lee. A 1T Sylvie 1T die. If Lee 1T die, then I'll make sure I live for you, promise? I promise, Sylvie smiled as I slowly released her. Her eyes seemed more lively as she made her way through the battlefield. She killed and slaughtered the werewolves of her pack without any hesitation. She was a sight to behold. Most of them were in a state of shock. Their own moon princess had turned against them. Sylvie. Danzo roared in anger when he saw his own daughter slaughtering his men.